Trapped in Love. Chapter 1. An exceptionally high commission. Mr. Jordan, the results are in. Miss Shenton's gynecological examination shows that she is still a virgin and meets all the standards. She's clean. The bodyguard respectfully informed the man on the other end of the phone at the entrance of the hospital's examination room. Caroline Shenton lowered her head and stood in the crowded corridor, trying to ignore the strange gazes of passers-by. She was weighed down by the burden of her sick mother and father's gambling debts. Hence, she had resorted to using her body as a bargaining chip and agreed to get into bed with Evan Jordan. A moment later, Evan's deep and magnetic voice came through the phone. "Send her to Villa Rosa." Asterisk. Back at Villa Rosa, in the dim light, Caroline huddled nervously under the blanket. The man standing by the bed looked incomparably handsome as he stared down at her with his stone-cold eyes. Caroline knew that he was Evan Jordan, a man so influential in Angel Bay City, one could even call him the king. As Evan lifted the silk blanket that covered her body, Caroline's naked form was revealed and reflected in his dark eyes. He leaned in for a fiery hot kiss and plunged deep into her. A sudden jolt of pain shot through her body, prompting a stifled moan to escape her lips. As he bit her lips, he whispered into her ear, "Don't cry. You did this willingly. Remember, not everyone is qualified to get into my bed." Caroline abruptly awakened, and Evan's last words before she blacked out still echoed in her ears. Slowly turning her head, she found Evan sleeping next to her, and for a moment, she was lost in a daze. Asterisk. Time flew past, and in the blink of an eye, she had known Evan for 3 years, working as his private secretary and becoming his lover. Unexpectedly, she dreamed of the first time they met last night. Caroline rubbed her throbbing head and was about to sit up when Evan's phone rang. Evan abruptly woke up and grabbed the phone. "Speak," he answered, pressing it to his ear. Even so, Caroline could still hear the voice coming from the other end. "Mr. Jordan, I have verified it. The woman you are searching for is not her." In an instant, Evan's eyes darkened even more. Caroline looked at his gloomy expression and felt a twinge of sadness. After being Evan's lover for 3 years, she knew that he had been searching for a girl who had once saved his life when he was young. Although her whereabouts were unknown, Evan still missed her to this day. Feeling Caroline's gaze, Evan turned to her and growled, "Get out." Caroline remained silent and rose from the bed, moving like a lifeless doll. She picked up her clothes from the floor and walked barefoot to the guest room. Caroline entered the bathroom and turned on the shower, letting the water wash over her face. The man's callous behavior made her feel sad, but she knew that she had no right to feel that way. She was only able to stay by his side because of a red mole on her right earlobe, similar to the one on the long-lost girl Evan had been searching for. In Evan's eyes, she was just a substitute for his unrequited love and a toy that could be easily dismissed with money. Asterisk. Just as Caroline emerged from the shower, Evan came out of the bedroom, dressed in a perfectly tailored suit. He looked regal and detached, his handsome features making it hard for anyone to look away. As they met, Caroline said her usual words, "I'll make breakfast." Evan cast a cold glance her way before turning and walking down the stairs. Just as Caroline was bringing out the coffee and breakfast, Evan's assistant, Reuben Murphy, arrived with a black medicine bag. He said to Caroline, "Miss Shenton, here's your medicine." Caroline paused for a moment, placed the food on the table, and replied calmly, "Got it?" She took out the white pill and swallowed it without any expression. After watching Caroline take the medicine, Reuben left the villa and waited outside. Caroline then approached Evan, who was sitting indifferently on the sofa, and informed him that breakfast was ready. Evan put down his newspaper and sat at the dining table, sipping his coffee and glancing lazily at Caroline. "You chose to stay with me. Do you remember me telling you back then, that you need to know your place and control your emotions?" "They are showing," he remarked. No matter how good Caroline was at hiding her emotions, she was not able to completely hide them in Evan's presence. Caroline sat down opposite him and picked up her coffee, pretending as if nothing was wrong. "You worry too much, Mr. Jordan. I was just thinking about today's schedule and got a little distracted." "So what if he found out?" She would simply come up with an excuse to hide them. She refused to admit it and let him strip away the last shreds of her pride. Evan remained silent, while an air of solemnity settled over the dining table, casting a weighty ambience that permeated the room. Asterisk. At 8 o'clock, Reuben Murphy drove them to Evan's company building, which stood proudly at the center of the city, exuding an aura that matched its owner's reputation as a top businessman in Angel Bay City. As Caroline was about to get out of the car, Evan abruptly tossed a document her way. "There's a cocktail party tonight, attend it on my behalf. If you can get Henry Devereaux to sign the contract, you'll receive a $70,000 commission," he instructed. Caroline was stunned by the offer. She stared at the contract in her hand in shock, as if it were a ticking time bomb. She knew this was a really tough job. Henry Devereaux, the CEO of Angel Bay City RT Foreign Enterprise, was bisexual and infamous for his abusive sexual predatory behavior toward both men and women. Anyone who fell prey to him would never escape unscathed. Going alone to meet him would be like walking into a lion's den. However, Caroline was tempted by the offer. The $70,000 commission would be enough to settle her mother's medical bills and her father's debts. Evan's cold and indifferent gaze bore down on her. "If you're not willing, you can say no." After a moment of silence, Caroline tightened her grip on the contract. "I'll do it, Novel Bin." As soon as she finished speaking, Evan's lips curled into a sneer. Although he didn't say anything, Caroline could feel the disdain in his eyes. Indeed, in Evan's eyes, Caroline was a woman who valued money above all else. Asterisk. In the evening, Caroline arrived at the Indigo Hotel with the contract, dressed in a conservative yet elegant outfit. During the half-hour journey, she mentally prepared herself for the task ahead. However, the moment she stepped into the hotel elevator, panic set in. This was because Henry had chosen to meet her in the presidential suite, and not the private room downstairs, as they had discussed earlier. Caroline knew exactly what this meant. Henry desired her company for the entire night. Chapter 2. Chapter 2: Humiliation. Soon, the door opened. Henry appeared in the doorway, wearing a loose bathrobe. His piercing green eyes locked onto Casey, with a predatory gaze. Caroline's heart skipped a beat, but she forced a smile for the sake of the $70,000 commission. "Monsieur Devereaux, sorry to disturb you," she said, stepping into the presidential suite. Henry shrugged and flashed her a smile. "Miss Shenton, I've been waiting for you." Caroline's heart was racing, but she maintained her composure and placed the prepared contract on the coffee table. She subtly scanned the presidential suite from the corner of her eye, taking note of every detail. Once Henry took a seat on the sofa, Caroline retracted her gaze and sat down as well, keeping a slight distance from him. Henry handed her a glass of wine, and Caroline clinked her glass against his. "Thank you for your hospitality, Monsieur Devereaux." Henry's eyes lit up. "Miss Shenton, you're very smart, and you're not shy. I like it." Caroline forced a smile, aware of the need to impress Henry for the contract. With a slight tilt of her head, she downed the red wine in her hand. Yet, Henry's face expressed a hint of pity. "Impressive, but you wouldn't expect one glass to seal the deal now, would you?" Caroline anticipated that Henry wouldn't make things easy for her. Putting down her wine glass, she responded, "Monsieur Devereaux, I understand that you've expressed interest in working with MK for some time now. Surely you are familiar with MK's prowess in the its continent. Rather than you having to travel to meet Mr. Jordan, why don't I take the initiative to sign the contract on his behalf, as a gesture of our respect for you. I believe it's a brilliant idea, don't you agree, Monsieur Devereux? At Caroline's proposal, the smile on Henry's face faltered and his gaze grew sharper as he stared at her. Despite her nervousness, Caroline managed to maintain her composure. Using Evan as leverage to compel Henry to sign the contract was her only option. The room's atmosphere momentarily turned somber, but Henry soon broke the silence with a laugh. Miss Shenton, I appreciate your proposal. MK has shown me respect, so it's only fitting that I sign this contract. With that, Henry reached for the contract and pen on the table and signed it after a casual look. Caroline was taken aback. She had not anticipated Henry's swift compliance. However, under such circumstances, Caroline dared not let her guard down. After signing, Henry handed the contract to Caroline. Well, I've given you what you came for. Shouldn't you keep me company now? Caroline's expression shifted, and she feigned ignorance. Monsieur Devereux, I'm afraid my alcohol tolerance can't match yours. Who said I wanted you to drink with me? Henry leaned forward and grabbed Caroline's wrist. Miss Shenton, I'm only going to receive a 3% profit margin from MK. Since I've made a concession, I believe you should provide me with some additional benefits. Caroline's mind went blank. Had the contract been altered? Did Evan do it? After all, only the two of them had been involved in preparing the contract. Her heart sank, but her body suddenly felt hot. Caroline's eyes widened as she stared at the wine glass on the coffee table. If her suspicions were correct, Henry must have drugged the wine. Caroline clenched her teeth and struggled with all her might to push Henry away from her. She could see the impatience in his green eyes and realized that he had also ingested the drugged wine that he had prepared. Novel bin. Despite her efforts, Henry was too strong for her to resist. She could feel his lips closing in on hers and knew that she had to act quickly. Caroline lowered her head and bit down hard on the back of his hand, causing him to cry out in pain. Enraged by Caroline's action, Henry struck her across the face with great force. The blow was so powerful that Caroline's vision began to fade, and a metallic taste filled her mouth. You came here seeking me out. Why are you pretending? Henry sneered as he reached for the vodka on the coffee table. With one hand pinching Caroline's face, he forced the alcohol down her throat. The alcohol flowed into her mouth and nose, causing a suffocating sensation to overwhelm her. She struggled vigorously, but she couldn't break free from Henry's restraint. Caroline was on the verge of collapsing, her cheeks wet with tears. She should have seen this coming. For 3 years, no commission from MK had ever reached $70,000. Naively, she trusted Evan, believing he wouldn't manipulate her into the clutches of a pervert like Henry. Clearly, she was mistaken, and her biggest error was trusting Evan. Caroline had shared a bed with him every night, but he had always treated her like a plaything, one that could be easily discarded with money. Henry ripped her clothes apart. In her despair, Caroline suddenly caught a glimpse of a vase beside her. She grabbed the vase in passing and with all her strength, hurled it at the back of Henry's head. The vase struck him with great force, causing him to let go of her and cry out in pain as he clutched his head. Fuming with anger, Henry cursed at Caroline, "You damn woman! How dare you strike me?" Chapter 3. Chapter 3 Unqualified for questioning. Despite her intense dizziness, Caroline managed to grab the signed contract from the coffee table before making her escape. Rushing out, she collided with a tall figure, a familiarly handsome and sinister face. Tears filled Caroline's eyes as she struggled, thrusting the contract into Evan's arms. Though she held onto Evan's clothes, she slid down weakly. "Novel bin." In a hoarse voice, Caroline murmured, "Evan, I got the contract signed. Remember the $70,000 commission?" Evan caught her before she fell. Just then, Henry emerged from the suite. Seeing Evan carrying Caroline, Henry demanded, "Give me that woman." Evan's cold demeanor intensified upon hearing Henry's demand. Reuben, who followed closely behind, immediately intervened. He sternly warned Henry, "Monsieur Devereaux, she is Mr. Jordan's woman. How dare you lay hands on her?" Henry's mind was clouded, and his next words were filled with anger. "How is that possible? Then why did she come to meet me alone?" Reuben meaningfully reminded him, "Do you think it's a coincidence that Mr. Jordan is here?" Henry was left dumbfounded as if a fishbone was stuck in his throat, when he realized the truth of Reuben's words. Asterisk. In the back seat of the black Maybach, Caroline lay on Evan's lap. She panted and murmured incoherently while tugging at her clothes. The drug Henry had given her had taken its toll, evident by her flushed face. The car was dimly lit, and Evan's dark eyes betrayed no emotion, but his jaw was tightly clenched. He took Caroline's small hands in his large palm and ordered coldly, "Tell the project department to stop funding our collaboration with Henry until he begs for forgiveness." Reuben understood his boss's intentions well. He knew this was just the beginning. Mr. Jordan wouldn't let Henry get off this easily. Despite Mr. Jordan's claims that he didn't like Caroline, he had immediately sent Reuben to pick her up from the hotel after she left the company. Reuben couldn't help but sigh silently. It was clear that his boss had feelings for Caroline. Suddenly, Caroline pleaded for help in a trembling voice, "Evan, please help me. It's so hot." She clung tightly to Evan's shirt, pulling him closer. Her voice was filled with torment and ambiguity. Even Reuben, driving, felt embarrassed as he saw her sweaty forehead and exposed cleavage from the mirror when she opened her collar. Evan's eyes narrowed as he assessed Caroline's condition. He ordered Reuben to stop the car and step out. Reuben complied. After pulling the car over, he quickly exited and walked more than 10 meters away. He then stood with his back facing the car. Meanwhile, in the car, Evan's gaze landed on Caroline again. He carefully sat her up on his lap, supporting her back with one arm while his other hand gently cradled her head. His icy gaze softened as he leaned in and pressed his cool lips against her feverish ones. Asterisk. Caroline woke up the next day feeling groggy and in pain, her body aching all over. As she sat up in the bed, she looked around the room, trying to piece together how she had ended up there the night before. A familiar hoarse voice interrupted her thoughts, "You're awake." Suddenly, memories of the previous night flooded her mind, causing her face to flush. She remembered her encounter with Evan and how he had aided her escape, but she still needed answers about the changes to the contract terms. Despite her dizziness, Caroline mustered the strength to get up and faced Evan's indifferent gaze. "Mr. Jordan, why didn't you inform me about the changes in the contract?" Evan narrowed his eyes. In his eyes, Caroline was like a hedgehog. If he didn't provoke her, she could be obedient in every aspect. But she would not hesitate to push back once he pushed her too far. Coldly, Evan reminded her, "Caroline, as a subordinate, you have no right to question your superior's decisions. Remember what I told you on your first day here." Caroline fell silent, acknowledging his point. Just as Evan was about to explain the contract's profit points to her, his phone rang. He answered, putting it on speaker mode as he got dressed. "Speak." It was Reuben on the other end. "Mr. Jordan, our team has just received a message. A woman matching the description of the person you're searching for has been located in Florencia City. I'll send you the information shortly." Evan stopped buttoning his shirt and frowned. "Make it quick." After ending the call, Evan turned to Caroline and remarked, "You should have known this wouldn't be an easy task. The commission was $70,000, after all." Caroline's grip on the bedsheet tightened, unable to argue with Evan. She lowered her gaze to conceal her emotions. She felt suffocated by the fact that Evan was still searching for information on the long-lost woman. She was also unhappy that he didn't inform her about the changes in the contract. But she knew Evan was right. As a subordinate, she had no right to question her superior. Miserably, she thought to herself, "Caroline, know your place. Is it that difficult to be submissive and compliant?" Chapter 4. Chapter 4 Make things easy for her. After breakfast, the driver drove them to the company in Evan's black Maybach. Half an hour later, the black Maybach stopped in front of the company. The driver respectfully opened the door for Evan, who stepped out elegantly in a well-tailored black coat, exuding a commanding aura. Loosening his tie, Evan handed documents to Caroline, his deep eyes freezing slightly when they landed on her pink lips. Suddenly, he raised his hand and gently rubbed the corner of her lips with his calloused fingers. "There's a little lipstick smudged outside your liplin." As Evan wiped away the stray lipstick from Caroline's lips with his thumb, his warm and gentle touch caused Caroline's eyes to tremble uncontrollably. Catching sight of her flustered and helpless reflection in Evan's eyes, Caroline quickly composed herself. She thanked him calmly, despite her fluttering heart. Evan withdrew his hand and smiled before striding confidently toward the office. Meanwhile, Caroline managed to suppress the slight palpitations in her heart as she switched on her iPad and hastened to follow Evan. She needed to report on today's work schedule. Novel bin. "Mr. Jordan, there's a meeting with the higher UPS at 9 o'clock. Mr. Jordan." Before Caroline could finish speaking, an unfamiliar woman suddenly rushed over. The woman pounced on Evan and grabbed the corner of his shirt tightly, pleading desperately, "Mr. Jordan, please tell HR to keep me. I really need this job." Evan's cold eyes filled with disdain as he glanced at the bodyguards beside him and growled, "Get her out of my sight." Hearing this, the bodyguards at the side quickly stepped forward. They grabbed the woman's hand and dragged her away. However, the woman seemed to have gone crazy. She used all her strength to resist the bodyguards. "Let go of me. Please give me some time to talk to Mr. Jordan. Mr. Jordan, just a few minutes. Please." Noticing the displeasure on Evan's face, the bodyguards quickly tightened their grips. As the woman struggled against the bodyguards, her long hair swayed in the sunlight, and the red mole on her earlobe caught Evan's attention, freezing his gaze. He immediately stopped the bodyguards. "Stop." As the bodyguards stopped, the woman approached Evan, trembling with fear and desperation. Tears fell as she introduced herself, "Mr. Jordan, my name is Daniela Love. I have something to say to you. Please." Evan's gaze was complicated as he stared at the woman's earlobe. Unknowingly, his voice softened. "Come with me." With gratitude in her eyes, the woman replied, "Thank you so much, Mr. Jordan." Evan turned to look at Caroline and instructed, "Postpone the meeting." Caroline opened her mouth slightly as if to say something but quickly swallowed her words. As she watched Evan leave with the woman, Caroline forced a smile and shut her mouth. Asterisk. Caroline returned to her office desk after completing all of her boss's instructions. However, before she could reach her seat, the vision of the sight before her swayed and she stumbled, grabbing onto the table to steady herself. As she regained her balance, she heard the sound of Daniela's silver bell-like laughter ringing in her ears. Looking up in front at the CEO's office, which was separated from hers by a glass wall, Caroline saw Evan and Daniela engrossed in conversation. Although she didn't know what they were discussing, their joyful expressions suggested that Daniela might be the person Evan had been searching for. Caroline felt a bitter pang in her heart but tried to suppress it as she sat back down at her desk and forced herself to focus on her work. Asterisk. In the afternoon, an announcement was issued by the Human Resources Department stating that Daniela had joined the Fashion Design Department as the new deputy head. Seeing this message, Caroline felt a lump in her throat. She couldn't help but think back to the day when Evan had first noticed her mole, the very thing that had helped her stand out from the other candidates and secured her the position of his personal assistant. Now, Daniela seemed to have a similar advantage. Since the person he was really looking for had returned, Evan would undoubtedly treat Daniela well. Just as she was deep in thought, there was a knock on the door. "Miss Shenton." Caroline retracted the sadness in her eyes and closed the announcement page. "Come in." The door opened, and Reuben strode in. He had a grave look on his face. "Miss Shenton, Mr. Jordan wants you to take care of the new deputy head of the fashion design department, Ms. Daniela Love," he said. Caroline was taken aback by the unexpected request. She had no authority over the fashion design department, and furthermore, she had only met Daniela once. How could she take care of her? Seeing Caroline's hesitation, Reuben explained further, "Mr. Jordan wants you to head over to the fashion design department and ensure that no one creates any problems for Ms. Love." Caroline took a deep breath, trying to hide her frustration. She clenched her fists under the desk, averted her eyes, and replied with forced calmness, "I understand." Chapter 5. Chapter 5: Paying Debts. Reuben left without a word, and Caroline slumped into her chair. She covered her face with her hands to hide the sadness that threatened to consume her. Evan's actions made it clear that he had no intention of keeping her as his personal secretary, now that the person he truly cared about was back. It was time for her to accept that she was merely a substitute. Buzz. Her thoughts were interrupted by the buzzing of her phone on the desk. It was her mother's attending doctor, Scott Wilson. Caroline anxiously answered the call. "Dr. Wilson, is something wrong with my mother?" "Caroline, do you have time to come to the hospital now?" Scott replied. Hearing Dr. Wilson's tone, Caroline quickly stood up, her heart racing. "Yes, I'll be right there." 20 minutes later, Caroline arrived at the hospital entrance wearing only a simple shirt. Sneezing from the cold wind as she got out of the car at the hospital entrance, Caroline hurriedly ran towards the inpatient building. As she stepped out of the elevator, she was surprised to see a man in a leather jacket standing in front of her mother's ward, smoking a cigarette and talking to her mother's attending doctor, Scott Wilson, in a roguish manner. Caroline clenched her fists and walked over quickly. The sound of her footsteps made Dr. Wilson and the man turn around. The man smirked when he saw Caroline. "Yo, the great secretary, Caroline, has finally decided to show up, Novel Bin." Caroline gave Dr. Wilson an apologetic look before addressing the man with a cold tone. "Clay, I've already made it clear. Even if you're looking to harass me for money, don't ever come to my mother's ward." Clay Davis bit the cigarette in his mouth and replied, "Your father's disappeared. Who else can we turn to for the money, if not your mother?" Suppressing her anger, Caroline asked, "How much do you want this time?" "Not much. Only $4,000, including interest," Clay replied. Caroline's expression soured. "It was only $2,000 last month." Clay scrutinized Caroline with a cold smile. "Then you'll have to ask your father what else he did to rack up the debt. The IOU is here, and you know your father's handwriting. I'm just here to collect the money that's owed to me." He produced the IOU and showed it to Caroline. Although Caroline seethed with anger, she couldn't find a way to refute his claim. Caroline's father's relentless gambling addiction had driven him to borrow money regularly, and she had always been the one to shoulder the burden of paying off his debts. Despite her tireless efforts, his debt seemed to only multiply, leaving her vulnerable to the menacing loan sharks who would invade her mother's hospital ward and cause trouble. Knowing her mother's delicate condition, Caroline made a difficult decision to suppress her boiling rage, opting not to create a scene. "Fine, I'll give you the money this time. But if you ever dare to set foot in this hospital again, don't expect a single cent from me." With a heavy sigh, Caroline pulled out her phone and retrieved Clay's bank details, then proceeded to transfer $4,000 to him. With the payment received, Clay nodded curtly and made a graceful exit. Dr. Wilson looked at Caroline with concern. Caroline, you can't keep doing this. Eventually, all of this pressure is going to take a toll on you. Caroline's smile was tinged with bitterness. He's still my father, though. Scott noticed Caroline's complexion gradually paling, and his brow furrowed with worry. Are you feeling unwell? I'm fine, she insisted, shaking her head, but a wave of dizziness nearly caused her to lose her balance. Scott instinctively reached out to steady her, hesitating for a moment as his palm met her feverish skin. Caroline, don't you realize you have a fever? His typically gentle and composed expression now carried a rare hint of reprimand. Pulling away from him, Caroline touched her burning face. I've been too preoccupied with work to notice. I'll take some medicine later. Thank you, Dr. Wilson, for your concern, but right now, I need to go see my mother. With that, she walked past Scott and entered the ward. In the ward, Caroline's heart ached when she saw her mother's sallow face, weakened by illness. She blinked back tears and composed herself before stepping forward. Mom, are you done with the drip today? On the bed, Katie Lloyd slowly turned to face Caroline, her expression filled with pain. I'm sorry to trouble you again with your father's gambling debts. Caroline smiled nonchalantly and poured some warm water into Katie's glass. Mom, you haven't troubled me at all. We're family. It's only natural for us to help each other. The more sensible Caroline was, the more anxious Katie felt. After a moment of silence, she said, Carol, leave this family. Caroline's hand, holding the glass, froze in midair. Please don't say such things. You're my mother. I can't abandon you. Would you rather be dragged down by your father's debts? Katie suddenly blurted out, her agitation evident. Pretending to be relaxed, Caroline smiled and said, Mom, I'm earning a decent salary now. You and Dad raised me, and it's my turn to take care of you both. Katie frowned and said sternly, taking care of us and sacrificing your life are two entirely different things. I know my situation. My time is limited. Listen to me, my child. Break away from this family and cut off all ties with us. Mom. Caroline grasped Katie's hand anxiously. I promise you I'm fine, and I'll take good care of myself, all right. Katie looked into Caroline's tear-filled eyes and felt her heart wrench. She couldn't bear the thought of her daughter carrying such a heavy burden alone. However, she knew all too well about her husband's unyielding gambling addiction. He seemed trapped in an endless cycle of accumulating debts, like a bottomless pit, and showed no signs of change. Frustrated, Katie closed her eyes, taking a deep breath before letting out a long sigh. Carol, there's something important I need to tell you. Chapter 6. Chapter 6. Take care of Daniela. Caroline replied, Go ahead, I'm listening. Katie opened her eyes and looked at the ceiling. She pursed her lips and took a deep breath. Carol, you're actually not. Honey. As Katie began to speak, an unexpected visitor barged into the ward. A man reeking of alcohol and cigarette smoke stumbled in, his scraggly beard adding to his disheveled appearance. He sat down opposite Caroline. How did it go? Clay didn't bully you, did he? Katie's face twisted with disgust. What are you doing here? Haven't you caused enough trouble for us? Ignoring Katie's hostility, Bradley Shenton smacked his lips and turned his attention to Caroline. Carol, could you step out for a moment? I need to talk to your mom alone. Caroline hesitated. However, she knew that her father rarely visited, so she decided to give them some space to talk. As she stood up from the chair, she warned Bradley, Don't make Mom angry. Bradley nodded in agreement, but Caroline looked back every few steps as she walked out of the ward. As soon as the door closed, Bradley's feigned concern vanished from his face. It was replaced by a cold and ruthless expression. Can't you just zip it? he said in a low voice. Katie's eyes filled with anger as she gritted her teeth. "Don't you dare use Caroline to pay off your debts again," Bradley sneered. "I spent money raising her, so what's wrong with asking her to help me out now? As long as you keep your mouth shut, nothing will happen to any of us. But if you tell anyone, don't blame me if Caroline ends up losing her job." Katie's hands clenched the bed sheets as she trembled with fury. "Bradley. You're heartless." Bradley remained indifferent. "That's right. I don't have a heart, so watch what you say. If you say anything you shouldn't, we'll all be in trouble." With that, Bradley strode out of the ward without looking back. As Bradley opened the door and caught sight of Caroline still standing there, his demeanor swiftly changed. "Carol, I'm off now. Please put the $4,000 on my tab. Consider it as though I borrowed it from you, okay?" Caroline, feeling exhausted, was about to respond, but Bradley hurriedly left before she could say a word. Caroline sighed, straightening herself up and preparing to head back to the ward. But just as she was about to leave, her phone buzzed in her pocket once more. Upon seeing Evan's name on the caller ID, Caroline's heart leaped, and she reflexively answered the call. Evan's voice on the other end of the line was deep and cold as he asked, "Where are you?" Caroline glanced toward the ward and replied quietly, "I'm dealing with an urgent matter." There was a moment of silence before Evan continued, "You didn't follow my instructions to take care of Daniela." Caroline's throat tightened. Was he calling to scold her? Still, he wasn't at the wrong here. As his personal secretary, it was her duty to carry out his instructions, even if she despised being treated like a plaything. It was her fault for not acting on the instructions he had given her earlier. "Novel bin." She murmured apologetically, "I'm sorry, Mr. Jordan. I'll inform the head of the fashion design department immediately." "No need for that. Caroline." As Evan was speaking, Caroline was interrupted by Scott's voice from behind her. As soon as Caroline turned around, Scott handed her a tablet of medicine. "Take this fever medicine and eat it. You look terrible." Caroline smiled faintly and took the medicine politely. "Thank you, Dr. Wilson. I'll transfer the money to you later." Scott smiled and pointed at the phone beside Caroline's ear. "Please, continue." Caroline nodded in response and asked again, "Mr. Jordan, what did you just say?" Caroline intended to resume her call with Evan. However, there was no response from Evan on the other end. After a while, she put down her phone and looked at the screen. It seemed that the call had ended at some point while she was talking to Scott. Caroline quickly made the call to the head of the fashion design department to pass on Evan's request, despite his previous dismissal before he hung up. The person on the other end was Paige Watson, who had graduated from the same university as Caroline. The two were good friends, hence the call was a casual one. "Carol, why are you worrying about her? She got off work right on time," Paige said annoyedly, causing Caroline to be stunned and speechless. Caroline's mind started racing. What did Evan mean by that call just now then? Meanwhile, after hanging up the phone, Evan sat in the car with a dark expression, his cold eyes filled with doubt. Why would Caroline take fever medicine? When did she have a fever, he wondered to himself. Even if she did have a fever, she was supposed to endure it and not take leave from work. It wasn't acceptable that she went off during office hours and told another man about her fever, especially behind his back. Dr. Wilson. That was his name, he muttered to himself. After pondering for a moment, Evan suddenly looked up at Ruben, who was driving. Does Caroline have a family member in the hospital? Ruben nodded. Yes, Ms. Shenton's mother was hospitalized due to uterine cancer. I'm not too sure about her condition now. Evan's frown deepened. Why didn't she say anything to me? Ruben couldn't help but curse under his breath. It's because you're always so headstrong around Miss Shenton. Of course, she wouldn't tell you anything. At that thought, Reuben decided to take the opportunity to put in a good word for Caroline. Mr. Jordan, Miss Shenton actually has it quite tough. Her family. Before Reuben could finish, Evan's phone interrupted him. It was Daniela calling. Earlier, Evan had asked Reuben to book a restaurant to celebrate finally finding Daniela, the woman he had been searching for years. Right now, they had arrived at the restaurant as the Maybach pulled up at the entrance. Chapter 7. Chapter 7. Why didn't you come home? Evan pushed aside his unwarranted concern and opened the car door with a cold expression. Arrange for medicine to be sent to her tonight, and inform the HR department to grant her 3 days off. Then, he unexpectedly added, hire an attendant to take care of her meals and daily needs during this period. Yes, sir. Reuben nodded and instinctively glanced at the French windows of the restaurant. As Reuben observed Daniela sitting in the upscale restaurant, ordering food with a radiant smile, he couldn't help but feel a whirlwind of emotions inside. Asterisk. That night, Caroline didn't return to Evan's villa. Instead, she took the medicine Dr. Wilson had given her and fell asleep on the hospital bed until she naturally woke up. When she woke up, she noticed a needle on the back of her hand. Katie, seeing that Caroline had awakened, quickly reminded her, Carol, don't move around. You have a fever. Dr. Wilson administered the 4-drip for you. Caroline nodded weakly as she propped herself up. What's the matter, dear? You didn't even tell me you had a fever, and you're wearing such a thin shirt. Katie reprimanded gently. Caroline felt a warmth in her heart upon hearing those words that were laced with care. She eased her furrowed brow and looked at Katie playfully. Mom, I'm hungry. Katie glared at Caroline and chided, the nurse will bring food later. Just hold on a little longer. You always miss meal times. You should make the effort to eat on time. Just as Katie finished speaking, her caregiver, Miss Hannah, entered the room with a thermos in hand. Noticing that Caroline was awake, she tilted her head towards the door and inquired, Carol, there are 2 handsome men at the door. Are they your friends? Caroline was taken aback. Friends. Caroline's mind went blank for a moment as Evan's figure suddenly flashed through her thoughts. Before she could utter a word, footsteps approached the door. Reuben emerged and addressed Caroline, Miss Shenton, please step outside for a moment. Caroline nodded and carefully removed the needle from the back of her hand before leaving the bed. Katie shouted anxiously, Carol, what are you doing? Mom, I'll explain later. With that, she followed Reuben out of the ward. She saw Evan standing there, smoking. His handsome face clouded as if someone had provoked him. Confused, Caroline stood before him and called out softly, Mr. Jordan. Evan shot her a cold gaze. Why didn't you come home last night? Lowering her gaze, Caroline replied, I was sick. Evan let out a disdainful scoff. Sick? Even your voice seems to have vanished. Why didn't you inform me at all? Caroline furrowed her brow. I fell asleep after taking the medicine. It wasn't my intention to keep it a secret. Suppressing the boiling anger within him, Evan's tone turned even colder. Are you sure that's the truth, or did you purposely want to be by another man's side and hide it from me? Caroline looked up at him in disbelief. What man? Evan narrowed his icy eyes that resembled a 1,000-year-old frigid lake, and sneered, shouldn't I be the one asking you that? Caroline. Before Caroline could unravel her boss's enigmatic thoughts, a familiar gentle voice called out to her. At that moment, Caroline suddenly recalled her conversation with Dr. Wilson the day before. That was right before her boss abruptly ended the phone call yesterday. Was Evan referring to Dr. Wilson? Caroline glanced up at Scott, who was approaching them, and then at Evan, whose eyes gleamed with mockery. That must be it. Otherwise, why would he be here today? Scott came closer and observed the bleeding back of Caroline's hand. It was a result of her hasty removal of the needle without applying pressure. Frowning, he cautioned Caroline, "You're bleeding. According to the time of your drip, it shouldn't have been finished yet." Caroline glanced down and quickly applied pressure to the needle puncture. "Thank you, Dr. Wilson. I'll take care of it." Scott sighed with concern and gently placed the back of his hand on Caroline's forehead. "The fever has subsided, but you still need to rest." Novel bin. Worried that Evan might misunderstand, Caroline swiftly averted her gaze. "I understand." Scott helplessly slipped his hands into his pockets and stood upright to face Evan, who was breathing heavily. In a gentle yet polite tone, he spoke, "Sir, the patient needs to rest. Please limit the duration of your conversation." Evan lifted his gaze and locked eyes with Scott. It's rare to encounter a doctor who can accurately measure a patient's temperature without relying on instruments. Scott smiled and replied, "That's thanks to my extensive clinical experience. It also saves time and allows me to respect the patient's need for adequate rest." Scott deliberately emphasized the words "respect the patient's need for rest." Caroline felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. She knew that Dr. Wilson was speaking up for her, but he was unaware of Evan's identity. Everyone in Angel Bay City was aware of her boss's ruthless nature. If he became displeased, the entire city would tremble under his wrath. If Dr. Wilson upset Evan, he could lose his job at any moment. "Dr. Wilson, this is my boss. Please, go back to work. I have some matters to discuss with my boss." Caroline hastily intervened, her words laced with urgency. Chapter 8. Chapter 8, Terminating the Contract Prematurely. Dr. Wilson averted his gaze and looked at Caroline. He nodded and departed. Recognizing it was inappropriate for him to linger, Reuben tactfully made his way to the elevator and patiently waited. The ensuing silence weighed heavily upon Caroline. She mustered the courage to speak, "Mr. Jordan. What do you gain from all this?" Evan coldly interjected. He turned away, his eyes hinting at mockery. "Do you expect my sympathy in return?" Caroline stood there, stunned. "Mr. Jordan, I don't understand what you mean." Evan lowered his gaze, peering down at Caroline, who stood a head shorter than him. His handsome face radiated an icy coldness. His eyes, like thin ice, reflected a frigid glint as he uttered with a chilling tone, "Don't you find your attempts to elicit sympathy and portray yourself as pitiful quite juvenile? Or perhaps you feel that what I have provided you with isn't enough, and now you seek connections with a doctor to secure free treatment for your mother." Evan's words pierced Caroline's heart like a knife. The pain was suffocating, almost unbearable. She hadn't even known about her fever, so how could she have feigned it? It was clear now. Right from the start, she was nothing more than a crass fortune hunter in his eyes. Caroline clenched her fists, determined to maintain composure. She forced a smile and inquired, "Mr. Jordan, what kind of response do you expect from me?" Caroline's distant and bureaucratic reply fueled Evan's anger. Closing in on Caroline, he took a step forward, his sharp eyes prying into her emotions. "If it's money you want, then perform your job diligently. And if you dare to engage in an ambiguous relationship with another man before our relationship ends, you'd better be ready to accept the consequences." Caroline's nails nearly pierced her palms, yet her tone remained calm. "Mr. Jordan, the contract terms are clear. Once the person you sought returns, the contract terminates, granting me freedom to pursue someone else." Finally, Caroline showed her true temper. Rarely did she challenge Evan, and in his eyes, she should submit unquestioningly. This was the first time Caroline had fiercely stood up to him. Evan's towering figure loomed over her, his iron-like fingers gripping her chin. "Caroline, have you become bolder?" Tears welled up in Caroline's eyes. After years of obedience, Could her defiance truly provoke such fury? A cold smile played on Caroline's lips. "Thank you for the compliment, Mr. Jordan." Evan tightened his grip. "You want to terminate the contract prematurely, don't you?" "Caroline, I won't allow it." With that, Evan released his hold. In an instant, anger transformed into disgust in his gaze as he forcefully pushed Caroline away and strode off. Caroline, pressed against the wall, slowly sank down as tears streamed down her face. Asterisk. Caroline gathered herself and made her way back to the ward. After spending a few more hours with her mother, she returned to her humble abode. Her family's house was situated in an aging neighborhood. The house she had purchased for her mother earlier had been sold by her father to settle his debts. Now, all that remained was this dilapidated and cramped dwelling, barely spanning 60 square meters. Caroline ascended to the second floor and opened the door. Immediately, the stench of alcohol assaulted her senses. Novel bin. Standing in the doorway, she surveyed the scattered wine bottles on the floor and let out a weary sigh. After tidying up, Caroline settled herself in front of her computer. Just then, a message popped up. "Gee, you're taking too long this time. My boss is on the verge of losing his temper." Caroline replied. "I apologize. I've been occupied lately. Please give me another half an hour." After sending her response, Caroline buried her head in the fashion design draft she had been working on halfway. In addition to her role as Evan's personal secretary, Caroline would also take on freelance fashion design projects during her free time to earn extra income. The other party swiftly replied. "Gee, with your exceptional talent in design, if you pursue it wholeheartedly, you could become an internationally renowned designer in no time. Why do you still insist on following Mr. Jordan?" Caroline responded with a bitter smile. "Quick money." Her mother's medical expenses amounted to tens of thousands every month, and her father's outstanding debts reached hundreds of thousands. She had no other choice. Asterisk. After attending to her responsibilities, Caroline noticed that there was still some time left. She grabbed her bag and hurriedly made her way to the office. Just as she stepped out of the elevator, she bumped into Evan and Daniela. Concern evident in her voice, Daniela asked, "Ms. Shenton, are you feeling better now?" Caroline avoided looking directly at Evan and responded to Daniela, "I'm feeling much better. Thank you for your concern." Daniela's smile was sweet and kind. "You're welcome. The sooner you recover, the sooner you'll be able to share some of Mr. Jordan's burdens." As she spoke, Daniela delicately tucked a strand of her long hair behind her ear, revealing the red mole on her petite earlobe. She cast a gentle sideway glance at Evan. "Mr. Jordan, why don't we bring back some food for Ms. Shenton during dinner later?" Evan's expression turned cold. "No need. She's an adult and perfectly capable of taking care of her own meals." With that, he firmly grasped Daniela's wrist and walked into the elevator. Caroline tactfully stepped back and calmly brushed past them. However, as she entered the office, a bitter smile formed on her lips. "I shouldn't have come back to the office at this hour." Caroline's heart ached as she remembered the effortless interaction between the two, seemingly unaware of anyone else around them. Chapter 9. Chapter 9 Unpresentable. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Caroline sent the updated schedule to Evan before leaving the office. As she stepped out, she noticed Ruben waiting by the car. Seeing Caroline, Ruben approached her and said, "Mr. Jordan asked me to send you back to rest." Caroline declined, "No need. I'll go home on my own." Ruben hesitated before continuing, "Ms. Shenton, there's something I'm not sure I should tell you." Caroline looked up, her voice weak as she replied, "Go ahead. Mr. Jordan knows that you're sick, so he specially hired an attendant to take care of you, and that person is already waiting at Villa Rosa." Caroline furrowed her brow. What was his intention? Did he want to be with Daniela while continuing their relationship? Caroline sneered inwardly. She would never stoop so low as to agree to share a husband with another woman. Just as she was about to refuse again, Reuben lowered his voice and added, "Miss Shenton, Ms. Love's identity has not been confirmed yet. Are you sure you don't want to fight for yourself?" Caroline let out a bitter laugh. "Reuben, in this day and age, money holds more importance than relationships." After saying this, Caroline walked around Reuben and left. Sighing, Reuben got into the car. He glanced at his superior sitting behind him and reported, "Mr. Jordan, Ms. Shenton is unwilling to go back." Evan pursed his lips tightly and spoke solemnly, "Then there's no need for her to go back. Tomorrow, throw out all her belongings and make sure she disappears as far away as possible." Reuben replied, "Yes," with a heavy heart. Asterisk. The next day arrived. Caroline was awakened by a knock on the door. She got up, went to open it, and found Reuben standing there with 2 large cardboard boxes. Caroline understood what was inside. She looked down for a moment, then silently moved the boxes inside. Once that was done, Caroline stood upright and said in an indifferent tone, "Thank you, Reuben. I don't have any food or snacks to offer you, so I won't keep you." Reuben opened his mouth to say something, but before he could speak, Caroline closed the door mercilessly. When he returned to Villa Rosa, Reuben informed Evan, who was drinking coffee on the sofa, "Mr. Jordan, Ms. Shenton's belongings have been sent back." Evan did not say anything. He put down his coffee and continued flipping through the contract in his hands. Reuben couldn't help but speak up, "Mr. Jordan, about where Ms. Shenton lives?" Before he could finish, Evan's phone suddenly rang. Evan put the phone on speaker, and Daniela's light laughter filled the room. "Evan, let's skip going out for lunch today. I've prepared something delicious for you." Evan's expression softened. "What delicious food did you make?" Hearing their conversation, Reuben couldn't help but feel that it was a good thing Ms. Shenton didn't return. After ending the call, Evan glanced at Reuben. "How's the investigation on Daniela going?" Reuben replied, "I've already contacted Daniela's adoptive parents. We should receive news soon." Evan narrowed his eyes. Although Daniela could recall the past events, her personality now seemed completely different from what he remembered. He wanted to uncover what had happened to her all these years. Asterisk. The moment Caroline entered her office, she looked through the glass separating her office and Evan's office, and noticed Daniela sitting in Evan's office. Just then, Daniela happened to look up and saw Caroline. A smile appeared in her eyes as she picked up the thermos lunchbox on the table in front of her and approached Caroline's office. "Ms. Shenton, this is for you." Caroline's gaze landed on the lunchbox. She calmly replied, "Thank you, Ms. Love, but I've already eaten." Ignoring Caroline's response, Daniela proceeded to place the lunchbox on the desk. Then, she sat down in front of Caroline, her eyes focusing on Caroline's earlobe. "What a coincidence. We both have a red mole on our earlobes." Caroline remained silent, understanding the implication behind Daniela's words. Resting her chin on her hands, Daniela smiled sweetly. "Ms. Shenton, since I just got together with Evan, I'm not quite familiar with his preferences. Could you share some insights with me?" Caroline was in the midst of organizing some documents. Hearing that, she paused briefly and said, "Why don't you ask him yourself?" Daniela expressed a hint of regret. "Oh, what a shame. I wanted to surprise him and get to know him better." Caroline stood up straight and looked directly at Daniela. "I'm sorry, but I have no interest in whatever it is that is going on between the two of you, Novel Ben." After saying that, Caroline glanced at her watch and offered a reminder, "Ms. Love, considering that you were personally recruited and promoted by Mr. Jordan, I suggest you work diligently to prevent other employees from gossiping about Mr. Jordan." Daniela's smile froze, and a hint of coldness appeared in her eyes. How dare Caroline use Evan to pressure her? She took a deep breath and slowly stood up. Miss Shenton, I hope you remember this fakes will never be presentable, as they will never, ever measure up. With that, Daniela slammed the door and left. Asterisk. In the evening, Caroline hurried to the hospital after work. By chance, she spotted Scott standing by her mother's ward's entrance, engaged in conversation with a nurse. Caroline approached him and nodded lightly. Just as she was about to enter the ward, Scott stopped her. Caroline, your mother just fell asleep after last night's chemotherapy. It's best not to disturb her right now. Upon hearing this, Caroline decided to inquire about her mother's condition instead. Considering it's the 5th stage of chemotherapy, how is my mother doing? Scott offered reassurance. Try not to worry too much. The surgery was performed early, so the recovery has been better than expected. Caroline sighed with relief. Regarding the funds I transferred earlier, is there enough to cover the expenses? Scott looked puzzled. Didn't you deposit an additional $140,000 just yesterday? Chapter 10. Chapter 10 I will return it to you. Caroline blinked in disbelief. In a flash, she understood. She quickly grabbed her phone and dialed Ruben's number. Yes, Ms. Shenton. Caroline asked urgently, did Mr. Jordan pay for my mother's medical bills? Ruben responded, yes, Mr. Jordan didn't want me to tell you. He transferred $140,000 into your mother's account as soon as he arrived at the hospital yesterday. Upon receiving the confirmation, Caroline immediately dialed Evan's number. Mr. Jordan, where are you? Evan's tone remained cold. What do you want? I will return your $140,000 to you. Caroline declared firmly. Evan sneered dismissively. Come to Villa Rosa. With that, he abruptly ended the call. Caroline held onto her phone, deep in thought. After a moment, she made up her mind and headed out of the hospital. Asterisk. When she arrived at Villa Rosa, Caroline stepped into the darkened villa. She searched around the wall for the light switch. Before she could reach it, a familiar presence enveloped her, and she felt a strong arm wrap around her waist. Without warning, she was lifted off her feet and carried toward the sofa by Evan. Anxious, Caroline struggled against his embrace. Mr. Jordan. I came here to discuss returning the money. Evan remained silent. It was only when he placed Caroline on the sofa and forcefully pushed her down that he spoke in a deep, commanding voice. Quiet. His words lingered heavily in the air as Evan deftly unbuttoned Caroline's bra, his lips descending upon her with a dominant kiss. In the aftermath of their intimate encounter, Caroline endured the lingering soreness in her body and hastily covered herself with her clothes. Slowly sitting up, her voice was low and filled with bitterness. Aren't you concerned that Daniela will be jealous if she finds out? She asked. Evan casually lit a cigarette, the smoke curling between his lips. That's none of your business, he replied. Biting her lip, Caroline mustered her courage and said, I will return the $140,000 to you. Evan exhaled a cloud of smoke. His gaze pierced through her as he sneered, and how do you plan to repay me? With your body. Feeling a deep sense of humiliation, Caroline clutched her clothes tightly. With a firm voice, she said, that's my own business. Evan's lips curled into a sarcastic smile as he spoke, his words dripping with condescension. $70,000 is your commission, and the other $70,000 is payment for our little session just now. Since you claim to care only about money and not relationships, all you need to do is obey me to get what you desire. You have no right to question any decision I make. Caroline felt as if she had been slapped by an invisible force. The sting of his words resonated deeply within her. Indeed, in his eyes, she was merely someone who valued money above all else. What right did she have to resist and stand up for herself? Asterisk. On Friday, after handling some work at the company, Caroline purchased some food and headed to the hospital to be with her mother. On the way there, she received a call from an unknown number. As soon as she picked up the call, her father's panicked voice pierced her ears. "Novel bin. Carol. Come and save me. They're going to chop off my fingers. Please, save Daddy." Caroline's expression changed drastically. Before she could respond, the unsettling laughter of an unfamiliar man filled the line. "Miss Shenton, is it? Your father lost $14,000 in our casino today. You see, he doesn't have the money to repay us, so we had no choice but to call you." "I don't have the money." Caroline clenched her teeth, her anger evident in her reply. Even if she possessed the funds, she would never surrender them. Her father's selfishness and his relentless cycle of indulgence had become unbearable. "No money." The man's laughter grew louder. "Then, let's proceed." In the next moment, her father's agonized screams echoed through the phone, "My fingers! My fingers!" Caroline's body tensed, and her complexion grew increasingly pale. She had believed the perpetrators were merely issuing threats. She never imagined they would carry out such a gruesome act. "So, will you reconsider repaying the $14,000, the man taunted once more. "I don't have that much. Please, can we negotiate?" Before Caroline could complete her sentence, a chilling order was given: "Chop off his hand." Her heart sank as she listened to her father's despairing cries, filled with terror and helplessness. A surge of fear and desperation coursed through her veins, and she urgently pleaded, "Stop. I'll give you the money. Just send me the address, and I'll come right away." The man's laughter echoed sinisterly. "Very well, I'll send it to you. If you fail to show up, your father will be left crippled and worthless." As the call ended, Caroline clutched her phone tightly, her hands trembling uncontrollably. Despite her father's faults, she couldn't bear to witness his life being taken away before her eyes. Checking her bank balance, which held less than $14,000, she hesitated for a moment before making a difficult decision. She had to reach out to Evan. Asterisk. Meanwhile, at the opulent Fees Casino. Within an extravagant VIP room adorned with luxury and decadence, several young men lounged around a lavish table, accompanied by stunning hostesses at their sides. In the center of it all sat a man exuding an air of elegance and regality. His face basked in the enchanting glow of shimmering lights, as if he were touched by a divine radiance, captivating all who beheld him. The woman by his side clung to his coat, her gaze fixated on his profile with unwavering devotion. Each beat of her heart intensified her infatuation, drawing her deeper into his spellbinding allure. Daniela understood all too well that as long as she stood beside this man who was capable of wielding power over the entirety of Angel Bay City with a mere gesture, she would forever be shielded. No one would dare to threaten or mistreat her in any way. The allure of boundless wealth and unending glory proved irresistible to her. How could she not be enticed? No matter what, she had to find a way to become the sole woman by Evan's side. Just as Daniela reached for a cigarette to offer it to Evan, she felt a vibration emanating from the coat resting on her arm. Trapped in Love #Chapter 11, read Trapped in Love. Chapter 11. Chapter 11. Chapter 11. Find out where she is. Daniela extended her hand toward Evan's phone, ready to pass it to him. However, as she glanced at the caller ID displaying Caroline's name, a glimmer of coldness flickered in her eyes. She hesitated briefly, then swiftly ended the call and slipped the phone back into Evan's coat, feigning nonchalance. Meanwhile, Caroline remained frozen in place, her mind reeling, as she witnessed the abrupt termination of the call. Was he too occupied to answer? With determination, Caroline clenched her teeth and hailed a taxi to make her way to the casino. She desperately hoped Evan would return her call. Asterisk. An hour passed. Caroline stepped out of the car and stood at the entrance of the opulent casino. Determined, she made her way through the bustling lobby, seeking directions that led her to room 02. Taking a deep breath, she gathered her courage and pushed open the door. As the door creaked open, a pungent combination of smoke and the scent of blood assaulted her senses. Several menacing-looking men sat inside the private room, and her father knelt on the floor, his face drained of color. His injured hand, missing several fingers, was hastily wrapped in blood-soaked gauze. At the sound of the door, Bradley weakly lifted his head. His eyes were filled with desperation to survive. "Carol. Save me, please." Instantly, all of Caroline's anger dissipated upon seeing her father's distress. She hurriedly moved toward Bradley, only to be blocked by an imposing figure. "Miss Shenton, what's the rush?" "Pay up first," sneered a man with a repulsive scar on his face, puffing on a cigar. His gaze lingered on Caroline's body. The despicable greed in his eyes sent shivers down her spine. Suppressing the fear and anger welling up inside her, Caroline turned her gaze toward the scar-faced man. "Release my father first, and then I'll give you the money." The scar-faced man was direct in his response. With a dismissive wave of his hand, the men holding onto Bradley released their grip. Simultaneously, Bradley stumbled to his feet and hastily made his way toward Caroline, his eyes brimming with gratitude for surviving the ordeal. "Carol. I'll make my escape now. You stay and return the money for me." And just like that, he left Caroline behind and ran off without a single glance back. "Miss Shenton, what a wonderful father you got there," mocked the voices around her, accompanied by laughter. Caroline's eyes met with the scar-faced man's gaze, enduring the heartless abandonment by her own father. "At the moment, I only have $7,000 with me. Could you find it in your heart to grant me 2 more days to accumulate the funds?" The smile on the scar-faced man's face froze in an instant. In the next breath, he forcefully slammed his wine glass onto the table, shattering it into countless fragments. "How dare you negotiate with me to release him when you ain't got a single penny on you?" Caroline trembled but managed to gather her composure. "I just need 1 day." The scar-faced man bellowed, "Fuck you." His eyes narrowed as he scrutinized Caroline. "Since you don't have the money, use your body to repay the debt." Caroline's face drained of color as she took a step back. "I'll call the police if any of you try anything." "The police?" The scar-faced man laughed, pulling out his phone and throwing it onto the table. "Go ahead. I ain't afraid of no police." Caroline gulped nervously. She knew deep down that calling the police wouldn't solve her predicament, but she couldn't allow herself to be caught by them. Otherwise, she would either end up crippled, or dead. Quickly, Caroline reached into her pocket and pressed the shutdown button on her phone 3 times in quick succession. Then, she inched back cautiously, and seizing the moment when their attention was diverted, she swiftly turned and bolted toward the exit. "Get her!" An enraged shout echoed behind her. Just as Caroline managed to twist the doorknob open, someone forcefully grabbed her hair and yanked her back. "Ah!" Caroline's cry of pain echoed through the room as she was brutally thrown into the pool of blood, a grim reminder of her father's abuse. The throbbing ache quickly radiated through her limbs and bones, causing Caroline's vision to blur from intense dizziness. She struggled to prop herself up. And just as her vision got a little clearer, her eyes widened in horror as she saw the bald man advancing toward her with menacing steps. Before she could fully rise, a harsh slap landed across her face. It unleashed a symphony of ringing in her ears and searing pain on her cheek, nearly knocking her out. With her scalp tingling, Caroline forced herself to raise her head. "Trying to run? You ain't getting away from me. If I don't leave you broken and shattered tonight, I ain't worth the dirt beneath my boots," the bald man sneered, pulling back his hand and ripping at Caroline's garments. The chilling sensation on her chest snapped Caroline back to reality. Her eyes widened, and she let out a despairing scream, "No! No!" Meanwhile, in the corridor outside the private room, Ruben hastily grasped his phone and barged right into Evan's private VIP room. His intrusion disrupted the tranquility of the VIPs, earning disapproving frowns from them. However, Evan's face darkened. He knew that Ruben wouldn't have acted so rashly without urgent cause. He loosened his tie, his voice cold and commanding, "Speak." Ruben's expression turned grave. "Mr. Jordan, something has happened to Miss Shenton." Evan's features hardened, and his eyes turned dark. "Find out where she is." Ruben quickly nodded, his fingers flying across his phone. Soon, he pinpointed Caroline's location. "Novel bin." He looked up at Evan in shock. "She's next door." Without hesitation, Evan rose abruptly, and a clueless Daniela hurriedly followed behind. Chapter 12. Evan kicked open the door of room 02. Caroline's bloodied and swollen face trapped beneath a bald person ignited a blazing fury within Evan. His intense black eyes exuded a bloodthirsty and ruthless aura, chilling to the bone. He marched toward the bald man and effortlessly kicked him aside. Snatching a nearby wine bottle, he viciously smashed it against the man's head. His chilling presence, akin to the god of death descending, silenced everyone present. No one dared to intervene as Ruben shattered the surrounding wine bottles and approached Evan with the coat. Evan turned around and draped his coat over Caroline's battered body. As he wrapped Caroline in his embrace, he noticed tears streaming down her cheeks. His heart unconsciously skipped a beat. He tightened his embrace, commanding Ruben in a cold tone, "Destroy him." Ruben nodded, saying, "With pleasure, Mr. Jordan." Meanwhile, Daniela stood at the door in utter disbelief. She watched as Evan carried Caroline past her with a cold indifference. Her initial shock turned into a mix of reluctance and envy. Asterisk. Back at Villa Rosa, upon seeing Caroline drenched in blood and injured, Lily Smith's legs trembled in fear. "Mr. Jordan, Miss Shenton." "Get a female doctor," Evan ordered as he carried Caroline upstairs. When he arrived at the room, he gently laid Caroline on the bed, her unconsciousness evident. As his gaze fell upon the bloodstains and swollen marks on her face, his eyes brimmed with profound ruthlessness. Soon, Lily led a female doctor to the room. After examining Caroline's condition, the doctor reassured Evan, saying, "Other than the physical injuries, Miss Shenton appears to be fine." Finally feeling some relief, Evan spoke in a low voice, "Miss Smith, please escort the doctor out." Lily complied and guided the doctor to the door. Once the door closed, Evan took out his phone and dialed Ruben's number. With narrowed eyes and an icy tone, he commanded, "Retrieve the surveillance video from that private room immediately and investigate what happened." No one was allowed to harm one of his own. Asterisk. When Caroline opened her eyes in exhaustion the next day, Lily entered the room with a bowl of hot soup. "Miss Shenton, you're awake." Caroline's dry throat prevented her from speaking, so she nodded faintly in response. "Novel bin." Lily put the bowl of hot soup down and carefully helped Caroline to sit up. "Miss Shenton, Mr. Jordan cares about you deeply. After the doctor left, he stayed with you until almost dawn before returning to his room to rest." Soon, memories began flooding back to Caroline. She vaguely recalled Evan carrying her away before she lost consciousness. However, his decision to stay with her for the entire night exceeded her expectations. Despite how touched she was, Caroline quickly suppressed her feelings when she thought of Daniela. Evan's kindness toward her might just be a result of their 3-year relationship, nothing more. Furthermore, Daniela was now the one who held the place beside him. Caroline pushed aside the blanket, intending to get out of bed when the bedroom door swung open. Evan appeared before her, dressed in dark home attire. Despite its casual nature, his noble and chilly aura remained unmistakable. He tilted his head to look at Lily. "You may leave us." Consequently, Lily withdrew her hand and stopped assisting Caroline, complying with Evan's request and exiting the room. Caroline watched Evan approach, her gratitude unspoken. If only he had answered the call the previous night, sparing her humiliation. Still, in the end, he was the one who rescued her. "Caroline, you're quite something, aren't you?" he remarked, his expression icy. Confused, Caroline looked up at him. What did he mean by that? Evan drew closer, fiercely gripping her chin. "You were willing to use your body to repay the debt. Why? Wasn't what I gave you enough?" Caroline furrowed her brows tightly, suppressing the pain as she hoarsely replied, "I never intended to use my body to repay the debt. They were the ones. You know what kind of place Fee's Casino is." Evan's fury consumed him, his voice a low roar. "You told them you didn't have the money. Were you hoping they would exempt you from the debt using another method?" Caroline was taken aback. "I asked for a 2-day extension last night." Evan's black eyes turned chillingly cold. "The surveillance video captures your conversation clearly. Yet, you still deny it in front of me." Caroline locked eyes with him, her gaze firm. "Evan, I have no reason to deny such accusations. Stop trying to tarnish my name." "Tarnish your name?" Evan dragged her out of bed and brought her to the computer in the study. He played the surveillance video provided by Ruben. As Caroline watched the scene from the private room, it felt like a nightmare unfolding before her. Her body trembled uncontrollably. However, her face turned ashen when she realized the part where she asked for the 2-day extension was missing. The remaining dialogue twisted the narrative, portraying Caroline as someone who deliberately sought them out, attempting to evade her debt by offering herself to them instead. Chapter 13. How do you explain yourself? Evan's voice boomed above Caroline, dripping with cold sarcasm. She offered a bitter smile. How else could she possibly explain it? The surveillance video had clearly been manipulated, but she lacked any evidence to prove it. Say something. His angry roar made her involuntarily tremble. Overwhelmed by a profound sense of injustice, she helplessly closed her eyes. What else can I say? Her indifferent response only fueled his frustration and annoyance. She always responded this way. Whenever she couldn't defend herself, she would surrender, leaving herself at the mercy of others. She had done the same in the surveillance video, as well as now, standing in front of him. Novel bin. Disgusted, he averted his gaze and issued a cold warning. From now on, you are not permitted to leave the villa, except for work. Caroline looked up at him in disbelief. Who are you to take away my freedom? I am your superior. With those words, Evan stormed out and slammed the door behind him. Caroline was left speechless on the spot. The dull ache in her heart reminded her of how inferior her status was. Battling physical and mental exhaustion, she steadied herself by leaning against the table. Suddenly, her eyes caught sight of a locked drawer in the center. She stared at it, entranced. She knew all too well what lay inside the source of Evan's vulnerability. It was the place where he once tightly embraced her while he was drunk. In a moment of exhaustion, he murmured, "Caroline, everyone thinks I'm invincible, but do you know where my weakness lies? It's in the drawer in the study. Every time I open it, my heart is consumed by excruciating pain." That was the first time she witnessed him being so disappointed and dejected. At that time, she remained unaware of what was kept inside the drawer. She couldn't fathom what had caused such desperation in a formidable man. However, now, a sense of realization washed over her. The contents of the drawer must be connected to Daniela. After all, Evan had been desperately searching for her. The thought of it intensified Caroline's anguish. After breakfast, Caroline wanted to go to the hospital to visit her mom, Katie. As she opened the villa door, She came face to face with Reuben. "Miss Shenton, Mr. Jordan has instructed that you can't leave unless it's for something important," he stated. Caroline frowned. "I want to go to the hospital to see my mother." Reuben took out his phone. "I need to ask for his approval." Her anger intensified as she watched him dial Evan's number. Had she somehow offended him? Even if the events in the surveillance video were true, he would simply be more disgusted and want her gone. So why was he forcing her to stay? Reuben hung up the phone. "Miss Shenton, let me give you a ride." Suppressing her frustration, Caroline walked past him and got into the car. 30 minutes later, they arrived at the hospital. Reuben accompanied her to the ward and paused at the door as she entered. Caroline's eyes welled up with tears upon seeing her mother in the ward, weakly eating stew. She pulled her mask up to cover her red and swollen face before approaching her mother. "Mom." Katie looked up wearily and managed a smile. "Carol, you're here." Then, she frowned. "Why are you wearing a mask?" Caroline sat down beside Katie. "I caught a cold. I don't want to risk infecting you." Katie inquired, "Are you still running a fever?" Caroline reassured her, "I'm fine. Just focus on taking care of yourself." Asterisk. After spending some time with Katie, Caroline decided it was best to leave. Katie had just undergone chemotherapy and needed rest. Caroline didn't want to disturb her mother's recovery. As she exited the ward, she noticed Reuben still standing by the door. Coincidentally, Scott approached with a nurse by his side. His face brightened upon seeing Caroline. Before he could say anything, Reuben positioned himself between them. Her gaze now blocked, Caroline glared at Reuben, displeased. "What is the meaning of this?" Reuben responded, "Miss Shenton, Mr. Jordan has forbidden you from interacting with any men." Caroline trembled with anger. "Dr. Wilson is my mother's attending physician. Our conversations solely revolve around my mother's condition." Reuben offered no response. He turned to face Scott. "Dr. Wilson, I suggest you refrain from discussing any irrelevant matters, other than her mother's illness, if you don't want to cause trouble." A furrow formed on Scott's forehead. He spoke earnestly, "What do you mean?" Reuben retorted, "I have no obligation to answer any of your questions." Scott then shifted his gaze to Caroline, who stood behind Reuben. "Caroline, are you in trouble?" Caroline bit her lip and shook her head. "No, I'm fine. Goodbye." With clenched fists, she walked towards the elevator. She couldn't reveal her situation, nor did she want to bring trouble upon Scott. Once inside the car, Caroline received a WhatsApp message from Scott. Scott wrote, "Are you in some kind of trouble?" Caroline replied, "No, please take good care of my mother." Scott responded with a sighing emoji. "We're friends. Let me know if anything happens. I can help you." However, Caroline politely declined his offer. "I'm fine. Thank you, Dr. Wilson." Asterisk. It was a Monday morning. After waking up, Caroline freshened up and came downstairs. She spotted Evan seated at the dining table, sipping his coffee. It had been 2 days since they last saw each other. She approached the table and took a seat opposite him. After contemplating for a moment, she questioned, "When will you stop having them monitor me?" Evan looked up at her. "Listen to me and remain here if you want your mother's medical expenses to be taken care of. I've always paid for my mother's medical fees with my salary." Caroline erupted in anger. Over the years, she had relied on her hard-earned salary to settle her father's debt and cover her mother's medical bills. Why was he now using her mother's medical expenses as a threat? Evan sneered. "You're free to leave if you want to forfeit this job." Caroline instantly clenched her fists tightly. "You're blackmailing me." "So, what?" Evan responded indifferently. "Do you think you can survive without this job?" He could provide her with a salary far superior to other employees, but in return, she had to be obedient. However, lately, she had been growing defiant. She smiled warmly at a male doctor to settle her mother's medical expenses. She even sought favor from individuals in the casino to repay her father's debt. As long as she asked him, he could fulfill all her needs. Yet, she never did. He wondered how long she could stubbornly hold her ground in front of him. Chapter 14. Caroline gazed helplessly at his dignified and handsome face. Unable to find a way to break through their discussion about money, she decided to shift the conversation to a different topic. "Aren't you concerned that Daniela would be hurt or angry if she found out about all this?" she asked cautiously, studying his expression. Regrettably, he replied with a stoic expression, "That's not your concern." Asterisk. The next day at 8 o'clock in the office, Caroline excused herself to use the restroom while Evan was in a meeting. She accidentally bumped into Daniela, who was washing her hands. Caroline quickly averted her gaze after glancing at Daniela, but Daniela smiled and remarked, "Ms. Shenton, you're quite dedicated. Coming to work even after being beaten up so severely." Caroline's hand stiffened. Was Daniela present that night? Could it be that Evan rejected the call because of Daniela's presence? With a composed expression, she replied, "Ms. Love, please refrain from meddling in my affairs." But Daniela's smile only grew brighter. "Didn't Evan get angry at you?" Caroline straightened her posture and regarded Daniela with a cold gaze. "What exactly are you trying to insinuate?" Deliberately, Daniela took a tissue to dry her hands. "If my assumptions are correct, Evan must despise you now, doesn't he? After all, no one appreciates a woman who tries to settle a gambling debt with her body." In that instant, Caroline understood the implications behind Daniela's words as she recollected the altered surveillance video. Daniela had set her up. How could she do that? "It's all because of her that I'm now subjected to such humiliation and surveillance." What a bitch. The more Caroline thought about it, the angrier she became. "Daniela, do you have a grudge against me?" Caroline demanded. A smirk formed on Daniela's face as she stepped forward. "Of course, I have a grudge against you. You're attempting to snatch my man, Caroline. Can't you see how furious I am? You seem completely oblivious to it. Novel bin. Why would you dare pursue the man I desire? Seeing as how your family is nothing but a bottomless pit, do you really think any man in this world would genuinely give you his heart?" Caroline suddenly found Daniela's arrogant behavior amusing. She replied calmly, "What's the matter, Ms. Love? Feeling threatened by my abilities, academic qualifications, and appearance? Is that why you can only mock me by referencing my family?" Hearing that, Daniela's face contorted into a hideous expression. Caroline shot Daniela a disgusted side glance before heading out of the washroom. To her surprise, Daniela quickly followed and forcefully grabbed her hand. Instinctively, Caroline pushed her away, and in the next moment, a scream pierced the air. Caroline swiftly turned around to find Daniela lying on the floor. Struggling with pain, Daniela looked at Caroline with a pained expression. "Ms. Shenton, why would you do this to me?" Caroline was at a loss for words. What was Daniela trying to achieve? Tears welled up in her eyes as Daniela continued, "I was concerned about you and just wanted to see your face injury. Why did you push me?" Caroline let out a cold laugh. As she was about to respond, she heard footsteps approaching from behind. What is going on here? Upon hearing the cold yet familiar voice, Caroline's heart skipped a beat. She turned around to see Evan walking toward Daniela. With tears streaming down her face, Daniela threw herself into Evan's arms. "Evan, my legs hurt so much." "I know." Evan lifted her up and shot Caroline a chilling glare before heading toward the office. Caroline's heart sank as she watched their retreating figures. One of them was acting a role, while the other willingly believed it? Suddenly, she found herself cast as the unexpected villain in this twisted narrative. As she walked into the office, two colleagues passing by couldn't resist mocking her. "Miss Shenton, you're getting what you deserve. I thought she was on her way up. Turns out, she's just a substitute for Ms. Love. How absurd." Caroline gave them a cold glance. "If your performance at the end of the month doesn't meet the required standard, I can make sure you leave anytime." With her head held high, she walked back to her office. Asterisk. After work, Reuben gave Caroline a ride back to Villa Rosa. Lily had prepared dinner for her. As Caroline washed her hands and sat at the dining table, Lily smiled and said, "Miss Shenton, you're so fortunate." Caroline was taken aback and looked at Lily in confusion. "Me?" Lily nodded and explained, "Yes, you. Mr. Jordan told me that you enjoy these dishes, so he asked me to cook them before you came home." Caroline looked down at the dishes in front of her. They were indeed her favorites. But what did it matter if they were her favorites? She had lost her freedom. She ate a few bites casually, lacking appetite, and then prepared to head upstairs. However, just as she reached the top of the stairs, Evan walked into the villa. Chapter 15. Lily immediately went to greet him. "Mr. Jordan, welcome back." Evan handed his coat to her. "Where is she?" Lily replied, "Miss Shenton just went upstairs. She didn't eat much. It seems like she's in a bad mood." Evan furrowed his brows. He hadn't even asked her why she pushed Daniela, yet she was already in a sour mood. Glancing at the nearly untouched dishes on the table, he ascended the stairs with a cold expression and knocked on the door without much emotion. Shortly after, Caroline opened the door. Observing the cold man standing outside, she asked nonchalantly, "Mr. Jordan, is there something I can assist you with?" Evan grew irritated at her distant demeanor. "Shouldn't you provide me with an explanation?" he questioned. Caroline kept her gaze lowered. "I don't know what you're talking about." Evan narrowed his eyes. "Caroline, stop asking the obvious and testing my patience, novel bin." However, Caroline chuckled. Suddenly, she lifted her head and stared directly at him. "Well, even if I had the courage to do so, would you believe me?" Evan responded icily, "So, that's why you refuse to explain?" "Caroline, she sprained her ankle because of you." Caroline struggled to contain her laughter. He had already deemed her guilty from the very beginning, so what was the point of asking so many questions? Caroline faked a smile. "You posed the question yourself. You just want me to confess that I pushed her, right? Well, there you have it. I'm such a wicked woman." Didn't he despise her for having relationships with other men? Didn't he sympathize with his first love? Since he despised her so, he should just drive her away. Witnessing her exuding confidence even after admitting her mistake only fueled his anger further. He forcefully grabbed her, pulling her into an unwelcome embrace. Forcing his lips upon hers, he kissed her aggressively and delivered a painful bite. A cry of pain escaped Caroline's lips, and the taste of blood filled their mouths. Her tried to push him away, but her futile attempts were met with an even tighter grip as he continued to trap her in his arms. In that heart-wrenching moment, she realized she was nothing more than an object for his amusement. Bitter tears streamed down her face as she resigned herself to endure his cruel treatment. Suddenly, feeling the wetness of her tears, he abruptly released his grip. A mix of sorrow and turmoil filled his eyes as he saw the tears clinging to her long eyelashes. His brows furrowing deeply with a blend of concern and inner conflict. He couldn't help but feel that something was slipping through his fingers. However, that fleeting thought quickly gave way to a surge of anger, evident in the intensity of his gaze. His voice dropped to a menacing tone as he bellowed, "Does it pain you so much to share a kiss with me?" Caroline remained silent with her head bowed and her feet rooted to the spot. Witnessing her stubbornness, he spun around and stormed away in a fit of rage. Before long, the sound of a car engine resonated from downstairs. She looked out of the window in a daze. Once, she had been willing to be a substitute, but now she realized her limits. She refused to become a home wrecker. Asterisk. Meanwhile, inside the confines of the private room at the Wild Sides Club, two men exchanged dismayed glances as Evan entered. They endured the stifling tension and icy atmosphere, sitting in silence for a while. Eventually, one of them could no longer contain his curiosity. Alex Price approached Evan and remarked, "Evan, did you once again find the wrong person?" Evan shot him a cold glare. "Watch your tongue." Alex promptly fell silent and shot a quick glance at Lucas Jensen, who was seated nearby. Lucas nodded and spoke up, "Evan, why didn't you bring your secretary along today?" A shadow cast over Evan's face. "Mention her again, and you're gonna miss the company of women for the next 6 months. Fear crept into Lucas's widened eyes as he swiftly stood up, putting as much distance as possible between himself and Evan. Alex, now enlightened, realized that Evan's anger stemmed from Caroline. After contemplating for a moment, he changed the subject. "Evan, when will you introduce us to your new partner?" Lucas seized the opportunity and chimed in, "Yes, let us finally meet the woman who occupies your thoughts day and night." A moment of silence enveloped Evan. What triggers such sudden transformations in a person's character? Alex and Lucas exchanged knowing glances, sensing a potential source of gossip. Alex responded, "Life experiences and the people who surround them." Evan looked at him, his gaze filled with contemplation. Asterisk. Caroline had finally managed to fall asleep before dawn, only to be abruptly awakened by the sound of her ringing phone. She reached for her phone and saw that the caller was Alex, prompting her to quickly answer the call. "Miss Shenton, are you asleep?" Alex asked. Caroline sat up, fully awake now. "Mr. Price, what can I help you with?" Alex glanced at Evan beside him, who got drunk because of Lucas and him. "Mr. Jordan is drunk. Can you come and get him?" Caroline was taken aback by the request. She knew that Alex and Lucas were Evan's closest friends, and they were always in his company. She suspected they had gotten Evan drunk to sound him out. She did not know what was up their sleeves at the moment, and she was unwilling to be deceived. Therefore, she declined the request simply. "Mr. Price, please contact Ruben instead. It's inconvenient for me to go at the moment. If there's nothing else, I'll end the call now." Chapter 16. Wait. Alex quickly stopped Caroline as she was about to end the call. He calmly lied, "Ruben can't make it due to some issues." Silence enveloped Caroline before she responded, "All right, send me the address." 20 minutes later, Caroline stepped out of the car at the entrance of Wild Sides. Both Alex and Lucas were waiting at the club's entrance, supporting Evan, whose head was hanging low. Caroline furrowed her brow as she approached. When she noticed the peculiar redness on Evan's handsome face, she confirmed that he was indeed drunk. However, she was just 170 centimeters tall. How could she support Evan, who stood at 190 centimeters? Alex pushed Evan into her arms and asked, "Miss Shenton, did you meet the woman Evan has been searching for?" Lowering her gaze, Caroline replied, "Yes, I did." Alex smiled and said, "It's likely because of her that Evan resorted to drinking tonight, though I'm uncertain of the exact reason. Please take him home and take good care of him." Suddenly, Caroline's heart was filled with excruciating pain. However, that pain seemed slightly less prominent than before. She offered a faint smile to Alex before she struggled to leave with Evan. Once they were a distance away, Lucas immediately exclaimed, "Alex, have you lost your mind?" Alex raised an eyebrow. "What's the matter?" Lucas indignantly pointed at Caroline's retreating figure. You know very well that Evan drank because of Miss Shenton, yet you claimed it was because of his first love. Alex chuckled. A little suffering will do Evan some good. Lucas became puzzled. How will he benefit from suffering? Alex explained, chill. You'll find out in the future. Lucas was left speechless. Asterisk. Upon returning to Villa Rosa, Caroline exerted herself to bring Evan back to his master bedroom. As a result, she was so drained that she weakly collapsed at the edge of the bed. Looking up, she carefully examined his flawless face. His short hair was slightly disheveled, partially covering his forehead. His captivating eyes were tightly shut. The thin lips beneath his prominent nose were firmly pressed together, indicating his discomfort. As she observed him, an impulse surged within her. She felt an urge to smoothen the space between his eyebrows. However, Evan suddenly opened his eyes the moment her fingertips touched his face. He grabbed her wrist. His sudden movement startled Caroline. She attempted to retract her hand, but he didn't give her the opportunity. Why didn't you run away when you had the chance? Evan demanded coldly. Caroline answered insincerely, I won't get any money if I run away. Evan's expression turned frigid as he tightened his grip on her wrist. What else do you care about apart from money? He asked. She pretended to ponder. According to a certain someone, it seems that I also care about other men. Wasn't that the answer Evan desired? Well, she would give him exactly what he wanted. As anticipated, a deep sense of disgust manifested in his dark eyes. Our contract isn't over yet. Act as a mistress should, he bellowed. His outburst caused her heart excruciating pain, to the point where she felt suffocated. He could shamelessly engage intimately with his first love, while she was deemed so inferior that she could only be his concealed mistress, too shameful to be acknowledged. She was unwilling to accept such a role. Therefore, she suppressed her bitterness and took a deep breath. She gazed up at him. Evan, let's put an end to this relationship, all right? Suddenly, his breathing became erratic. In the next moment, he grabbed her chin tightly and declared fiercely, Caroline, I always have the final say in this arrangement. You don't have the right to terminate it. From this day forward, you are not allowed to leave Villa Rosa without my permission. Asterisk. Caroline couldn't comprehend how she had managed to walk out of Evan's room. Following his cruel warning, he ruthlessly violated her dignity and slept with her. If she could turn back time, she would retract her previous words. That way, she could still attend to her job at the company and visit her mother at the hospital, maintaining some semblance of her former life. Novel bin. However, now she was reduced to being merely his pet, someone he could toy with and discard at his whim. Asterisk. Caroline endured an entire week of confinement. She busied herself with the design drafts in her hands. Once she received the payment for the commission, she promptly transferred it to Katie's bank account. As she was about to log off from social media, her good friend Paige sent her a message. Caroline, Elazir is organizing an online fashion design event. Are you interested in participating? Caroline was taken aback for a moment. Could you please send me the qualifications and participation requirements? Paige quickly sent her a link, and Caroline clicked on it to review the website. She found that she met the necessary criteria to enter the competition. The competition spanned 3 months and comprised 3 rounds. The cash prize for the champion amounted to an impressive $700,000. That sum of money would be sufficient to cover her mother's medical expenses, and it would also give her the confidence to leave Evan. Caroline replied, "Thank you. This means a lot to me." Paige responded, "You're welcome. Just treat me to a meal when you have some free time." Caroline agreed to the proposition. Just as she was done filling out the application form, Lily knocked on her door, informing her food was ready. Caroline promptly closed her laptop and headed downstairs. Chapter 17. After settling at the dining table, Lily served Caroline a bowl of freshly cooked mushroom soup. Upon seeing the yellow and greasy layer on the soup, Caroline felt a wave of nausea wash over her. Overwhelmed by the intense feeling, she hurriedly made her way to the restroom. Novel bin. Lily was left speechless, witnessing the scene unfold before her. However, soon, a joyful expression appeared on her face. When Caroline returned, her complexion pale, Lily smiled and asked, "Miss Shenton, is your period late?" Caroline weakly lifted the teacup from the table. "My period is never on time." Lily spoke up, "If my guess is correct, Miss Shenton, you might be pregnant." Caroline's hand froze suddenly, and she looked at Lily in shock. "Pregnant?" Lily nodded. "Yes, I'll help you get a pregnancy test kit later. You'll have clarity after taking the test." Caroline managed a bitter smile. "Lily, Evan and I always use protection. Maybe my body isn't feeling well lately. It's unlikely that I'm pregnant." But Lily felt a hint of regret. "Well, I'll prepare some dishes to nourish your body, just in case." Caroline nodded, her emotions mixed. "By the way, Lily, please don't mention anything to Evan about any issues with my body." Lily tried to persuade her. "Mr. Jordan cares deeply for you." However, Caroline let out a chuckle. "I know. But he's incredibly busy. I don't want him to be distracted because of me." After finishing dinner, Caroline quickly made her way upstairs. She was uncertain whether she was pregnant or not. That night in the car, she and Evan had not used any protection. However, it could also be a result of some other illness. She raised her hand, placing it on her belly with a troubled mind. If she was indeed pregnant, could she choose to keep the child? Certainly, Evan would not want the child of his mistress. Feeling anxious, she paced back and forth in the bedroom, contemplating ways to leave the house. Asterisk. Caroline heard the sound of a car engine coming from downstairs at 10 o'clock at night. She walked over to the window and saw Evan's car parked outside. Immediately, she made her way downstairs. It had been a week since they last saw each other, and exhaustion was evident on Evan's handsome face. She was well aware of his recent schedule, knowing that he had been away on business trips. When Evan spotted Caroline standing in front of him, he appeared surprised. "Is there something you need?" Caroline nodded. "I would like to visit my mother at the hospital tomorrow." Evan walked briskly toward the stairs. "Let's discuss it upstairs." She followed him into the study. Evan sat down at his desk, loosening his tie, and asked, "When do you want to go?" As Caroline poured water for him, she glanced up. "Can I go tomorrow morning?" After placing the cup of warm water in front of him, she awaited his response. He stared at the cup for a moment before speaking coldly, "Ask Ruben to drive you to the company after you visit your mother." Caroline hadn't anticipated him agreeing so quickly, even allowing her to return to work at the company. Suppressing her joy, she nodded with her head lowered. "Okay." Unbeknownst to her, Evan had noticed her sense of happiness. In a low voice, he commanded, "Come here." Caroline looked at him, fully aware of his intentions. After a brief hesitation, she walked over to him. He held her by the neck from behind, pulling her into a passionate kiss. Caroline obediently complied. Having just obtained the opportunity to go out, she didn't want to let it slip away. Asterisk. Caroline woke up early on Monday while Evan was still sleeping beside her. Carefully pushing the blanket aside, she quietly left the room. After having breakfast prepared by Lily, she hailed a taxi to go to the gynecological department of the hospital. Following the examination, she went to the doctor with the report in hand. "You're 6 weeks pregnant. You should avoid sexual intercourse during this period of time," the doctor reminded her. Caroline widened her eyes in shock. 6 weeks. Frowning, The doctor looked at her. Why? Don't you want the child? Anxiety gripped her heart. I took contraceptive pills. How did I become pregnant? The doctor inquired, were they short-term or emergency contraception? She tried to recall carefully. Emergency contraception. You can't guarantee 100% effectiveness with emergency birth control pills, and they have no impact on the fetus. I must remind you that your uterine wall is very thin. If you choose to terminate this pregnancy, it will be difficult for you to conceive again. Please consider this carefully. Caroline left the consultation room with the report, feeling dazed. She was indeed pregnant. Pregnant with Evan's child. But would he accept this child? After a moment of contemplation, she took a photo of the report and searched for her chat log with Evan. She believed that he had the right to know about this since he was the father of the child. Chapter 18. Abort it. It's revolting that you're pregnant with my child. Caroline's ears were suddenly filled with a man's angry outburst. She spun around and witnessed a distraught woman clutching onto a man's clothes, tears streaming down her face. Do you understand how harmful an abortion is to my body? How could you be so heartless? Your body is not my concern. Upon hearing those words, Caroline's mind flashed back to Evan's indifferent expression. She realized she was merely an object to fulfill his desires. He might not readily accept the baby growing inside her. Fearful of confronting the reality she had just heard, Caroline promptly switched off her phone. She needed to find a way to gauge his reaction first. After placing the report in her bag, she anxiously made her way towards the ward. When she arrived at Katie's ward, she composed herself before entering. Katie was in the midst of eating an apple. Upon seeing Caroline, she immediately broke into a smile. Novel bin. Chapter 19. Chapter 19. He brought a woman home. As she approached the car, Reuben opened the door for her. Instantly, she could sense the chilling aura emanating from within. Her heart sank as she heard Evan's roar. Get in. Swallowing hard, she nervously entered the car. Before she could settle into her seat, he grabbed her chin, forcing her to meet his furious and novel bin. Intense gaze. He roared aloud, Caroline, have you forgotten what I told you? Her complexion paled as she tried to explain, Evan, it's not what you think. What is the truth, then? Evan interrupted, his voice harsh. Caroline, I believe what I saw. He tightened his grip on her chin. The pain engulfed her, and she felt tears welling up in her eyes. How could she explain it in a way that he would believe? Or was it futile to explain, regardless of her efforts? What he witnessed was not the truth, but it seemed he wasn't willing to believe. Otherwise. He stared at her with his cold, black eyes, expecting her to submit and know her place. He had already made so many exceptions for her. After she made her request the previous night, he didn't order Reuben to keep an eye on her. He had allowed her to go out alone. How could she betray his trust? Say something. Evan roared. His menacing presence made it hard for her to breathe. Suppressing her tears and emotions, she mustered the courage to ask, and what about you, Evan? Are you angry because you feel humiliated, or is it your possessiveness? You won't let me go while seeking your first love. Have you ever considered my feelings? Feelings? Evan laughed coldly, his words dripping with icy disdain. Caroline, you're merely my mistress. You have no right to have feelings. With that, he released his grip on her and pushed her away forcefully. He shouted from the car. Reuben. In response, Reuben promptly entered the car. Mr. Jordan. Back to Villa Rosa. Right away, sir. Upon their arrival at Villa Rosa, Evan forcefully pulled her out of the car. Due to the pain in her leg, she struggled to walk steadily, nearly slipping multiple times. However, Evan paid no heed and dragged her upstairs, forcefully pushing her onto the bed and loomed over her. 1. Aware of his intentions, she mustered all her strength to resist him, her thoughts consumed by the child growing within her. Evan, no. You can't do this. 2. He tightly grasped her hands with his slender fingers, pinning them above her head. Simultaneously, he forcefully removed her clothing, his voice filled with anger as he shouted, "You should know the consequences of defying me." Tears streamed down her face as she confronted his madness. Gradually, she relinquished her futile struggle. Lying there motionless, she allowed him to do as he pleased with her body. After a restful afternoon of sleep, Caroline opened her exhausted eyes when Lily came upstairs to call her for lunch. She changed her clothes before leaving the bedroom. However, Lily looked at her with concern. "Miss Shenton, Mr. Jordan." "Lily, don't mention him," Caroline interjected, not wanting to hear his name at that moment. His selfishness had frightened her to the point where she wished to escape. Lily proceeded to explain, "No, Miss Shenton. He brought a woman home." A hint of sarcasm flickered in Caroline's eyes. "He doubted and humiliated her because of another man's approach. But what was he doing now? Was this some form of revenge?" Initially lacking an appetite, now she didn't even feel like eating. Her tone turned cold. "Fine, I won't. No downstairs." Lily found herself in a dilemma. "But Mr. Jordan ordered that you must go downstairs." Caroline sneered inwardly. For Lily's sake, she chose to go downstairs. As she entered the dining room, she saw Daniela serving food onto Evan's plate, smiling. "Evan, should I peel the prawn for you?" Evan seemed to have heard Caroline's footsteps and looked up. Upon seeing Caroline, he responded with a cold expression, "Sure." Daniela saw Evan's gaze on Caroline, and a trace of cruelty flashed in her eyes. However, she quickly composed herself, putting on a smile as she said, "Ms. Shenton, here you are. Come and have a seat." Her words conveyed a sense of familiarity with the place, implying that Caroline was merely a guest. Chapter 20. Chapter 20. Don't be mad at me. Caroline saw through Daniela's intentions, but she chose to ignore them. She calmly sat opposite them and ate her food. Daniela looked at Evan with a sense of awkwardness. "Evan, is Miss Shenton unhappy because I'm here?" "Just ignore her," Evan replied, extending his hand to pull Daniela down to sit beside him. Daniela obediently nodded and absent-mindedly took a few bites of her food. "Miss Shenton, I didn't blame you for what happened the other day. It was my fault for not standing properly." As she spoke, her eyes turned red. "Please don't be mad at me, okay?" Daniela's words were like repulsive meat in front of Caroline. She had to forcefully suppress her disgust, or she might have vomited. Caroline looked up at Daniela. "I'm not as petty as someone." Upon hearing Caroline's remark, Daniela clenched her fork tightly. However, she was remarkably skilled in acting. She swiftly turned her anger into pitifulness. "No. That's not true, Miss Shenton. I didn't mean that. I just think that since we're going to be staying with Evan from now on, we should resolve any conflicts sooner, Novel bin." As she spoke, she burst into tears. Her lips trembled, her head hung low, and she sobbed. "Evan, I'm sorry for disturbing your meal. I'm so sorry." A tinge of annoyance and frustration flashed across Evan's face, but he still gently consoled her. "You'll only subject yourself to more grievances if you engage with an unreasonable person. Just listen to me and eat." Hearing how Evan defended and sided with Daniela, bitterness consumed Caroline. In his eyes, she had once again become the mean person. On the other hand, Daniela appeared gentle and generous as she accepted the compromise. Suddenly, Caroline found it incredibly difficult to swallow the food in her mouth. After lunch, Evan left the villa to attend to some matters. Meanwhile, Caroline decided to go to the kitchen to ask Lily to cut some fruits for her. As she got up, she overheard Daniela's sarcastic remarks, "Your family situation is so terrible. Is that why you insist on clinging to Evan and refuse to leave?" Caroline halted in her tracks and shot Daniela a glare. "You're quite skilled at assuming different personalities. It's a shame you didn't pursue a career in acting." Contempt flashed in Daniela's eyes. "Did I hit a nerve? Looks like you can't come up with a comeback." However, Caroline smiled. "Don't you find your words dripping with jealousy? You're so incapable that all you can do is mock others." Daniela's expression turned cold and gloomy. "Caroline, your smugness won't last long." Caroline glared at Daniela icily. "Your current angry face is more satisfying than before." With that, she couldn't be bothered to argue further and made her way to the kitchen. Lily handed the cut fruits to Caroline. "Miss Shenton, please forgive me for being meddlesome." Caroline looked up at her. "Yes." Lily sighed. "If your relationship with Mr. Jordan is strained, it's easy for another person to come between you." Caroline found herself at a loss for words. Of course, it wasn't Daniela who had come between their relationship. On the contrary, Caroline felt like she was occupying someone else's place. But Evan refused to let her go. She didn't want to explain it, so she smiled and replied, "Lily, thank you for your concern." Upon returning to her room, she ate some fruit before starting her design work. After drawing for less than an hour, drowsiness overwhelmed her, causing her eyelids to droop. She felt the need to go downstairs to get some water and refresh herself. As she stepped out of her room, she noticed Daniela walking into the study. Evan wasn't home yet, so why was Daniela in his study? Curiosity piqued, Caroline turned around and headed towards the study. Upon reaching the door, she witnessed Daniela bending over to open a drawer. She remembered that the contents of that drawer were a sensitive subject for Evan, and no one was allowed to pry into it. Acting swiftly, Caroline interrupted Daniela. "What are you doing?" Startled, Daniela looked up at Caroline. "Why didn't I hear you? Are you trying to scare me?" Mockingly, Caroline replied, "Are you scared because you have a guilty conscience?" She then walked closer. Approaching the table, Caroline noticed the drawer that Daniela had partially pulled out, causing her heart to skip a beat. She didn't dare to look inside and quickly pushed it back in place. "Your position is still unstable, so I suggest you refrain from going through his belongings," Caroline coldly reminded her. Just as she uttered those words, a dark figure suddenly appeared at the door. She heard a furious male voice before raising her head. "What are you doing?" In shock, Caroline looked up to see Evan standing there. Before she could explain, he stormed over in a fit of anger, his eyes turned scarlet upon noticing the keys jutting out from the drawer. Losing control, he grabbed Caroline by the throat. "Didn't I warn you not to touch this drawer?" Evan yelled in a rage. "Caroline, why do you always defy me? Why?" Caroline's eyes filled with terror. She struggled to explain, but Evan maintained a tight grip on her neck, rendering her unable to utter a single word. Meanwhile, Daniela quickly assumed the role of the good person and stepped forward. "Evan, you've misunderstood her. I asked her to help me find a book to read. She didn't purposefully open that drawer. Don't be angry. If you want to blame someone, blame me," Daniela interjected. Upon hearing Daniela's words, Evan finally released his grip. As Caroline gasped for breath, she held her throat and coughed vigorously. Evan glanced at Caroline, then turned to Daniela, his tone icy as he said, "It's getting late, Ella. I'll have Ruben give you a ride home. Danielle protested, but I want to stay with you a little longer. Evan's voice turned cold abruptly. I have other matters to attend to. Dejected, Daniela relented. Okay, I'll listen to you. As Caroline watched them depart, tears welled up uncontrollably. Was whatever Daniela was involved in so important? Important enough for Evan to seemingly want to harm her just now. After composing herself, Caroline made her way downstairs. Before she could enter the kitchen, a stern warning came from behind her. Caroline, just this once. Her body stiffened as she locked eyes with him, her eyes red. If you cherished whatever was in that drawer so much, you shouldn't have allowed me to stay here. Evan's anger had yet to subside, his handsome face still icy. I'll kick you out when I grow tired of you, he stated coldly. With that, he turned and ascended the stairs, his posture exuding cruelty and aloofness. Caroline took a few steps back, leaning weakly against the wall. Did she have to wait until he grew tired of her? As expected, she found herself devoid of any sense of dignity in his presence. As she wiped away her disappointed tears, her phone in her pocket suddenly vibrated. Trapped in Love #Chapter 21, read Trapped in Love Chapter 21. Chapter 21. Chapter 21. Haven't you learned your lesson? Caroline's weariness was instantly evident as she retrieved her phone and saw her father's call. Suppressing the pain in her ankle, she hurriedly left the kitchen to answer the call. Hello, Caroline's voice sounded dull. Why didn't you call me, Carol? Bradley asked. Caroline replied, you added my number to your blacklist because you were afraid someone would trace you through me. Did you forget? Bradley let out an awkward laugh. Yes, I forgot. Never mind. Where are you now? I'm working overtime, Caroline responded. Bradley commented, working overtime is good. You can earn more. Carol, do you have any money now? Caroline tightened her grip on the glass in her hand. Did he care about nothing besides money? Had he forgotten so quickly that he left her alone at the casino the other day? I don't. I used all my money to repay your debt. Caroline's voice turned harsh. Even if you have a few dollars, it's fine. Don't you have anything? Bradley grew anxious. Bitterness welled up in her heart. Dad, are you trying to push me to a desperate end? You never paid for Mom's medical expenses, and I even repaid your debt. What more do you want? Why are you saying that? I raised you. So what if I use some of your money? Bradley retorted. A brief sniff escaped her before she suppressed her emotions and explained, I don't have any money. Just wait until next month. No. He angrily interrupted. I want the money now. If you don't give it to me, you're ungrateful. Do you want to gamble again? Haven't you learned your lesson from the other day? Caroline trembled with anger. Show some respect. You're talking to your father. Bradley shouted. Fine, you don't want to give it to me? Then I'll cause a scene at your workplace. Let's see who will be embarrassed. $30. Caroline's voice trembled with fury. That's all I have right now. Fine. It's enough for me to get a meal. Transfer it to me now. After ending the call, Caroline weakly leaned her hand against the kitchen counter, tears streaming down her cheeks incessantly. Why did she have such a father? For consecutive days, Caroline hardly left her bedroom. She was suffering from severe morning sickness and rapid weight loss due to the looming deadline for a competition draft. Finally, she came up with an idea and completed her draft, allowing her to finally rest that day. In the evening, she went downstairs to have dinner. Coincidentally, Evan entered the house with determined strides. Upon noticing her exhausted and pale appearance, his brows furrowed deeply. Though they had only been apart for a few days, she had evidently subjected herself to such Torture. Did she intentionally push herself to such limits in order to gain his sympathy? Caroline averted her gaze from him indifferently and took a seat at the dining table. As she laid eyes on the dishes, the overwhelming nausea forced her to rush towards the washroom once again. Evan's mood darkened at the sight, wondering if she found him repulsive. Just then, Lily emerged from the kitchen with dishes in hand. Upon spotting Evan, she quickly approached him. "Mr. Jordan, you're back." He loosened his tie. "Hasn't she been eating?" Worry filled Lily's face. "Miss Shenton has been burning the midnight oil lately. She has become noticeably slimmer, and her eating habits have become irregular." Burning the midnight oil. Evan glanced towards the tightly shut washroom. "What has she been working on?" Lily gestured towards the discarded drafts on the table that she had yet to dispose of. "She has been sketching." Evan casually picked up one of the discarded drafts and examined it. A fashion design draft? He fell into deep thought. Designing was not listed on her resume. When did she start learning it? While Evan was still perusing the drafts, Caroline emerged from the washroom. Her expression changed when she noticed that he was looking at her drafts. She rushed forward to snatch them. "Don't look at those." Evan raised an eyebrow and shot her a sidelong glance. Caroline quickly fabricated a lie. "I was bored, so I learned it online to pass the time. Otherwise, I would have been extremely bored since I can't go out." Evan fell silent for a moment. "Accompany me to an auction tomorrow." Caroline was taken aback by the request. In the past, when she accompanied him to auctions, she had to drink wine on his behalf. But now that she was pregnant, she couldn't consume alcohol. Hence, she tried declining. "I'm experiencing discomfort in my stomach, so I can't have wine." Displeasure instantly marred his handsome face. "That's not my concern." Lowering her gaze, Caroline inquired, "Why don't you ask Ms. Love to accompany you?" He sat down at the dining table and picked up a fork gracefully. "It's not suitable for her to attend such events." A bitter laughter escaped her lips. Auctions were often associated with social interactions, and scenes like these often had individuals with questionable intentions. It didn't surprise her that he wouldn't want his beloved woman to be exposed to such people. Unable to refuse him, she reluctantly agreed. It was the sad truth, that in his eyes, she was insignificant. On Saturday afternoon, Evan arranged for a stylist to assist Caroline in getting ready. Caroline possessed delicate facial features and exuded a classical charm. With just a touch of makeup from the artist, her allure surpassed that of others. Her gown was a black, shoulder-bearing dress with a high slit, lending a mysterious aura to her already charming and flawless figure. Once she had changed her attire, she approached Evan. However, his eyes darkened upon a single glance. "Put on a different dress." Chapter 22. Chapter 22. Who are you trying to seduce? Who did she intend to reveal her cleavage to? Evan thought sourly. Caroline was left speechless by Evan's remark. She had always worn such gowns in the past, so why was he prohibiting it now? Unwilling to argue, she changed into a white long gown with a deep back V, hoping it would meet his approval. However, Evan's expression grew even more somber when he saw it. The most alluring feature of her body was her back, slim and upright with two captivating shoulder blades that never failed to awaken his most primal desires in the bedroom. Those should be reserved for his eyes only. However, now, she wanted to display them to the world. Who was she trying to seduce? With a somber face, Evan walked toward a row of dresses. After examining two options, he selected a conservative, pink, long dress that perfectly complemented her temperament. Novel bin. Once she changed into the chosen dress, none of her alluring body parts were exposed. Satisfied, he accompanied her as they left and got into the car. Once inside, he handed her a shoebox. Caroline looked at him in shock. Is this for me? Evan glanced at her. If not for you, then for whom? Reuben, perhaps. Reuben, who was driving, remained speechless. Caroline accepted the shoebox and opened it, revealing a pair of round, toe silver shoes with low heels. Instinctively, she glanced at her still, healing ankle and felt a warmth spread through her. Who knew he had remembered her leg injury? At the Grand Sunny Hotel, as Evan and Caroline entered the hall, several people approached Evan. Mr. Jordan, how are you? Mr. Jordan, I see you're interested in today's auction as well. With more people surrounding them, Caroline instinctively took a step back. 14. Though she was accustomed to such situations, things were different now. She was concerned about someone accidentally bumping into her belly. Releasing her grip on Evan's arm, she said, I need to use the restroom. Evan nodded, and she walked away. Is that Caroline Jenton? A group of young women gathered and began gossiping while observing Caroline's departure. Yes, that's her. I've heard she's quite well off. She became the principal secretary shortly after joining MK. Well, officially she's a secretary, but let's be real, she's just a mistress. Yulia, you've had a crush on Evan for ages. Why don't you go and confront that woman? After a few comments, the attention shifted to Yuliana Zander, who was sitting among them. Envy filled Yuliana's face as she stared at Caroline's retreating figure. She had witnessed it herself just moments ago. Caroline was holding onto Evan's arm as they entered the hall. Did she consider herself that important? Yuliana picked up a glass of wine from the table and stood up. Let's go and confront that shameless woman. 1. The three ladies grew excited and followed Yuliana towards the restroom. On the other hand, Caroline didn't really need to use the restroom, she simply desired a quiet and secluded spot to sit. However, the moment she stepped out, she collided with a woman who unexpectedly appeared from a corner. Instinctively, she shielded her belly and looked at the woman before her in shock. The woman's gown was mostly stained with red wine. The woman still held a glass of wine in her hand. The ladies next to her shrieked in surprise. Caroline was prepared to apologize, but the woman's face contorted with anger as she lashed out, "Are you f***ing blind?" Attempting to apologize, Caroline began, "I'm sorry." Before she could finish speaking, one of the ladies suddenly screamed, "Secretary who's Evan's mistress?" Yulia, she's Caroline. Watching their poor acting skills, Caroline gradually composed herself. They had deliberately sought her out. Feeling a surge of anger, Yuliana smashed her glass on the floor. "Pay for my dress." Caroline gazed at her coldly. "Fine. What's that? Can you afford it?" Perhaps she can. After all, she has Mr. Jordan on her side. How disgusting. Yuliana, why don't we tear off her dress since your dress is ruined? That way she won't dare to partake in the auction. Absolutely. She's probably here to make Evan buy her things anyway. We can't let her get away with it. 1. Coldly staring at those individuals who were throwing baseless accusations, Caroline asked, "Since you all know that I'm with Mr. Jordan, wouldn't humiliating me cause humiliation to him as well?" Hearing this, Yuliana's face reddened. "Shut up. You have no right to mention him. I see you're itching to be taught a lesson." As she raised her hand to slap Caroline, she suddenly heard a rebuke. "Yulia, stop." Instantly, Yuliana's expression changed. Before she could retract her hand, a man arrived and stood in front of her, his handsome face filled with seriousness. "Why were you bullying her?" Deep indignation and reluctance swirled within Yuliana's heart. "Neil, she's Caroline." The one who seduced Evangelist. Yulia, why would you say such vulgar things? After reprimanding Yuliana, he turned his attention to Caroline. However, as he glanced at her, his shocked gaze became fixed on her face. The woman before him bore a striking resemblance to his late mother. Caroline, perplexed by his gaze, looked back at him. Suppressing his emotions, he spoke politely, "Miss Shenton, I apologize for my cousin's rudeness." He then retrieved a business card from his pocket and handed it to her. "This is my business card. If you ever need assistance in the future, please don't hesitate to reach out. Consider it my apology." Caroline examined the business card in her hand. Neil Zander. He belonged to the Zander family, one of the 5 aristocratic families in Angel Bay City. Both the Zander and Jordan families were close friends and business partners. The patriarchs of the two families had shared a strong friendship as well. Caroline had heard about Neil during her years of working for Evan, but they had never met. Unexpectedly, he was so friendly. Chapter 23. Chapter 23. They look so similar. Caroline kept his business card and graciously replied, "Mr. Zander, thank you for your assistance. I'll take my leave now." Neil couldn't tear his gaze away from Caroline until she had left. They just looked too alike, he couldn't help thinking to himself. "Neil." Yuliana's voice suddenly interrupted his thoughts. Noticing that he was still fixated on Caroline's departure, Yuliana quickly grew dissatisfied. "Neil, why are you still staring at that vixen?" Neil furrowed his brow upon hearing her use such vulgar words. "Seriously, can't you behave like a noble young lady? Do you have feelings for that woman? Why are you defending her?" Yuliana refuted. Caroline quickly returned to Evan's side to avoid further unnecessary trouble. When she took her seat beside him, he looked at her pale face with suspicion. "Are you feeling unwell?" Caroline made an excuse. "I just feel a bit suffocated." Hearing that, Evan glanced away and said, "Let me know if you find something you like later." However, she had no interest in the extravagant items, so she simply remained silent. A few minutes later, the host took the stage to announce the start of the auction for the evening. As the first item was presented on stage, Evan's phone vibrated. He retrieved it and saw that it was a call from Daniela. He quickly answered it. "Evan, where are you? Please, save me. Save me now." Daniela's terrified voice echoed from the other end of the phone, audible even to Caroline, who was sitting beside him. Frowning, Evan asked with a somber expression, "What's the matter? What's happened?" "Someone is stalking me, Evan. I'm really scared." Evan jolted up from his seat. "Send me your location. Don't hang up. I'll be there immediately." Then, he turned to Caroline and ordered, "Let's go." 1/2. Caroline was left speechless. Why did she have to accompany them in their lovey-dovey act? As Evan made his way to Daniela's location, Daniela's panicked sobs permeated the air through his phone speaker. The atmosphere in the car grew increasingly stifling, casting a gloomy and frustrated mood over everyone present. Caroline tilted her head and caught a glimpse of the deep worry etched on Evan's face. A sharp pang of heartache surged through her, prompting her to close her eyes and lean against the car window for a moment of respite. After more than 10 minutes, the car came to a stop at the mouth of an alley. Caroline opened her eyes and saw Daniela squatting on the ground outside the car, trembling uncontrollably. Evan stepped out of the car and approached her with determined strides. Seeing him, Daniela threw herself into his arms and wept inconsolably. "Evan, I was so scared. I thought I would never see you again." 1. His body stiffened, but he still reached out to touch the crown of her head, offering comfort. "You're safe now. I'm here." Meanwhile, Reuben glanced at Caroline through the rearview mirror and let out a soft sigh. After contemplating for a moment, he decided to speak up. "Miss Shenton, would you like something to drink?" "No, thank you," Caroline replied, her gaze fixed on the two figures embracing outside the car. Her voice betrayed no trace of emotion. Reuben was momentarily speechless. Providing comfort is such a difficult task. Soon, Evan held Daniela's hand and led her into the alley. Caroline quietly averted her gaze, lowering her head as the sight of them disappeared from view. Bitterness washed over her as she placed her hand on her flat belly. Should she tell Evan about her pregnancy? After half an hour, Evan instructed Reuben to escort Caroline home in a cab, while leaving the car behind. As Caroline and Reuben made their way back to Villa Rosa in the cab, Caroline observed the night view whizzing past them and spoke up gently, "Reuben, can you do me a favor?" After a brief silence, he inquired, "What do you need?" Caroline responded, "I'd like to spend some time with my mom at the hospital." Knowing that it had been a while since her last visit, Reuben couldn't bring himself to refuse. He asked the driver to stop the cab at the hospital entrance. It was a cold December night. Apart from her gown, Caroline had only a fur shawl to keep her warm. Clutching the shawl tightly against her chest, she sniffed from the cold as she made her way to the ward. The night was still young, and Katie was awake when Caroline arrived. With a smile on her face, Caroline entered the ward as she held the hem of her gown. "Hi, Mom." Katie was taken aback to see Caroline arrive at such a late hour dressed in that manner. She immediately exclaimed, "Come here, Carol, have a seat." "Why did you come dressed like that? Are you cold? Have you eaten dinner?" Bitterness overwhelmed Caroline as she heard her mother's concern. She simply rested her head novel bin on Katie's legs and concealed her red eyes. "I'm not cold, and I've already eaten. Sorry for not seeing you as much recently. I've been busy lately." Katie lovingly caressed Caroline's long hair. "If you're tired, you should take a break and rest." However, Caroline shook her head. "I'm not tired." She was simply mentally exhausted. Falling in love with a man who loved another woman took its toll on her. She had hoped she could forget about him, but witnessing Evan tightly embrace Daniela filled her with heart-wrenching grief. Katie 1. Caroline thought she could quietly lie beside her mother for a while. However, to her surprise, she heard her father's roar. Chapter 24. Chapter 24 He's Beyond Reason. Caroline looked up and spotted Bradley stumbling into the ward. His face was flushed from alcohol. Upon seeing Caroline, Bradley immediately wore a wide smile. "Carol, there you are." However, Katie glared at him fiercely and spoke with anger, "What are you doing here? Leave." Caroline quickly stood up and tried to calm her mother. "Mom, please calm down. You shouldn't get upset after your surgery." Bradley pouted. "I'll leave if you give me some money." Novel bin. Caroline looked at her father in disbelief. "Dad, Mom is still recovering. She can't give you any money." He glared at Caroline. "Your mom used your money to rest comfortably in the hospital. But what about me? We don't even have a home now. I've been sleeping on the streets. Do you even understand what situation I'm in right now?" Realizing he had misspoken, he abruptly fell silent. However, both Caroline and Katie had heard his words. Pale-faced, Katie pointed at Bradley. "What did you say? What happened to our house? What did you do with it?" Bradley seemed ready to confront everything. I used it to pay off my debts. Katie exclaimed, "How could you do something so despicable?" He retorted, "It's not your money, asterisk." Caroline felt numb as she watched them argue. Her mind went blank. 3 years. She had been shouldering her father's debt for 3 years. All she wanted was to ensure that her mother would have a place to live in the future, but now it was all gone. Her body began to tremble uncontrollably. "Why?" she whispered. Amidst their argument, Bradley looked at her in frustration. "What? Why do you always neglect Mom and me? You only care about yourself," she questioned. He replied, "If I didn't care, why would I sell the house? I just wanted to repay the debt." 1/3. Repay the debt, Caroline laughed bitterly. "Haven't I helped you repay your debts? Have you ever kept track of how much I've been paying for you over the years? Carol." Suddenly, Katie turned around, her eyes red. "Stop giving him a single penny from today onward. He won't care about us because he's not. MMPH. Before she could finish her sentence, Bradley forcefully covered her mouth and shouted, "What the hell did you say? Did I allow you to speak? Don't forget what you promised me back then." Caroline immediately rushed forward to free Katie from Bradley's grip. "Let go of Mom." He shoved Caroline away and glared fiercely at her. "And you? If you don't give me any money from now on, I'll make your mom suffer." Unable to overpower Bradley, who was stronger than her, Caroline quickly took out her phone and transferred $40 to him. "There. I've given you the money. Can you let go of Mom now?" Caroline's anxiety was evident, and tears threatened to fall. 1. As Bradley heard his phone chime, he released Katie. Straightening his clothes, he left the ward with a satisfied expression. Caroline hurriedly approached her mother. "Mom, how are you feeling?" Tears streamed down Katie's cheeks as she said, "Carol, I've wronged you. I'm useless." Caroline felt a deep sorrow for her mother and embraced her. "Mom, it's okay. The most important thing is that you're safe." After comforting Katie, Caroline took a seat and pondered the situation. Eventually, she asked, "Mom, what were you going to say about Dad?" Katie avoided eye contact. "He's beyond reason." Caroline lowered her gaze. Was that all there was to it? If that were the case, why did he suddenly attack Katie earlier? However, seeing her mother's exhausted appearance, Caroline decided not to inquire further. When Caroline returned to Villa Rosa, Evan was already there. His suspicion grew when he noticed she was still wearing her gown. "Where did you go?" he asked. She replied honestly, "I stopped by to see my mother." Just then, his phone rang, and walked away to answer it. "Got it? Ask them to put it under Daniela's name." As she watched his retreating figure, a sense of solemnity filled her eyes. Was he buying a house for Daniela? With a gloomy expression, she looked down. Of course, he would feel obligated to provide a better living situation for the woman he loved. They would eventually marry, so there was no need for her to be jealous. Evan would never be hers. She wiped away her tears and returned to her room, where she dug out the contract she had signed with Evan years ago. It stipulated that he would provide her with a house and $2,800,000. Clicking on her chat log with Scott, she composed a message. "Dr. Wilson, given my mom's current situation, when can she be discharged from the hospital?" Scott promptly replied, "Your mother is resilient and recovering well. She should be discharged in less than a month." Less than a month. Caroline stared at the contract and clenched it tightly in her hand. Once her mother's treatment was complete, she would take her mother and leave Angle Bay City. They would find a fresh start in a place where they were unknown. There, she would give birth to her child and begin anew. 2 days later, on a Wednesday night, Caroline had made up her mind to approach Evan in his study and discuss the contract. She opened the door and entered the room. Noticing that Evan was engrossed in his work with his head lowered, she positioned herself at the side and patiently waited. Sensing her presence, Evan glanced up and locked eyes with her, inquiring, "What's the matter?" Chapter 25. Chapter 25. You deserve it, don't you? Under Evan's watchful gaze, Caroline struggled with conflicting emotions. She couldn't bring herself to ask Evan for an advance payment using her mother and child as a pretext. She felt responsible for her mother's care and she wanted to keep the child, so it didn't seem right to ask for money from someone else. Furthermore, she couldn't guarantee that Evan wouldn't become suspicious. As a result, she made a feeble excuse. "I suddenly forgot what I wanted to say. I'll let you know when I remember." Then, she hurriedly left the study. Sensing something was not right with Caroline, Evan furrowed his brow and decided to call Reuben. The following day, when Caroline woke up, she received a notification on her phone informing her that she had received $280,000. Additionally, she received a message from Reuben that said, "Ms. Shenton, Mr. Jordan has given you a house. The address is." Stunned, she was at a loss for words. She hadn't mentioned anything about it, yet Evan had given her money and a house. Immediately, she got out of bed and coincidentally bumped into Evan as he emerged from his bedroom. Before she could utter a word, Evan interjected, "Pack your things. We're going on a business trip this afternoon." Consequently, all the words she had intended to say were shelved. "How long will the business trip last?" "It won't be long. If you want to see your mother before then, I'll have Reuben drive you there." Evan's eyes grew distant as he spoke. "But don't attempt anything foolish." Caroline was speechless. She had actually planned to visit the hospital for a pregnancy check-up. She needed to obtain some documents from the hospital. Novel bin. Setting aside those thoughts, she whispered, "The money and the house. You deserve it, don't you?" Evan's words left Caroline at a loss for words. Why did his statement leave her feeling unsettled? After breakfast, Caroline hurried to the hospital with Reuben. She met her mother briefly before fabricating an excuse about feeling unwell and made her way to the gynecology department. After a 2-hour wait, she obtained the necessary documents and underwent a prenatal ultrasound, receiving reassurance about the baby's health. However, she was advised not to exert herself during the first 3 months to avoid miscarriage and was prescribed calcium and vitamin B tablets. Caroline noticed the bottles of medicine were labeled with images of pregnant women. So as not to arouse any suspicion, she decided to purchase other substitute medications. Reuben drove Caroline to the airport at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. As she arrived at the entrance of the VIP lounge, she heard the sound of Daniela's laughter. Unexpectedly, Evan had brought Daniela along for the business trip. Suppressing her emotions, she entered the lounge. To her surprise, Paige, her best friend, was also present, aside from Evan and Daniela. Paige was looking disdainfully at Daniela. Upon hearing the noise at the door, Daniela turned around and greeted Caroline with a smile. "Caroline, there you are. Come and sit." Paige chipped in with joy, patting the seat beside her. Caroline nodded and made her way over to sit beside Paige. Noticing Caroline had completely ignored her, Daniela expressed disappointment. "It seems that Miss Shenton doesn't like me." When Paige heard it, she couldn't help but mutter under her breath, "How pretentious." Paige then shifted her attention to Caroline. "Why haven't you been coming to the company?" Lately. How are the design drafts coming along? Caroline responded in a perfunctory manner, I've been busy with something else. My design draft is almost ready. Paige's eyes lit up. I know how talented you are. You'll definitely pass the first round of the competition. Feeling helpless, Caroline asked, are you two going on a business trip to Florencia City as well? Paige explained, yes, there's a seminar at the fashion department of our subsidiary there. Mr. Jordan asked me to take that pretentious B*TCH along so she can learn from them. Caroline inquired, what's with the sudden name calling? Paige gritted her teeth. I'll tell you when we arrive in Florencia City. In the evening, when Caroline, Paige, and the others arrived in Florencia City, their rooms were located on the 11th floor, while Evan had a suite on the 12th floor. As Caroline and Paige walked toward their rooms, Daniela suddenly snorted and laughed behind them. Miss Shenton, it appears that Evan doesn't care much for you. Chapter 26. Chapter 26. You look like a clown. Paige turned around, glaring at Daniela. What did you say? You better watch your tongue. Daniela responded to Paige's glare with a disdainful glance, not taking her seriously at all. She then walked over to Caroline while smiling sweetly and said, Evan couldn't stand that I was living in a shabby place before this, so he bought me a house. I'm certain that he and I will become a couple soon. Caroline chuckled and retorted, so, you two aren't a couple yet, huh? Daniela's smile froze as Paige burst into laughter. We'll become a couple soon enough. In any case, I'm still getting much better treatment than you. Daniela mocked Caroline. He bought me a house too, Caroline replied indifferently before turning away and opening the door. Confusion replaced the smile on Daniela's face. Meanwhile, Paige couldn't contain her laughter. She patted Daniela's shoulders and clicking her tongue. Stop making a fool of yourself. You look like a clown. As Daniela watched Caroline and Paige enter their room, a sense of ruthlessness filled her eyes. Once again, she had gone to great lengths to secure a house, yet Caroline, a mistress, effortlessly obtained one. Gnashing her teeth, Daniela walked into her own room and took out her phone to make a call. Hi, I need your help. In Caroline's room, Paige wasted no time in criticizing Daniela's behavior as soon as she sat down. Caroline, feeling quite sleepy, listened while Paige remained energized. So, Carol, what's the deal between you and Evan now? Paige asked eagerly. Caroline rubbed her eyes. It's still the same. Paige probed further, what? Hasn't he found his long-lost love? Why isn't he willing to let you go? Caroline shook her head in response, unsure of the answer herself. Narrowing her eyes, Paige leaned closer to Caroline. Is Mr. Jordan in love with you? Caroline immediately retorted, that's out of the question. He has cherished his first love for over 10 years. He won't fall for me. Paige elaborated, that's not certain. Men's actions often reveal their true feelings. Hasn't he ever? 173. Caroline stated, no, he won't discuss it. Paige was left speechless, unsure of how to respond. Novel bin. Caroline received a call from Ruben the next morning just as she had woken up. He informed her to be downstairs in 10 minutes. Pushing the blanket aside, she quickly freshened up before heading downstairs. Evan was already seated in the lobby waiting for her. The morning sunlight illuminated him through the French window, creating a halo of light around him. He appeared noble and untouchable. Caroline walked up to him, maintaining her usual calm tone. Mr. Jordan. He didn't even glance up at her, coldly responding. Let's go. Although Caroline was unsure of the reason for their trip to Florencia City, she didn't question it. She obediently entered the car with him, and he handed her a stack of documents. "Take a look at this," he instructed. Caroline accepted the documents and quickly skimmed through them. A frown formed on her forehead. The profits stated in this contract don't match the amount reported to the headquarters. Her expression turned solemn as she read further. "They altered the profits. I'm certain it was your relatives who had the audacity to do this right under your nose." Admiration flickered in Evan's eyes. "You're sharp." Caroline hadn't expected her guess to be so accurate. She was still unclear about Evan's family dynamics and his background. She knew the Jordan family wielded significant power and influence not only in Angel Bay City but throughout the entire Eurasian market. In the next moment, she looked up at Evan and asked with doubt, "So, did you come here to change the staff?" Evan snorted and replied, "Do you think I came here for fun?" Caroline fell silent. It seemed that he had brought her along to confront his relatives and make a statement. Half an hour later, they arrived at the subsidiary company. As they stepped out of the car, Caroline noticed a nervous young man and Stephen Jameson, the deputy manager, standing at the company's entrance. When they spotted Evan's arrival, they quickly approached him. The young man spoke subserviently, "Uncle Evan." Evan nodded but didn't spare him a glance as he entered the company building with a cold expression. Caroline walked alongside Evan, stealing a sideways glance at the young man who bore a slight resemblance to Evan. She had read about him during their journey. This young man was Mark Jordan, the son of Evan's brother. He was known for his recklessness and had a reputation for harassing the female secretaries in the department. 1. If it weren't for Stefan's hard work in supporting the company, it might have already shut down. Once they reached the president's office, Caroline excused herself and headed toward the secretary's department. However, as she approached the door, she overheard hushed gossip. Did Caroline become the principal secretary just because of her looks? No, it's more than that. I heard she's having an affair with Mr. Jordan. Of course, she's not capable enough. She must have used her body to secure that position. We don't have to worry about her. Chapter 27. Chapter 27. Please reconsider going. Caroline knocked expressionally on the glass, instantly capturing the attention of all the secretaries in the office. As they turned around and saw Caroline, they fell dead silent. With a smile on her face, Caroline entered the office and addressed them. "Why did the conversation suddenly stop when I arrived? Shouldn't I be included since I'm the one being talked about?" The secretaries exchanged nervous glances. Caroline held the documents in her hand as she approached the front table and shot them an icy gaze. "Perhaps you should dedicate your time to work rather than indulge in gossip about others." Placing the documents on the table, she continued, "Ms. Walker, as the head of the secretaries, you should set a better example instead of indulging in idle chat. Before you leave, kindly collect this month's salary from the finance department." Jane Walker widened her eyes and stood up abruptly. "Are you planning to fire me over this?" Caroline chuckled and retorted, "Is this your only mistake? You have neglected to sort out and report the document delivered by Flying Builders 2 days ago." Jane's face turned red as she argued, "I shouldn't have to handle that kind of task. It's below my pay grade." Caroline responded coldly. "As the head of the secretaries, your first mistake is you failed to monitor the progress of your subordinates' work. As for your second mistake, perhaps you should take a closer look at this document." Reluctantly, Jane stepped forward to accept the document. Her face paled as she quickly glanced at it. Pushing the document away indignantly, she snapped, "Who do you think you are? You're just a slut who climbed your way up the corporate ladder by selling your body, yet you have the audacity to act so arrogantly here. What right do you have to fire me?" Caroline chuckled once again. "You are entitled to your opinion, but it is not I who is firing you. The company has decided to terminate your employment. The workplace can be cruel, and only those who are capable rise to higher positions. Dealing with the clique, formed group of secretaries was far from easy. After hours of arguing and scrutinizing the documents, Caroline felt so exhausted that she almost collapsed into her chair. She sighed, feeling a melancholic weight in her heart as she gazed at the vacant office space. They were under Mark's command, yet he lacked the courage to show up when they faced criticism and dismissal. In comparison to Mark's despicable tactics, Evan displayed far greater excellence. After taking a 5-minute break to rest, she made her way toward the president's office. Just as she approached the door, Evan emerged. They locked eyes. Caroline quickly averted her gaze and shared, "It has been resolved." He responded, "In the afternoon, assist the personnel department with the hiring, and join me to meet someone at noon." Confusion washed over her, prompting an involuntary question, "Who?" Evan replied, "The former director of an orphanage." With that, he walked away, leaving her no choice but to follow suit. As she walked, her gaze briefly swept into the president's office. There, she caught sight of Mark, kneeling on the ground, his gaze fixed wickedly upon Evan's departing figure. Her heart skipped a beat involuntarily. As they stepped out of the elevator on the ground floor, they coincidentally encountered Paige and Daniela emerging from the staff elevator across from them. Upon spotting Evan, Daniela smiled and hurried towards him, asking, "Evan, are you going for lunch?" While speaking, she attempted to link arms with him, but he coldly evaded her touch. Daniela's expression stiffened momentarily, yet Evan pretended not to notice. Instead, he narrowed his eyes and focused on Daniela. "I'm going to meet the orphanage director." Abruptly, she lowered her head and anxiously bit her lip. In a panic, she questioned Evan, "Why do you want to meet her?" Noticing her distress, his eyes turned icy. "Ella, why are you so nervous?" Shaking her head, her face paling, Daniela hurriedly explained, "No, I'm not. I'm just. What?" Evan pressed on, his gaze fierce. Consequently, her breathing quickened, and she averted her gaze. "No, nothing." "Evan, please. Reconsider going." Evan's expression darkened. "Are you hiding something from me? Stop interrogating me." Daniela suddenly screamed in terror. "Evan, please, no more questions. Don't force me to remember those memories. I'm begging you, Van, please, no more questions." Observing from the sidelines, Caroline and Paige exchanged glances. They couldn't help but wonder why Daniela's behavior had taken such an unexpected turn. Evan's face grew somber. He stepped forward and tightly gripped Daniela's arm. "Tell me what happened." "No," she cried out desperately, pushing Evan's hand away and crossing her arms protectively across her chest. Trembling, she retreated while sobbing. "Please, I beg you. It's my fault. Don't do this to me." "No." In a sudden outburst, she screamed, shut her eyes tightly, and collapsed heavily onto the floor. Chapter 28. Chapter 28. Does Mr. Jordan know? At Florencia Hospital. After completing the necessary hospitalization formalities, both Caroline and Paige returned to the ward. Daniela had been administered a sedative and was laying on the bed, her face pale. Meanwhile, a hint of guilt appeared on Evan's somber face as he looked at Daniela with concern. Caroline suppressed the bitterness in her heart and approached the medical case calmly. "Mr. Jordan, it's taken care of." However, Evan didn't accept it. "Ask Ruben if he has found Ella's medical records." Nodding, Caroline turned around and left the ward with Paige. Upon contacting Ruben, she honestly conveyed Evan's request. There was a brief silence on the phone before Ruben spoke. She has suffered from severe psychological trauma since childhood, which led to regular sessions with a therapist and the use of psychotropic medication. I met with the former director to inquire, but the details were unclear. I'm now reaching out to the deputy director for more information. After ending the call, Paige pursed her lips and spoke from the side. It's quite alarming. How did we never notice any signs before? Caroline put her phone back into her bag. One cannot fabricate medical records. Paige continued, true, but I have a strange feeling about all of this. Caroline asked, have you ever seen her take any medication? Paige responded, well, I haven't paid much attention. I'll observe her closely next time we're back at the office. She had a gut feeling that something was amiss with Daniela. After informing Evan about Ruben's update, Caroline and Paige left the hospital to grab a bite to eat. However, as soon as Caroline stepped into the restaurant and caught a whiff of the heavy oil scent, she couldn't help but feel nauseous. She covered her mouth and rushed out of the establishment. Stunned, Paige quickly followed after her. When she saw Caroline retching on the side, her eyes widened. Carol, are you 14? Caroline immediately explained, no, you're overthinking. Raising an eyebrow, Paige responded, I haven't even said anything, but you seem eager to explain. Huh? Caroline was momentarily speechless. Novel bin. At that moment, Paige took hold of Caroline's arm. You don't need to explain right now. Let's go to the hospital. However, Caroline hurriedly freed herself from Paige's grasp. No, I'm not going. Paige insisted, then tell me the truth. Knowing it was futile to resist, Caroline sighed and decided to be honest to avoid unnecessary complications. Yes, I'm pregnant. She wasn't afraid of Paige revealing the secret. After all, they had known each other for 7 years. She could trust Paige. Astounded, Paige stared in disbelief. Is it Mr. Jordan's child? Does he know? Caroline shook her head. I'm not ready to tell him yet, so please keep it confidential. Paige asked, what are you going to do now? Mr. Jordan's focus is solely on Daniela. Caroline smiled, masking the bitterness in her eyes. I'll take it one step at a time. After completing the recruitment tasks in the afternoon, Ruben informed Caroline that she needed to prepare dinner for Evan. She hailed a taxi and instructed the driver, please take me to Blossom Hotel. Glancing at Caroline through the rearview mirror as she focused on her phone, the driver locked the car doors and started the engine. As the driver drove for nearly 20 minutes, Caroline finished reading the documents on her phone and looked up, only to realize that the surroundings seemed unfamiliar and increasingly remote. A sense of unease crept over her, causing her heart to race. She slowly lifted her gaze and met the driver's vacant stare in the rearview mirror. Collecting herself, she feigned composure and commented, Florencia City looks beautiful at night. The driver offered a brief, emotionless reply. Maintaining her composure, Caroline swiftly accessed the GPS on her phone to check the route. As expected, the taxi was traveling in the direction opposite of the hotel. She began to ponder who could be behind this abduction attempt. In Florencia City, she had neither friends nor enemies apart from the secretaries she had offended earlier. However, she doubted they would resort to such sinister tactics. That left only one possibility, Mark. Did he believe he couldn't confront Evan directly, so he targeted her instead? Taking a deep breath, Caroline retrieved her chat log with Evan from her phone and sent a distress message. Mr. Jordan, I've been kidnapped. At the same time, Daniela had awakened in Florencia Hospital. Her eyes were red as she spoke to Evan. Evan, I'm sorry for keeping something from you. Evan calmly sat on the sofa. "TM, just relieved that you're okay." "Evan, can you do me a favor?" Daniela asked with a hint of distress. A flicker of frustration appeared on his face. "Go ahead." She nervously bit her lip. "Please, can you refrain from digging into my painful childhood?" For a brief moment, Evan remained silent. He sensed that Daniela's current demeanor was vastly different from when she was younger. Something must have happened to shape her into the person she had become. If she had suffered unjustly, he was determined to seek justice on her behalf. Loosening his tie, he responded in a detached tone, "Let's set that aside for now." Just then, his phone rang, and upon reading the message, his expression instantly turned icy. He swiftly replied to Caroline's message. "Where are you?" Caroline promptly shared her location with him. Sensing that something was amiss, Daniela tried to prop herself up in bed. "Evan, what's wrong?" However, Evan ignored her question and strode out of the ward. Before departing, he muttered. Chapter 29. Chapter 29. Tears streamed down Olivia's cheeks. She knew that she and Ethan could never go back to how things were before. He had betrayed her and destroyed the Fordhams, and the Fordhams owed him his sister's life. Those debts could never be settled. Trying to resolve them would only serve to tighten the knots of their relationship, suffocating them and leading to an inevitable end. Ethan held her face in his hands, wiping away her tears with his cheeks. "Liv, don't love me. Hate me instead. T betrayed you, I killed our child, and I can never turn back." She sensed his inner turmoil, but amidst that, she could feel the tenderness he still had for her like a calm oasis in a turbulent desert sandstorm. However, she knew that the oasis would soon be destroyed by the raging winds. Novel bin. Ethan left the room, leaving Olivia behind. Olivia knew that this was their final farewell. When Olivia headed out of the study, Madame Burgess was nowhere to be seen. The kind-hearted Madame Burgess had always believed their conflicts to be petty quarrels and had even attempted to mediate between them. In her eyes, Olivia was the singular and rightful Mrs. Miller, hence she was unaware of her grave mistake. Olivia laughed at herself. With Madame Burgess by her side, she never felt lonely in the spacious mansion. It wasn't until Madame Burgess left that Olivia was hit by the emptiness of the house and the tedium of life. The sky outside was already dark, and there was a pot of chowder Madame Burgess had made waiting in the kitchen. Olivia poured herself some into a bowl. The steam from the pot veiled her face, obscuring her features. Slowing eating, Olivia's expression was calm. She had found a solution to the exhausting game they were stuck in. "Ethan, I will repay the debt my father owes you," she thought to herself. Instead of undergoing chemotherapy, she decided to enjoy the remaining days of her life. Having seen Ethan's pain and turmoil, she was certain that he would no longer be burdened by hatred and his conflicted feelings upon her death. For Ethan to have a better life, she would just have to give up her own. He would have the beloved wife and a child he had always longed for after she was gone. He would remain a legendary figure in Aldenvine. Aside from the fact that she would be gone, everything would be fine, and that would be wonderful. Olivia suddenly felt the chains binding her loosen, and she realized that she had liberated herself from her own constraints. That night, Ethan didn't return, and the Miller residence was as silent as death. The next morning, Olivia woke up early for the first time after confining herself to the room for so many days. The rest had greatly improved her spirits, and Madame Burgess had played a significant role in it too. Under Madame Burgess's care, Olivia appeared to be healthier. Perhaps the chemotherapy medication was working, as her stomach stopped hurting in the past few days. Olivia changed into appropriate attire and was about to open the door when she saw Brent standing outside with a cold, solemn expression. He respectfully greeted her, "Good morning, Mrs. Miller." Olivia smiled at him. "Good morning. Brent was taken aback. Ever since the argument, for the past 2 years, she was either exhausted or weeping with sorrow whenever he saw Olivia. It had been a long time since he had seen her smile like that. Brent couldn't bring himself to say what he wanted to say next, so Olivia took the initiative to do it. Chapter 30. Chapter 30. Promise not to get too worked up. He had finally arrived. A chilling intensity filled his eyes as he looked at Caroline, who was crouched on the floor. He directed a deadly glare at Mark. "Well, Mark, impressive, aren't you? How dare you kidnap my woman?" Mark quickly stood up, seeking refuge behind his secretaries, visibly trembling. "Uncle! Uncle Evan!" Evan approached him with a few swift steps, narrowing his eyes as he questioned, "So, you finally acknowledge that I'm your uncle, huh?" Mark's fear was palpable as he swallowed nervously. In a sudden realization, Mark glanced at Caroline. "Uncle Evan, I did arrange for someone to bring her here, but it was for your sake. You have no idea what I discovered earlier. She has ulterior motives against you. She despises you to the extent that she wants to poison you. You must trust me." Evan glanced at Caroline, who stood composedly at the side, and smirked. "Well, since you've been so considerate, I suppose I should show you some appreciation." Turning to his bodyguards, he commanded, "Take care of it." Amidst Mark's pitiful wails, Evan held Caroline's hand and left the warehouse. Once inside the car, Evan taunted her, "You certainly know how to use your charms." Caroline was taken aback, and her gratitude instantly vanished. She took a deep breath in secret and retorted, "Mr. Jordan, I should thank you for providing me with such an opportunity. If he hadn't taken her to the subsidiary company to fire those employees, she wouldn't have offended those people. She wouldn't have needed to suppress her disgust and curry favor with Mark." In the driver's seat, Reuben grew anxious. Caroline seemed to be the only one brave enough to stand up to Evan so bluntly. Frowning, Evan looked displeased as he glanced at Caroline. Was she blaming him? "If I hadn't come, would you have whim tonight?" he asked gloomily. "What else could I do?" Caroline responded in turn. "Should I have stayed there and let myself get?" Evan's expression turned somber. He sounded slightly angry. "Caroline, can't you survive without relying on men?" Caroline grumbled in reply, "What does it matter since you've always seen me as that kind of woman anyway?" Was there any need for her to provide further explanations? Any sensible person could see through her plot to free herself from Mark, but Evan chose to believe she loved using her charms to survive. It didn't concern her much, as it wasn't the first time he had misunderstood her. Lost in her thoughts, she was suddenly taken aback as he fiercely grabbed her wrist. Instinctively, she turned around, attempting to free her hand from his grasp. However, he showed no intention of letting go. "Don't you remember what I said?" His eyes burned with anger. "So, now that you have money, you're full of yourself." Confusion washed over her. What did money have to do with their current situation? Suppressing the pain, she stubbornly spoke up. "So what if that's the case? Evan Jordan, I'm tired novel bin of being your mistress. Now that you've found your beloved woman, why won't you let me leave? Why are you forcing me to be a home wrecker? Isn't that what you want?" Evan tightened his grip on her wrist. "Don't you enjoy flaunting yourself in front of Daniela?" She was dumbfounded. Why was he being so unreasonable? She simply didn't want to be criticized and bullied by Daniela. What in the world made him think that she enjoyed flaunting herself? Letting out a cold laugh, her gaze filled with disappointment. "Evan, I've been with you for 3 years, yet you never truly knew me." As he detected the sarcasm in her words, he felt a pang of pain in his heart. But after a moment, he scoffed. I don't have to know you. After all, you're willing to do anything. For the sake of money. In that instant, a wave of heart-wrenching pain engulfed her. Well, it was true indeed. She had no right to deny that. She had willingly agreed to become his mistress back then for the sake of money. Suddenly, she felt relieved that she hadn't revealed to him that she was pregnant with his child. Otherwise, he would accuse her of being a scheming and manipulative woman who did anything and everything to usurp another woman's position. After returning to the hotel, Evan escorted her to his room. 2 bodyguards stood outside, reaffirming that she was being monitored once again. A message from Paige popped up on her phone. Caroline, where are you? Mr. Jordan had someone take all your belongings away just now. Glancing at her luggage before her, Caroline let out a bitter smile. I'm in the presidential suite. Be careful, Carol. Sorry I can't help you. Just as she was about to reply to Paige's message, a notification from Scott appeared. Caroline, is your leg healed? She glanced toward the bathroom, realizing that Evan was still inside. Hastily, she replied to the message. Dr. Wilson, thank you. It's almost healed. While she hadn't actually consulted a doctor for her leg injury, the medicine Lily had given her proved to be highly effective. She knew that it was Evan who had arranged for the medicine to be delivered. However, no matter how kind he was to her, she couldn't bring herself to express gratitude, considering the extent of his monitoring. Lost in thought, another message from Scott arrived. I have something to tell you, but you must promise not to get too worked up. Trapped in Love #Chapter 31, read Trapped in Love Chapter 31. Chapter 31. Chapter 31 Over my dead body. Scott typed. Your father came over last night and had a big fight with your mother. He even forced the hospital to give him your mother's medical fees. Caroline furrowed her brows in concern. Is my mother all right? Scott explained. I'm here with her. Don't worry. I gave him $150, and he backed down. Caroline was taken aback. She couldn't fathom how her dad could have the audacity to take money from her mother's doctor. Although she disapproved of Scott's independent actions, she couldn't argue with the fact that he did it for her mother's sake. However, since it had happened once, she feared it might happen again. Pondering over it, she made up her mind to talk to him about it. After transferring $150 to his account, she typed. Dr. Wilson, thank you for helping my mother in this situation. But please don't give my father any money again. If he approaches you, tell him to come to me. Thank you. Scott didn't decline because he knew Caroline disliked being indebted to others. If he didn't promise her, she might try to convince him all night, so he simply agreed. Afterward, he asked a question. Got it? So, when will you be coming back? Caroline replied. In a few days. Before she could finish typing the sentence, she heard the bathroom door open. Evan emerged, wearing a black bathrobe and drying his short hair with a towel. Quickly, Caroline hid her phone behind a pillow, pretending to watch TV. However, Evan caught sight of her action. He approached her and stared at her with his penetrating eyes. What are you hiding? She tried her best to suppressing her anxiety and replied calmly, the pillow wasn't very comfortable, so I was just adjusting it. Evan narrowed his eyes. Then he tossed the towel aside and forcefully pulled her off the sofa. As a result, the pillow fell, and he happened to see the conversation between her and Scott, as she hadn't had time to close her phone. When he noticed Scott's name, a cold aura suddenly emanated from him. He picked up her phone. Fury consumed him as he read the final part of their conversation. Clenching the phone with his slender fingers, he glared at her fiercely. How dare you lie to me? Caroline felt frightened by his gaze, but she realized she hadn't done anything wrong, so she responded calmly, "I knew you would be angry, so I chose to keep it from you." Unfortunately, he didn't even give her explanation a chance. His voice grew colder and more intense. "Are you so eager to see each other?" Caroline pressed her lips together. "Evan, please try to calm down." Just as she was about to turn away and leave, he grabbed her arm and forcefully pushed her back onto the sofa. Then, he sank his teeth into her shoulder with brutal force. Caroline cried out in pain. "Evan, have you lost your mind?" She raised her hands to push him away, but he seized her wrists. With a face that was both dark and handsome, he looked up, gritting his teeth, and uttered each word forcefully, "Caroline, this is the price you must pay for deceiving me." Abruptly, he leaned down and kissed her, biting her lips forcefully to unleash his anger. The taste of blood flooded her mouth, mingled with the bitterness that pricked her nostrils. Brimming with anger, she cursed at him with a mix of frustration and defiance. "Evan, you're a damn pervert." "Pervert? Well, I'll show you something even more outrageous." Caroline curled up on the sofa, her lower body throbbing with excruciating pain. She shot a resentful glare at the retreating figure of the man before her and asked hoarsely, "When will you let me go?" Evan, now clad in a bathrobe, cast a cold sidelong glance at her. "You want to leave?" "Not a chance." He squatted down, his fingers tightly pinching her chin. "Caroline, take this as your final warning. If I catch you involved with him again, he will cease to exist in Angel Bay City." Caroline defiantly pushed his hand away. "All you ever do is threaten me." Evan sneered, straightening himself up. "No, I also enjoy tormenting you. You despicable and shameless jerk." She swallowed the curses that swirled in her heart and silently endured. She knew that provoking him would lead to unimaginable consequences. She had to hold on until the day her mother was discharged from the hospital. After spending 5 arduous days in Florencia City, Evan brought Caroline back. During her time confined there, she managed to complete her design drafts. Now, all that remained was to submit her design concept. Novel bin. As they arrived at Florencia City Airport, Daniela and Paige were already there, awaiting them. A tinge of envy glimmered in Daniela's eyes as she observed Caroline approaching, accompanied by Evan. Chapter 32. Chapter 32 Crossing the Line. Despite her envy, she maintained her gentle and virtuous demeanor in front of everyone. A few hours later, they returned to Angel Bay City. This time, Evan didn't ask Ruben to give Caroline a ride back to Villa Rosa. Instead, they went to the company together. Upon stepping back into the office that she hadn't seen in so long, Caroline was taken aback by the sight of the missing glass wall that once separated her office from the president's office. Now, it was transformed into a shared space. Her excitement about returning to the company instantly shattered. "Does he intend to monitor my every move and word?" A surge of anger ignited within her, and she stormed towards Evan, who was seated at his desk. "Don't you think you're crossing the line here?" Evan looked up calmly. "Are you upset?" "Upset? How dare he ask me that? Would he accept being monitored in the same way?" Caroline gritted her teeth. "I don't feel like working right now. I want to leave." Evan's handsome face sank. "Are you planning to run off and schedule with Dr. Wilson the perfect time to meet him when I'm not around?" She stared at him wide-eyed and asked, "Can you stop being so unreasonable?" Evan found her reaction amusing and thought inwardly, "Lately, she has been showing her emotions openly in front of me. She's more intriguing when she's irritable rather than maintaining her distant facade." Evan picked up a document on the desk and tossed it to her. "Instead of spouting nonsense, you better focus on this task." Her anger was abruptly interrupted, and she stared at the document for a moment before reluctantly beginning to work on it. At 5 o'clock in the evening, Daniela popped into Evan's office. Her face turned grim when she realized that Caroline and Evan's offices had been merged. Coincidentally, Evan was absent. Always the opportunist, Daniela approached Caroline. Caroline, I must say, I'm impressed, Daniela mocked. Caroline looked up at her icily. You flatter me. Infuriated, Daniela's face reddened. Do you really believe you can win his heart? Don't forget, he was the one who stayed by my side when I fell ill. Caroline nodded thoughtfully. Oh, if you were so affectionate with him, why did he rush to my aid when I needed help? Daniela's anger flared up at the mention of that incident. Cut the act. What will it take for you to leave him? With a sneer, Caroline stood up and approached Daniela. Let's get this straight. He's the one who refuses to let me go. And why are you so proactive? Are you attracted to his handsome appearance or his high social status? With each sentence Caroline spoke, she took a step closer to Daniela. 1. Daniela was forced to retreat, panic flickering across her delicate face. Nonsense. I just have a crush on him. Caroline laughed coldly. Really? I'm quite curious how you always know exactly when he will appear at the company. And why do you always happen to be downstairs at the perfect time to meet him? Everything just seems a little too coincidental. I don't mind if you want to pursue him, but please remember one thing, don't keep provoking me. You're not even his wife yet. What right do you have to boss me around? Being retorted, Daniela's charming face became hideous. As Daniela prepared to respond, the door suddenly opened, causing her to stumble and end up sitting on the floor, tearfully and pitifully exclaiming, Miss Shenton, I only want to repay Evan's kindness. Why are you scolding me? When Caroline saw Daniela's pretentious pitiable state, she knew Evan had returned. She stood calmly, observing the man as he entered the office. Evan glanced at Caroline before reaching out to help Daniela up. Frustration seeped into his voice, albeit subtly. You should go home first, novel bin. Shock enveloped Daniela. Evan, I go home. He didn't give her a chance to refuse. Daniela burst into tears and hastily fled the room. Once the door closed, Caroline inquired, why aren't you blaming me for mistreating your first? Evan glared at her, then loosened his tie. I know what you're trying to do. Amused, Caroline retorted, and what, pray tell, am I trying to do? Evan narrowed his cold eyes and approached, pinching her chin. You're simply trying to disgust me so that I'll drive you out of Villa Rosa. And then, you'll be free to escape to distant lands with Dr. Wilson, am I right? Caroline was at a loss for words. Why is he entertaining such wild thoughts? She felt a dull pain in her chin, prompting her to pull away without denying his words. 1. In that case, I'll continue tormenting Daniela every time I see her, just as you suggested. Caroline. Evan roared, his breath heavy. His eyes burned with anger, as if he wanted to tear her apart. How many times do you think you can bully her? Caroline was taken aback. What do you mean? Evan withdrew his hand. She saved my life, so I'll do everything in my power to repay her. If you wish to avoid severe consequences in the future, you'd better stop tormenting her. Chapter 33. Chapter 33 Sinking Without a Trace. Caroline's expression twisted with disdain. If that's the case, then you better make sure to discipline her properly from now on. Tell her to stop finding fault with me all the time. With those words, Caroline forcefully stormed out of the room, leaving Evan standing alone in his novel bin office, his brows furrowed in thought. After a moment, he retrieved his phone and dialed Ruben's number. How's the investigation progressing? Ruben's voice came through the line. Mr. Jordan, the deputy dean has passed away, so we couldn't confirm anything. However, we did find the teacher who taught Ms. Love that year. He continued, she explained that Ms. Love was bullied during that time, which caused her to suffer from some sort of trauma. But the orphanage covered it up. A dark cloud crossed Evan's face. There's another matter, Ruben added. Go on, Evan urged. The dean informed me that the girl with the red mole on her earlobe went by the name Lyra. It's possible that Ms. Love changed her name after being adopted. Deep lines etched across Evan's forehead. Did you manage to contact her adoptive parents? Ruben replied, I had someone reach out to them, but by the time our contact went to their address, they had already moved without leaving any traces behind. Keep investigating. Evan commanded firmly. Knock. 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 Suddenly, a knock interrupted their conversation. Mr. Jordan. Please come to the fashion design department immediately. Ms. Love has collapsed. When it was time to leave work, Caroline realized she was the last one remaining in the office. To her surprise, Ruben was not waiting for her at the company entrance as usual. Feeling a sense of relief, she made her way toward the road, intending to hail a taxi and visit her mother at the hospital. However, after waiting for over 10 minutes, she grew impatient. Just then, a Lamborghini stopping in front of Hiri. The car window rolled down, revealing a gentle and vaguely familiar face. Ms. Shenton, the man inquired. Caroline was momentarily taken aback, trying to recall where she had seen that face before. After a brief moment, she asked, Mr. Zander. A smile crept onto Neil's face as he spoke tenderly, where are you headed? Allow me to give you a ride. It's all right, I can find a taxi, Caroline tactfully declined. Neil persisted, it might take you at least an hour to find a taxi during this rush hour. Let me save you the trouble. Caroline was struck speechless. Reluctantly, she accepted the offer and got into the car, wanting to reach the hospital sooner. After fastening her seat belt, Neil turned to her with a smile, where are you going? Caroline replied, Angel Bay Private Hospital. Thank you, Mr. Zander. Neil chuckled. It's no trouble at all. I still owe you a sincere apology for my cousin's behavior the other day. Awkwardness settled between them. That wasn't your fault. You don't have to apologize to me. Neil turned to look at her. Are you sick? Why are you going to the hospital? Caroline shook her head. No, my mother is hospitalized *. Stunned by her reaction, remorse flickered in Neil's eyes. I'm sorry to hear that, he offered. Sincerely. Caroline responded with a casual smile before falling into silence. Meanwhile, Neil couldn't help but steal glances at her, struck by the uncanny resemblance she bore to his mother. Their features exuded a similar blend of stubbornness and tenderness, particularly their captivating eyes that held an ancient charm. They could easily pass for siblings. Neil attempted to break the tension with a gentle tone. Ms. Shenton, you remind me of someone I know. Caroline was left speechless, her mind swirling with thoughts. Is this some kind of modern-day tactic people use to flirt with others? Observing him with a hint of wariness, she adopted a more assertive tone. Mr. Zander, what exactly do you mean? www. She found it hard to believe that someone would go out of their way to give her a ride after just one encounter. Neil responded honestly, hoping to clarify the situation. Perhaps you bear a striking resemblance to her, so. Caroline interrupted, her tone sharp with sarcasm. So, you gave me a ride before asking for my contact information. You want to approach me by pretending that I resemble someone, right? Neil was taken aback by her defensive reaction, not expecting her to be so vigilant. Quickly, he explained, "Miss Shenton, I apologize for the misunderstanding. I was referring to my sister, who disappeared when she was very young." Caroline was rendered speechless once again. "Is he taking me for a fool?" She spoke sternly, noticing the hospital just ahead. "Mr. Zander, please stop the car and let me out." Neil immediately pulled over, a tinge of regret in his gentle eyes. "Miss Shenton, I did sense a familiarity when I saw you, but I assure you, I'm not the person you think I am." Caroline scoffed coldly. "Thank you, Mr. Zander. But I'm not the type of woman to be easily fooled by wealthy heirs like yourself." With those words, she opened the car door resolutely and left. Sitting alone in the car, Neil was left shocked. He couldn't fathom how someone could resemble both Lyra and his mother so closely in both appearance and character. Meanwhile, Caroline arrived at the hospital's inpatient department and discreetly inquired if Scott was on duty that day. Upon learning that he wasn't, she proceeded toward the ward. However, when she reached the door of the ward, she heard Katie's distressed voice, barely stifling her sobs. "Why do you insist on tormenting a child who isn't even yours? Bradley, you're a heartless monster." Chapter 34. Chapter 34. How dare you turn off your phone? After that, there was total silence. Caroline was speechless at the door, her mind filled with questions. Who is the child Mom is talking about? It can't possibly be me. I am definitely Dad's child. Yes, his behavior has changed drastically over the years, but he was always a responsible father when I was young. Caroline shook her head, dismissing the wild thoughts from her mind. Opening the door and entering, she found Katie sitting on the bed with an angry expression. "Mom, did you argue with Dad again?" Startled by her daughter's presence, Katie turned to look at Caroline with a hint of panic. "Why? Didn't you tell me you were here?" Caroline took a seat beside the bed. After a brief silence, she inquired, "Mom, what did you mean when you mentioned a child who isn't Dad's?" Avoiding eye contact, Katie replied, "It's a child from one of your father's relatives. It has nothing novel been to do with you. Don't meddle in this." Caroline sensed something amiss, but she wasn't sure how to approach the topic. After all, she had very limited contact with her father's side of the family. Her mother had always described them as having peculiar personalities, so she preferred to keep her distance. So, Caroline decided to change the subject and peeled a fruit for her mother. "Mom, you're unwell now. Don't worry about other people's affairs." Katie replied, "I just want to prevent your father from committing more wrongdoings." It was past 9 o'clock at night when Caroline left the hospital. She hailed a taxi to hurry back to Villa Rosa. The exhaustion and the effects of her pregnancy caused her to doze off shortly after getting into the cab. In her dream, she found herself in a spacious house. Children were running and playing in the yard, except for one girl with braided hair who sat alone beside a flower bed. Suddenly, another girl with a ponytail approached her and asked, "Why do you always look so sad? Stop sulking." The girl with braided hair lifted her head, slightly displeased. "You're mean." The girl with the ponytail pushed her shoulders, causing her to fall into the flower bed and get covered in dirt. She continued to taunt, "I'll slap you hard if you say that again." Undeterred, the girl with braided hair endured the pain and defiantly looked at her tormentor. "No matter how many times I say it, you'll still be mean. I'm not telling lies. I'll teach you a lesson." The girl with the ponytail gathered her friends and they started hitting the girl with braided hair together. Caroline watched anxiously, wanting to intervene but unable to reach them no matter how hard she tried. "Hey, miss. We've arrived," the taxi driver called, waking Caroline from her dream. Realizing she had reached her destination, Caroline quickly straightened herself and retrieved money from her purse to pay the driver. Stepping out of the car, the cold wind snapped her back to reality. Pondering over her dream, she gently massaged her forehead. Maybe it's because of Daniela's recent behavior that I had a dream about being bullied. As she dwelled on the dream, she couldn't help but place a hand on her lower abdomen, feeling a slight uneasiness. For a moment, she felt a wave of concern wash over her, thinking about the possibility of her child experiencing isolation and bullying in the future. Shaking off the distant thoughts, she focused on walking towards the villa. As she entered the yard, she noticed there were no cars, indicating that Evan was not yet home. Opening the door and stepping inside, Caroline was greeted by an anxious Lily. "Miss Shenton, where were you?" Confused by Lily's worried tone, Caroline inquired, "What's the matter?" Lily glanced toward the door and replied, "Mr. Jordan called you many times but couldn't reach you. He even smashed a few things in the living room." As Lily spoke, she gestured towards the scattered items strewn across the floor in the living room. Caroline stood there in shock, then quickly took her phone out of her bag to check it. Realizing her phone was dead, frustration crept over her. "My phone ran out of battery." Worry filled Lily's eyes. "Miss Shenton, I've never seen him so angry before. When he returns, don't make him even more angry." Caroline nodded, her mind filled with unease. She bypassed Lily and hurried upstairs to charge her phone. A minute later, her phone lit up, bombarded with notifications of missed calls. There were missed calls from Evan, Ruben, and even her mother. Just as Caroline was about to return their calls, Evan's name appeared on the screen, and her heart raced as she answered. "Caroline, how dare you turn off your phone?" Evan's voice boomed angrily. Caroline swallowed, trying to remain calm. "My phone ran out of battery." "Where are you now?" Evan roared angrily again. Caroline replied honestly, "I'm at Villa Rosa." He abruptly hung up, intensifying the premonition in Caroline's heart. She had witnessed Evan's anger before, but this level of fury was unprecedented. As Caroline pondered how to handle the situation, Katie called once again. Caroline answered immediately, her voice filled with worry. "Mom." "Carol, where are you right now?" Katie's voice trembled. Anxiously, Caroline asked, "Mom, what's wrong? Has something happened?" Katie explained, "A group of men in black suits stormed into the ward earlier, asking if you had been there. I told them you were here, and they rushed out again." "Carol, have you angered someone you shouldn't have?" "Don't worry, Mom. I haven't offended anyone. They're just the security personnel my boss hired to protect me." Chapter 35. Chapter 35. Don't I deserve the money? Your boss. Katie was astonished. Caroline responded nonchalantly, "Dad's creditors keep bothering me. My boss noticed and he offered to provide a few bodyguards for my protection." Relieved, Katic let out a sigh. "I'm glad you're safe. Don't turn off your phone like that again. You scared me." Caroline briefly comforted her mother before ending the call. She then walked over to the window, feeling nervous as she looked down below and waited. In less than 10 minutes, a black Maybach sped into the yard. Evan stepped out of the car and entered the villa, his demeanor ominous and gloomy. Caroline closed her eyes. Exhaustion consumed her as she anticipated Evan's fury that awaited her. Turning around, she headed towards the bedroom door with a sense of unease. As she reached for the doorknob, it suddenly swung open with a loud bang, striking her shoulder and causing a sharp pain. Instinctively, she cradled her shoulder and gazed up at the handsome yet gloomy face. Veins bulged on his forehead, his once impeccable countenance now filled with weariness. His gaze frightened her, causing her to instinctively take a step back. Before she could retreat to safety, he grabbed her shoulders and forcefully pressed her against the wall. "Tell me, why did you turn off your phone?" Evan demanded in a cold, aloof tone. Caroline endured the pain shooting through her shoulders and met his gaze, explaining, "I told you, my phone's battery died." Whoosh. Before she could finish her explanation, he abruptly threw several cold photographs at her face. As they fluttered down to the floor, she lowered her head to examine them. Soon, she recognized the familiar Lamborghini and saw herself standing beside the car, engaged in conversation with the driver. "Were you fooling around with another man in my absence?" At that moment, he resembled a beast that had lost control. His furious roar pierced her ears. "Caroline, I never knew you were capable of this." Caroline's heart sank as she anticipated another wave of relentless scrutiny and torment. Taking a deep breath, she looked up into his bloodthirsty gaze. "Will you believe me even if I explain? It won't make you any less repulsive." Evan's anger was terrifying. Caroline's eyes flickered. "Repulsive? He finds me repulsive even before I have a chance to explain. Aren't you the repulsive one?" Caroline lowered her gaze and snorted. "You that once you found her, you would terminate the contract automatically. So, promised me, why are we still stuck together now? You adore Daniela but treat me like a disposable dog. You cruelly trample on my dignity every single day. One word from you controls my entire life. But why? I worked hard and wasted my youth serving you for 3 long years. Don't I deserve the money?" As she posed these questions, tears welled up in her eyes and streamed down her cheeks. Fiercely wiping them away, she pushed him away and firmly declared, "I'm resigning." Evan felt as if he had been dealt a fatal blow, witnessing her tears and hearing her final words. A tinge of panic flickered in his dark eyes as an uncontrollable feeling surged within him. That panic only lasted a brief moment. Very quickly, his eyes turned cold once more. "Resign?" Evan sneered. "You can never escape until I grow tired of you." That statement shattered all of Caroline's hopes for her future. "Come in," Evan coldly shouted. "Novel bin." Several footsteps echoed from the stairs. The bodyguards appeared one by one at the door of the room. "No one is to let her out without my permission." After issuing the order, he callously left the room. As the door closed firmly, Caroline closed her eyes in complete despair. Caroline spent the entire night sleepless, enduring until Lily arrived to bring her breakfast. When the door opened, Caroline noticed the bodyguard still stationed motionlessly at the entrance. "Miss Shenton, you can't resist Mr. Jordan like this," Lily sighed, placing the food on the bedside. "You don't understand how worried he was last night. He had over 100 bodyguards searching for you all over the city. I saw the panic on his face when he couldn't reach you on the phone. I've seen this kind of thing before. His behavior stems from his deep concern for you. Why are you so stubborn? 1. Does he really care about me?" Caroline sneered inwardly. "I suppose I'd be worried too if I lost my pet." She restrained herself from uttering that she was merely a dog he kept. Feeling sympathetic towards Caroline, Lily advised kindly, "Miss Shenton, this won't end well. You should give in to him. It's better than being locked up like this." Caroline slowly curled her knees up, hugging them tightly with her hands. In a soft voice, she said, "Lily, please stop trying to persuade me." She had given in to him for 3 years, and now she refused to continue down that path. Otherwise, she would see herself as a despicably shameless woman. Chapter 36. Chapter 36. Who do you think you're fooling? Evan decided to visit Daniela in the hospital after completing his tasks for the night. As he entered her ward, Daniela quickly sat up, a smile forming on her face. "Evan, you're here," she said happily. He responded flatly, "Lie down, you don't need to get up." A flicker of disappointment flashed through Daniela's eyes when she realized he didn't come closer to her. "I'm fine. I feel much better after a night of rest," she sighed. "Sorry for causing you trouble again yesterday." He furrowed his brows. "Don't go to her again. She's terrible. Please protect yourself." Daniela asked shyly, "Can I assume that you care about me?" Evan's eyes dimmed significantly. "There are certain things you can definitely avoid." Daniela's expression froze, not hearing the response she hoped for. But then, she noticed his tired and handsome face. "Didn't you get a good rest last night, Evan?" she asked with affection. He responded curtly, devoid of emotion, "I'm going to go since you're fine." She didn't dare ask him to stay. She had to maintain the image of being considerate in front of him. Even if she felt unwilling, she suppressed her feelings. "Sure, you should leave." After he left, her face turned grim. "What do I have to do to win this man's heart?" she wondered to herself. Novel bin. She had pretended to be unconscious twice, yet she didn't sense any care from him. It seemed like he only cared for her as he would a regular friend. As she pondered, her phone suddenly rang. Her face paled significantly when she saw the phone number. Quickly, she removed the blanket and ran to the door. After making sure Evan had left, she answered the call. "Did you miss me, Daniela?" A man's crooked chuckle came through the phone. Daniela clenched her teeth and replied with a forced smile, "Of course. But next time, please send me a text before calling." If you had called a few minutes earlier, he would have found out. The man chuckled. "How's it going, babe? Did you get it?" "How can I get it so quickly?" "I need a little more time," she said. The man paused for a moment. "I've been tight on money lately. Can you send me some?" Frowning, she lowered her voice. "I don't have any." "He gave you a house but not money? Who are you trying to fool?" "I'm not," she said in panic. "All the money I have is my salary." The man's voice suddenly turned cold. "Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child, Daniela? Don't forget, if I hadn't told you about the secret of the red mole, how could you have convinced Evan that you're the love of his life? If you don't want to give me money, I guess I can accidentally reveal some things to Evangelist." 1. Daniela's expression changed drastically. She tightly gripped her phone and comforted him. "No, Nick. Don't be mad at me. Why don't I transfer you half of my salary? I'll work harder to convince Evan. How's that?" "That's more like it. I'll be in Angel Bay City tomorrow. Be a good girl and accompany me, all right?" Nick said. "I'll do as you say, Nick. But can you help me one more time?" she pleaded. "How can I say no to my baby?" She held back her disgust. "You know Evan has a secretary, right? Find a way to get rid of her for me." "Sure. But I'm tight on money. I'll need some to do that." "Got it, I'll transfer you the money later." Back at Villa Rosa, Lily approached Evan as soon as he returned. "Sir, Miss Shenton is refusing to eat." "Why don't you talk to her?" she suggested. He glared coldly at the second floor. "Let her be. Let's see how long she can keep this up." Lily looked concerned. "But her stomach is still upset." "Let her be. She won't die of hunger," Evan declared, heading upstairs. He paused for a moment as he passed Caroline's room before eventually returning to his own. After taking a shower, he lay on the bed. Despite his annoyance, he couldn't fall asleep. He decided to chat on his phone instead. He texted, "Hey." Alex, who received the message, was shocked. The typically uncommunicative Evan Jordan sent him a message. "What's up, l?" Alex replied. "What does it mean when a woman who has been working with you for many years suddenly insists on resigning?" Alex couldn't help but roll his eyes at the question. Couldn't he just mention Caroline directly? Intent on stirring things up, Alex responded, "Just let her go. Out with the old, in with the new." Evan frowned. Let Caroline go? He immediately dismissed that thought. It was impossible. "She's capable," he replied. Alex continued to instigate. "She's either not making enough money or she's in love, ready to start a family." Evan ignored the first suggestion completely. Just as he suspected, Caroline had an ulterior motive for leaving. She was even starving herself for it. Evan's anger flared up again. After seeing Alex's suggestions, there was no way he could sleep peacefully tonight. Chapter 37. Chapter 37. Are you guys together? For the next 3 days, Lily would inform Evan about Caroline's refusal to eat every time he returned home. He had initially tolerated it, but at the end of 3 days, he had reached his limit. She was willing to trade her health to run away freely with another man. With a grim expression, Evan made his way upstairs. After dismissing the bodyguard, he entered Caroline's room. The only source of light in the dark room came from the computer. He noticed Caroline curled up on the bed, peacefully asleep. As he approached her, he caught sight of 2 bottles of medicine on the side of the computer. His frown deepened when he picked them up and realized they were acute pain relievers, not the gastric medicine he expected. Opening the cap, he discovered that there wasn't much left. Putting the medicine aside, he walked closer to the bed and gently shook Caroline awake. "Get up." Caroline, feeling dizzy from hunger, opened her eyes and saw his handsome face. She thought it was a hallucination caused by her empty stomach. Slapping his arms away, she mumbled with closed eyes, "Why am I seeing him even in my dreams?" Evan heard her words clearly, and he couldn't snap out of his shock. Was she talking about him? His grim expression softened considerably as he contemplated her statement. Sitting by the bed, he asked in his deep voice, "Do you want to see your mother?" Caroline, still thinking she was imagining things, heard his voice again and sensed that something was amiss. Opening her eyes wide, she realized it was really him. She instinctively wanted to get up, but she just did not have the strength to after not eating for 3 days. Confused, she gulped and asked, "Why are you here?" His expression turned cold as he came up with a flimsy excuse. "The new year is approaching, and I don't want anyone to die in my home." Angry, she retorted, "Then bury me somewhere. I'd rather die than lose my freedom." She would rather die sooner. Although she didn't verbalize her innermost thoughts, he could perceive the weight of her unspoken desires, and a flicker of irritation danced in his eyes. Determined to change the situation, he issued a commanding order, "Get up, we're going out." 1/3. Caroline gazed at him, a mix of astonishment and uncertainty reflecting in her eyes. At a spa villa in the suburbs, Evan brought Caroline for a spa day after she reluctantly ate a spoonful of porridge made by Lily. As she immersed in the hot spring surrounded by beautiful scenery, she felt a sense of relaxation. Novel bin. Secretly, she glanced at the man with a perfect face who was resting with his eyes closed. His lips were pursed, and the mist in the air gave him a mysterious aura. After a moment of contemplation, she gathered her courage and asked, "The year is coming to an end. How is the secretary's office managing?" 1. His voice was husky as he responded, "If you want to go to work, just say so." She was taken aback. It wasn't that she wanted to work, but she needed to find a way to gain her freedom. That way, once her mother was discharged from the hospital, she could leave at any time. 1. Playing along, she replied, "Yes, I want to work. Staying at Villa Rosa is boring." Evan opened his eyes slowly, fixing his gaze on her. "Aren't you studying fashion design online?" She carefully lied, "I don't have the talent for it, so I gave up." Evan stood up from the water, his muscular body on full display. "Come with me to the room." Caroline looked down and calmly asked, "Can I ask you something?" He took a step forward and put on a white robe. "Yes." "Are you and Daniela?" She licked her lips. "Together?" She couldn't accept the fact that she was caught in the middle of their relationship. "As long as you behave, I won't be with her anytime soon." It wasn't only that, there were some matters he needed to investigate. He had been searching for her adoptive parents for years, but many women had faked their identity for money. Even though Daniela had shared her side of the story, it didn't guarantee that she was the person he was looking for. He had to proceed cautiously. Meanwhile, Daniela lay in bed at the international residence in Angel Bay City. Nick caressed her back as he asked, "How are things going with your adoptive parents? Have they agreed to be your witnesses?" 1. Viciousness flashed in her eyes as she replied, "No. They're still stubborn, even after being locked up for so long." He kissed her red lips. "I heard your adoptive mother's parents are still alive." She looked up in shock. "Are you saying that I should threaten them with my grandparents?" "Why not? Look at Evan. He's suspicious of you, which is why he doesn't want to commit fully." "Isn't that the case?" "No, my conscience won't allow it. They're too old." "Why are we talking about conscience now? Don't you want your status? Money? Don't you know how to weigh the pros and cons?" Daniela froze, Evan's handsome face suddenly appearing in her mind. Noticing her reaction, Nick continued to fan the flames. "I'm not asking you to harm them physically. Just use verbal threats on your adoptive parents. If you don't act quickly, you might lose your chance to be with Evan. After all, his real true love hasn't appeared yet." Chapter 38. Chapter 38. Don't you dare. Daniela's expression turned grim, and she immediately rose to her feet. "Fine. I understand." After Nick left, she took a shower and donned a robe before settling in the living room to make a phone call. When the call was connected, she demanded, "Put them on the line." As the door creaked open, her adoptive father's disapproving voice reached her ears. "Go away. One novel bin. Won't speak to her." The watchman spoke, "You can speak now, Ms. Love." With a smile, she greeted, "Mom, Dad, it's been a while since I called. Seems like you've both developed quite a temper." "Shut your mouth. We never should have adopted you." Her adoptive mother's voice was filled with anger. "Don't be so harsh. I just want to know if you've reconsidered my proposal. I've been an honest man my whole life. I can't lie with my eyes wide open." Her adoptive father declared firmly. "What about you, Mother? Do you share the same sentiment?" Daniela inquired after taking a sip of wine. "My decision stands. Just let us rot here. We'll never lie for you." Her mother's voice trembled with rage. Daniela scoffed. "Oh, yes. It's been a while since I visited Grandpa and Grandma. I wonder how they're doing? Are they still around, or?" Her adoptive mother's voice quivered with anger. "What are you planning to do?" "Nothing much, just seeking your opinion. Would you prefer them to age gracefully or suffer in misery?" Daniela taunted. "Don't you dare." Her mother collapsed. "Fine, I'll give you one more day to think about it." Face the consequences if you fail to decide by then, she concluded before hanging up. Raising her head, she emptied the glass of red wine, feeling a shiver run down her spine as she imagined kissing Evan. 10. The following day, Caroline went to work. The secretary's office was overflowing with pending tasks that awaited her attention. She became engrossed in her work and forgot to eat throughout the morning. Evan had another secretary buy 2 lunches and handed one to her while she was absorbed in front of the computer screen, typing away. He admired her dedication to work and didn't want to disturb her. But when he recalled the nearly empty bottles of medicine, he couldn't help but remind her to eat. Placing the food on her table, he issued a commanding order, "Eat first." The 2 simple words carried an undeniable authority that she couldn't refuse. Surprised, she stopped typing and lifted her head, touched by his concern. It was the first time he had shown such care about her eating habits at work. As she whispered a heartfelt thank you, he had already departed. At 5:30 p.m., Caroline finished sorting the last document and brought it to Evan for his signature. After he finished signing, she asked, "Can I visit my mom at the hospital now?" Setting down the pen, he stood up and replied, "I'll take you there." She nodded, grabbed her bag, and followed him out of the office. When they arrived at the hospital, she turned to him. "I won't be long." "What about you?" He closed his eyes briefly. "I'll wait here." She got out of the car without saying a word. If he wanted to wait, she would let him. Just as she took a few steps forward, a blinding white light flashed before her eyes. Instinctively, she looked toward the source and saw a van speeding toward her from a short distance away. Her eyes widened, and as if her feet were rooted in place, she couldn't move. "Caroline!" Evan's desperate voice rang out from behind her. Her heart squeezed, and she quickly turned her head. Before she could fully process the situation, he had thrown himself at her, and they were both knocked to the ground. Closing her eyes instinctively, she didn't feel any pain of the impact. After a moment, she opened her eyes and found herself lying on top of him, his arms still around her. He looked like he was in a lot of pain. 1. Panic-stricken, she exclaimed, "Evan! Are you hurt?" He grunted. "Shut up and get up." Caroline quickly got up away from him. She gazed at the van, which was speeding away, its number plate obscured. Reuben rushed over to help Evan up, asking in shock, "Mr. Jordan, are you all right?" Evan squinted at the grass beside him. "Did you manage to jot down the number plate?" Reuben nodded. "Yes, I did. I'll get someone to track them down right away." Caroline was still trembling with feet as she stood up. Who wanted to kill her? If Evan hadn't intervened, she might have been hit. She looked at Evan, his grim face filled with determination. Was he not scared? The van had been speeding so recklessly. If Evan had been just a second slower, she might have been seriously injured or worse. A mix of complicated emotions swirled within her. He had risked his own life to save hers. How could she ever repay such a debt? Chapter 39. Chapter 39. You've no right to negotiate terms. What were you thinking? The man's voice pierced through Caroline's thoughts, jolting her back to reality. She lifted her head, her expression filled with guilt. "I'm sorry. I couldn't react in time." Seeing her guilty look, Evan's anger seemed to dissolve, and he sighed. "Forget it, get in the car." Caroline nodded quietly and looked at the hospital from afar. Then, she followed him into the car. As the engine roared to life, she mumbled softly, "Thank you." Evan removed his dirty coat without acknowledging her gratitude. There was a flicker of irritation in his beautiful eyes as he wondered, "I rushed out without thinking to save Caroline at the first sign of danger. What's wrong with me? My life is more valuable than hers. Who do you think you might have offended lately?" he asked coldly, his tone filled with a hint of suspicion. Caroline shook her head, her brows furrowing. I don't know. Besides Mark, I can't think of anyone else I might have offended. He's still bedridden, so it can't be him. Evan's words crushed her speculation. As they arrived at Villa Rosa, they continued to speculate on their own. Soon after, Reuben arrived with news. Mr. Jordan, we found him. The car owner is a man named Jared Walker. Evan loosened his tie, his gaze focused. Bring him here. Yes, sir. Reuben responded and left the villa to fetch Jared Walker. Half an hour later, a man with a pale complexion was brought in by 2 bodyguards. Caroline was sitting at the table, drinking the nutritious soup Lily had prepared. She observed the man, one who seemed around 50. I don't know anything, sir. I really don't. I didn't even touch the car today, the man blurted out in fear as soon as he saw Evan. Evan's eyes were sharp as an eagle's as he leaned forward. Did someone borrow your car? The middle-aged man shook his head frantically. No, no. My wife can vouch for me. Evan raised his hand, and one of the bodyguards stepped forward, kicking the man in the belly. The man collapsed onto the ground, writhing in pain, while Caroline watched with a mixture of shock and unease. Despite witnessing the man's suffering, she couldn't find it in herself to feel pity. After all, Evan and she had nearly lost their lives because of this man's actions. I'll cripple your arm if you don't start talking. Evan said coldly, his voice filled with resolve. The man, drenched in cold sweat, pleaded, I really don't know, sir. I swear, I don't. Evan scoffed, his frustration evident. If you don't know, then why did you start explaining as soon as you came in? Did I ask you about your car? Or did my men ask you something about it? The man's face turned pale, and he stammered while clutching his belly, I. Seeing the man's stubbornness, Evan glanced at the bodyguard. Do it? I'll tell you, the man screamed frantically. But please, show mercy to my family and kids. You have no right to negotiate terms, Evan declared firmly. The man sat on the ground, defeated. I don't know the man. He offered me $7,000 to borrow my car, a sum I couldn't possibly earn by selling that old vehicle. I let my greed cloud my judgment, so I agreed to his request without questioning further. But he made it clear that my family's lives were at stake if I dared to speak a word to anyone. Ada. Do you remember what he looked like? Reuben asked, hoping for a clue. The middle-aged man furrowed his brow, recalling the encounter. He had a mask and a cap on, but his eyes were fierce, triangular. Caroline sighed softly, realizing that it would be difficult to track down the culprit with such limited information. Feeling powerless to intervene, she excused herself and went upstairs after finishing the soup. Meanwhile, at the international residence in Angel Bay City, Daniela sat on the couch, seething with anger. She glared at Nick and confronted him. You could have kidnapped her. Why did you have to do that? What if you had harmed Evan? Nick, visibly upset, raised his voice. Are you falling in love with him or something? Caught off guard, Daniela quickly changed her tone, trying to diffuse the tension. How could you say that, Nick? I'm just worried about our future. He scoffed, his frustration evident. I hope that's the case, otherwise, don't blame me for what I do. Next, Novel Bin. Suppressing her anger, she clenched her teeth and spoke through gritted teeth. I got it, Nick. But since the mission failed this time, it won't be easy the next time. What's the rush? We have plenty of options. But we can't kidnap her. Daniela pondered for a moment before a realization struck him. Oh yeah, I remember her mother is in the hospital. Confused, he asked, what do you mean? She leaned closer to him, sharing her thoughts. As she finished explaining, he burst into laughter, reaching out to grab her breasts. "I love it when you're ruthless and cunning," he exclaimed, flipping her over and pressing against her. She wrapped her arms around his neck. As the couch started shaking, she closed her eyes and willed herself to imagine him as Evan. Amidst their intense entanglement, her moans filled the room, a symphony of her private desires. Chapter 40. Chapter 40. I don't plan on doing that. For the next 2 days, Caroline found herself accompanied by 2 bodyguards whenever she wanted to go to the hospital. Surprisingly, she didn't mind their presence as they were a constant reminder that the culprit responsible for her recent ordeal remained unknown. There was, however, one troublesome issue she faced. She couldn't go to the gynecologist for a pregnancy test. After careful consideration, she decided to reach out to her friend Paige for help. She swiftly sent a text, "Paige, can you help me with something?" Paige responded promptly, expressing her willingness to help. "Sure, what's up?" Caroline shared the details of her predicament and conveyed a rough idea of what she needed from Paige's support. "Right now?" Paige asked. "Yes, can you?" "Of course. Meet at the hospital entrance at 10. Realizing it was already 9 o'clock, Caroline quickly changed her clothes and headed out. When she arrived at the hospital, Paige glanced up and was taken aback by the presence of the 2 imposing bodyguards behind Caroline. "The boss sure takes it to another level. No one would dare to come near you with these guards around." Caroline let out a sigh. "Let's go inside." Under the pretense of accompanying Paige, Caroline successfully managed to undergo the ultrasound examination. Once it was done, they decided to have lunch at a nearby restaurant. Seated comfortably, they took advantage of the bodyguards stationed at the door and engaged in conversation. Paige's gaze shifted towards Caroline's belly, concern etched on her face. "Carol, the doctor mentioned that you'll start showing in about 3 months. I think it's time you consider telling the boss." Caroline took a sip of water, contemplating Paige's words. "I don't plan on doing that." Paige persisted, offering her advice. "Have you ever considered that he might want to marry you because of the child? After all these years, surely you must feel something for him." Caroline was momentarily taken aback by Paige's statement. So what if she had feelings for Evan? She had never entertained the idea of him staying in her life, especially not stealing him from Daniela. Furthermore, revealing the truth carried the potential threat of having her child aborted. "Carol, I'm telling you, children from single-parent families often face gossip and judgment from a young age. Aren't you worried that your child will feel envious of other kids with fathers? What will you say when they ask about their dad?" Paige pressed on. Caroline hadn't given much thought to those implications. "I haven't considered that," she admitted. Paige let out a sigh of exasperation. "You should test him. It's better than not knowing at all." Caroline took a deep breath, steeling herself. "You're right. I'll find an opportunity and give it a try." Upon returning to Villa Rosa, Caroline found Evan and Ruben engaged in conversation in the living room. "Mr. Jordan, we didn't find anything the past 2 days. This person is quite good at hiding his trails. Please give me more time," Ruben said. Evan, his handsome face marked with a grim expression, spoke fiercely. "I want results, not excuses." Ruben's head drooped, and he furrowed his brow. "Yes, Mr. Jordan, novel bin." Evan's head began to ache, and he rubbed his temples. "Tomorrow is the company's annual dinner. It's going to be a large gathering, and security needs to be flawless. There can be no mistakes." Ruben acknowledged his instructions and accidentally bumped into Caroline while turning to leave. He greeted her briefly before making his way out. She changed into slippers and walked into the living room. She saw Evan walking toward her. Recalling Paige's advice, she instinctively avoided eye contact. "I'm going upstairs," she muttered. Just as she took a couple of steps away, Evan's deep and hoarse voice reached her ears. "Why did you go to the gynecologist?" Her heart squeezed in her chest, but she clenched her fists and looked up, feigning composure as she met his gaze. "I accompanied Paige for a consultation," she replied calmly. Evan smirked, his tone laced with amusement. "You better not bring any diseases home." Caroline's expression turned ugly. Unable to hold back herself, she retorted, "If that's what you..." She walked to the stairs after saying that, and she soon said something else casually. With those words, she proceeded towards the stairs, her anger barely contained. Before disappearing from view, she casually added, "And by the way, it's perfectly normal for women to undergo medical check-ups at the hospital. Don't read too much into it, Evangelist." As Caroline vanished at the top of the stairs, a mixture of frustration and anger simmered in Evan's eyes. The following day, the deputy director called for a meeting with all the employees to announce the date and venue for the company's annual dinner. Paige kept chatting with Caroline, inquiring about Evan's attendance. "Carol, the boss will be coming too, right?" Caroline nodded. "He'll be there unless something urgent comes up." "And what about you? Will you be coming?" She considered herself lucky when it came to the annual dinner. Each year, she would win prizes like a mobile phone, a computer, or even cash amounts exceeding $150. It was all money in the end, and it would be a waste to miss out. Her concern wasn't having too much money, instead. She worried about not having enough once she left. Paige held onto her arm. "You'll be with the boss tomorrow. What if he asks you to drink?" She smiled. "I'll come up with something." Daniela overheard their conversation and, after the meeting concluded, made her way to the stairs to call Nick. "Nick, I need you to help me retrieve something before tomorrow night." Trapped in Love #Chapter 41, read Trapped in Love Chapter 41. Chapter 41. Chapter 41. Be assertive and take him back. Daniela walked out through the fire exit after making that call, only to unexpectedly run into Caroline, who was waiting for the elevator. Daniela stood next to her and flashed a smile, hoping for some kind of acknowledgement. "What a coincidence, Ms. Shenton." Caroline simply ignored her presence. Unfazed by the cold reception, Daniela arrogantly crossed her arms and said, "I heard you haven't been feeling well. Should I take your place tomorrow and attend the event with Evan?" Caroline continued to act oblivious to Daniela's words. After being ignored repeatedly, Daniela's humiliation grew. She waved her arms frustratedly and spoke with a lowered voice. "Why are you acting, Caroline?" Caroline scoffed and glared at her. "You're breaking character just like that. So proud." Frustration seeped through Daniela's clenched teeth. "I told you your good days would come to an end soon. I'll be with Evan tomorrow night." Caroline looked at her, perplexed. "What's there to be happy about, presenting yourself like a sex worker? Furthermore, Evan would never indulge in drinking at the annual dinner. Even if he did, what did it have to do with Daniela being with him or not?" Daniela's face paled from the rage. "You better watch out, Caroline. Don't blame me if I show you no mercy." The elevator doors opened just as Daniela finished speaking. Caroline stepped expressionlessly into the elevator and pressed the button. As the doors closed, Daniela's eyes brimmed with a deep brutality, a simmering intensity fueling her determination. In that moment, She couldn't help but revel in the anticipation of seeing how long Caroline could uphold her mask of arrogance. www. At 5 in the evening on Friday, Caroline put on a presentable and warm outfit for the annual dinner. Upon descending the stairs, she found Evan already waiting on the couch. His black coat added to his cold and elegant charisma. His mature features held a restrained air of sophistication. 1. She glanced at him briefly and looked away, announcing her readiness as she approached him. I'm ready. Evan glanced up, giving her a thorough appraisal. Satisfied that she hadn't worn an inappropriate attire, he stood up with a smile. Together, they got into the car and headed toward the Silver Hotel. 20 minutes later, the car pulled up at the hotel entrance. As they stepped out, they spotted two familiar faces, Alex and Lucas. Evan furrowed his brow as he approached them with Caroline in tow. What are you guys doing here? Lucas smiled. We came to learn from you how to organize the annual dinner for next year. You could have just said you were here for the drinks if you wanted an easy entry, Alex added. Lucas glared at him. Why do you always find ways to expose me? Growing irritated by their bickering, Evan dismissed them. If you're here to fight, then leave. We're good, they hastily assured him. The three of them proceeded into the hotel, with Caroline walking a few steps behind. Just before entering the ballroom, Alex paused and turned to face her. His smile exuded warmth as he said, We'll have to trouble you to take Evan home tonight, novel bin. Caroline was left speechless. Evan. Before Caroline could utter a word, Daniela's sweet voice reached their ears. Curiosity piqued, Alex and Lucas turned to observe Daniela running toward them. Caroline discreetly made her way toward Paige, who happened to be engaged in conversation with their colleagues nearby. As soon as she spotted Caroline, Paige waved her over. Over here, Carol. Caroline nodded and joined her, taking a seat beside her. Paige playfully teased her. Did you see that pretentious woman? Flirting at the annual dinner, how ridiculous. 2/4. Caroline pulled her friend closer and whispered, There are many people here. Let's not say that. Paige slapped her hand in irritation. You're way too nice. She handed Caroline a glass of fresh juice from the table. I had the waiter make this fresh for you. It's packed with vitamins. Caroline accepted the drink with a grateful smile. Thanks. Soon, all the employees arrived, and the MC took the stage to give a speech. The lucky draw this year still employed the same drawing number system as the previous years. Caroline received the number 8.1. In the initial rounds, she didn't win anything, but in the final round, she struck luck and won $5,999. Her colleagues couldn't help but envy her as she ascended the stage to claim her prize. Paige grabbed Caroline's hands and yelled in excitement as she came down from the stage. You're so lucky. Caroline instinctively glanced over at Evan, who was seated at the main table. However, she quickly averted her gaze when she noticed Daniela serving him food with a smile. Paige grinned mischievously. I think the boss did it on purpose. Caroline was puzzled. What do you mean? I remember you won a laptop worth over $4,000 last year. It was the most expensive prize. And 2 years ago, you won $2,200. It wasn't the most expensive prize, but it was the second most expensive prize. Tell me, who can be this lucky for 3 years in a row? You're the only one who can't see it. Caroline's expression froze, and she couldn't help but furrow her brow as she looked at the check in her hand. Paige's words made sense, but Caroline wasn't vain enough to assume such things. An hour later, Alex suddenly approached her and grabbed her arm. Ms. Shenton, I think you should check on your Mr. Jordan. Paige moved to intervene when Caroline was unexpectedly grabbed. Who are you? Let go of Carol. Alex glanced at Paige, studying her closely. Are you willing to take responsibility if someone else steals his heart? Paige was stunned, and her gaze involuntarily shifted toward Evan. There, she saw Daniela on Caroline's arm. She turned her head away and gave Caroline a nudge. Be assertive and take him back. Alex raised an eyebrow, surprised by Paige's reaction, then swiftly whisked Caroline away within seconds. Chapter 42. Chapter 42. Let's not trouble her. Caroline was reluctantly dragged over to Evan, all the while feeling lost and bewildered. Novel bin. She overheard Alex's words to Daniela. "Ms. Love, it's better to let Miss Shenton handle this difficult task." Caroline couldn't comprehend why she had to be the one to undertake such an thankless responsibility. She glanced at Evan, who was now unconscious and drunk after a mere half-hour of drinking. She was secretly alarmed. How much had they made him drink? Daniela was taken aback. She hadn't expected Alex to bring Caroline into the picture. Suppressing the upset feelings, she forced a smile. "Mr. Price, allow me to take care of Evan. Miss Shenton hasn't been feeling well lately, so let's not trouble her. Ms. Love, there are certain things you should know when Evan drinks. Are you confident that you can handle it?" Alex inquired. "Of course," Daniela replied confidently. Caroline was rendered speechless. She couldn't fathom why Alex insisted on her taking on this role. Evan and Daniela would inevitably end up together sooner or later. Besides, she was merely an outsider. Before Alex could continue, she interjected, "Mr. Price? Let Ms. Love handle him. I'm leaving." He furrowed his brow and observed her as she departed. After some contemplation, he followed after her. "Miss Shenton, you're aware that Evan is allergic to goose, right? Ms. Love fed him some. As his secretary, I presume you have allergy medication with you. It would be wise to administer it while we wait for the doctor." Caroline remained silent. Alex continued while she stood there, quiet and pensive. "If you don't take care of him, then Evan can only blame himself for being so blind that he chose a secretary who doesn't care if he dies at all." With that, he left and returned to his seat. 1. Caroline struggled with her emotions as she stood in place. Should she go? If she did not, Evan would undoubtedly suffer. She had witnessed his allergic reactions before, and they were frightening. However, she did not want to ruin his time with Daniela. After pondering it over, she decided to give the medicine to Daniela and then leave. A sly smirk formed on Alex's face when he saw her hastily departing. Lucas, slightly tipsy, leaned on his shoulder. "Why are you trying to get Miss Shenton involved with Evan? Ms. Love looks pretty great, no?" Alex pushed him away. "Can't you see that Evan has been ignoring Ms. Love? As his friend, it's my duty to push someone that he likes toward him." Lucas tooted and said, "You're such a meddler." In the hotel lobby, Caroline persuaded the front desk to provide her with Daniela's room number. Just as the elevator doors opened, she coincidentally saw Daniela, who entered the elevator. Before Caroline could call out to her. Frowning, Caroline realized that her best option was to go directly to Daniela's room in search of Evan. When she found the room, she pressed the doorbell several times. Finally, the door swung open, revealing Evan with an unusually flushed face. Without wasting a moment, she rummaged through her bag for the medicine, her eyes fixed on his flushed complexion. "They told me you ate goose. I'm here to give you the medicine." "Ah." Evan grabbed her waist and pulled her into the room before she could finish her sentence. He held her tightly, burying his head in her neck. His voice was passionate and rough, carrying an unprecedented urgency. "Take off your clothes." Caroline was stunned. How could these symptoms occur if it was an allergy? As he delivered a warm and overpowering kiss, she noticed a redness on his neck but no signs of a Rash. In that moment, she realized the truth. 1. That B***starred Alex had deceived her. Daniela intended to return to Evan's hotel room after concluding her phone call. However, she suddenly heard soft moans that would make anyone blush coming from the room, causing her to freeze and furrow her brow. Who was it in there? She had only stepped out to speak with Nick on the phone, so who was taking advantage of this opportunity? Though she possessed the key card, she hesitated to enter. She believed Evan would be furious if she entered without his permission. She quickly took the lift down to the front desk and claimed she needed to review the security camera footage as she had misplaced something. Her hands clenched as she observed Caroline appearing outside the room through the screen. She had an intense urge to shatter the screen in front of her. She thought tonight's plan would guarantee her success in becoming his girlfriend. Who knew that Caroline would suddenly emerge and ruin her scheme? Resentment grew within her. Since Caroline had acted so shamelessly, she couldn't be blamed for executing her own plan ahead of schedule. At 5 a.m., Caroline discreetly exited the room, fully dressed. She needed to hurry back to Villa Rosa, as the first draft for the competition had to be submitted by 8 a.m. Only 2 hours remained until the submission deadline. She needed to review her draft one last time before sending it out. Meanwhile, Daniela emerged from the corridor just as Caroline left the room. With clenched teeth, she watched Caroline's departure. Her tired eyes were bloodshot. She had considered leaving last night but couldn't bring herself to do it. Instead, she had waited the entire night, hoping to find a way to salvage the situation. Her instincts had been correct. Caroline would be the first to leave the room. Chapter 43. Chapter 43 Ungrateful Daughter. Daniela opened the door and walked into the room in her heels. As she observed the man soundly asleep in bed, she discarded her clothes without hesitation, allowing them to fall carelessly onto the floor. She gingerly climbed into the bed, mindful not to disturb his slumber. She slept soundly until 7 a.m. Suddenly, Evan's eyes fluttered open from an upset tummy, his face contorted with discomfort. He frowned when he realized that he was in a hotel room. MMPH. Evan, you're awake. Daniela's voice filled the air, carrying a hint of sleepiness as she gazed at him sheepishly. In that moment, a rush of memories from the previous night flooded Evan's mind. He recalled the ringing of the doorbell, his hazy consciousness as he stumbled towards the entrance, and pulling someone inside upon recognizing a familiar voice. He had mistaken Daniela for Caroline. His heart sank. Annoyed, Evan threw off the blanket and rose from the bed, his frustration evident on his handsome face. With disappointment evident in her voice, Daniela quickly sat up. Evan. Do you despise me to the extent that you don't want to be intimate with me? Evan's handsome face stiffened, his voice ice cold. Did you bring me here? I had been drinking too. I realized it wasn't safe to drive you home, so I brought you here. I intended to get some honey water to help sober you up, but the kitchen was closed. When I returned, you suddenly pulled me in and things escalated. Evan, if you loathe me, I can pretend this never happened. Feeling wronged, she recalled the images she had seen on the security camera and lied. Novel bin. Evan's fists clenched tightly as he spoke. Daniela, I'll make it up to you, but not right now. Secretly relieved by his response, she hoped he wouldn't recall Caroline's presence. Her focus was now on ensuring everything went smoothly when her adoptive parents, who had promised to come, arrived. Meanwhile, Caroline had just finished showering when Evan returned home. She crossed paths with him, an instinctive desire to ask about his well-being tugged at her. However, before she could utter a word, he spoke coldly. Did you know that Daniela took me away last night? She nodded. I do. Frowning, disappointment evident in his eyes, Evan continued. You truly are something, Caroline. With that, he swiftly made his way to their room, slamming the door with a resounding thud. Leaving Caroline standing at the entrance, bewildered and lost. Perplexed by his sudden outburst, she couldn't fathom what she had done to trigger such a tantrum. Evan had been fine the previous night, but this morning, he seemed like a completely different person. Deciding not to dwell on it, she headed downstairs for breakfast before setting off to the hospital. The bodyguards stationed themselves outside the ward, allowing her to enter alone. Caroline's heart squeezed painfully at the sight of her pale and tearful mother, Katie, lying in the hospital bed and sobbing. She quickly went up to ask, "Mom? What's wrong?" Katie hurriedly wiped away her tears upon seeing Caroline and choked out, "You're here, Carol." She nodded, her mind racing as she considered her next question. Was Dad here? A weary sigh escaped Katie's lips. Let's not talk about him, Carol. Please, let's not. Rage began to simmer within Caroline. Mom, did he cause trouble for you again? Did he demand more money? Stop it, Carol. I've already paid Dr. Wilson back. Katie said. We owe him too many favors. We burdened him enough, we can never repay him. Caroline's emotions were complex. She knew all too well that her father would inevitably return, seeking money once more, given his character. However, she hadn't anticipated it happening so soon. Taking a deep breath, she made a determined declaration. Let me handle it, Mom. I won't allow him to come back. Katie stared at her in disbelief. What are you going to do, Carol? Call the police, she stated firmly. She refused to be a passive victim any longer. Even if it meant being labeled ungrateful and two-thirds. Recognizing her daughter's resolute character, Katie refrained from dissuading her. Exhausted, she closed her eyes, silently watching as Caroline left the ward. In her heart, she hoped that Bradley would finally learn his lesson. Caroline instructed the bodyguards to take turns keeping watch outside the ward. Bradley appeared 2 days later. The bodyguard secretly recorded the abhorrent scene as Bradley coerced Katie into handing over money and resorted to physically assaulting her. The footage was swiftly sent to Caroline, shattering her heart as she witnessed her mother being callously thrown to the ground and struck by her own father. Caroline immediately commanded the bodyguards to intervene and put a stop to Bradley's abusive actions. Simultaneously, she rushed to the police station, presenting the incriminating video evidence to the officer in charge. In no time, the officer accompanied Caroline back to the ward. She felt sad and helpless seeing Bradley being detained. Caroline, you ungrateful daughter. How dare you call the police on me? His eyes widened with fury as he unleashed his scathing words upon Caroline. 1. Just you wait. I'll hunt you down when I get out. I will make you suffer along with your mother. After recording her statement with the police officer, Caroline returned to the ward to comfort her mother, Katie. Meanwhile, in a nearby restaurant, Daniela and Evan sat next to each other. They were there to meet with the individuals posing as her adoptive parents. Mom, Dad, why didn't you let me know you were coming back? Chapter 44. Chapter 44. Why are you lying? Her fake adoptive father mustered a strained smile and said, Hi, Daniela. Please, have a seat. Her fake adoptive mother glanced at Evan and deliberately inquired, and who might this be? Daniela. Daniela blushed shyly. Mom, this is Evan, the person I've told you so much about. Her adoptive mother appeared stunned, but she nodded in acknowledgement. Ah, so this is Mr. Jordan. Please, join us. Evan sat down, his dark eyes fixed on the couple who seemed to have appeared out of thin air. They poured him water and engaged in casual conversation. Barely had they settled in their seats when the waiter arrived to serve the food. "Daniela, Mr. Jordan seems like a reliable man. We are relieved that you've found someone like him," her adoptive father commented. "Yes, indeed," her adoptive mother chimed in, her gaze shifting towards Evan. "Mr. Jordan, when you plan to make your relationship with Daniela official?" "Do." Evan wiped his hands slowly with a napkin, his tone distant and cold. "What kind of relationship are you referring to?" "Engagement, of course. We haven't reached that stage yet. There are some matters I still need to attend to," Evan responded, his voice devoid of warmth. Daniela played along sweetly. "That's right, there's no rush. Evan is quite busy, and we've only just started dating." Hearing her words, Evan suddenly recalled Caroline's statement, "I don't want to be a mistress." Annoyance welled up within him. He discarded the napkin and abruptly stood up. "I have some urgent matters to attend to. Please, continue without me." Daniela panicked at his sudden departure. She hurriedly followed him, calling out, "Evan! Are you angry with me?" He halted and turned his head to look at her, his expression icy. "Daniela, I don't wish to say hurtful things to you." Tears welled up in her eyes. "But we've already been intimate. Aren't we considered to be in a committed relationship after that? No one can make that decision for me." With those words, he turned away and left. Upon returning to the car, Evan instructed Ruben, who was in the driver's seat, "Arrange for an investigation into Daniela's adoptive parents." Ruben expressed doubt. "You want to investigate Ms. Love's childhood?" Evan loosened his tie and gave a grunt with his deep voice. Later that night, Caroline returned to Villa Rosa. She hadn't eaten much for dinner and, after taking a shower, descended the stairs to request some fruit from Lily to replenish her vitamins. Coincidentally, Evan had just arrived back and encountered her as she left the bedroom. His eyes were drawn to the water droplets trickling from her hair to her chest. It ignited a smoldering desire within him. He swallowed hard and questioned, "Where are you going?" Instinctively clutching her robe, she replied, "I'm going to get some fruit." She attempted to sidestep him, but he gripped her arm firmly. "Ask Lily to bring the fruit. Come to the room with me." Caroline knew exactly what he wanted without having to think about it. However, her doctor had advised her to abstain from sexual activity for the first 3 months of her pregnancy. Thus, she withdrew her arm coldly. "I can't do that for the next few days." Evan scoffed, closing the distance between them. "Lily will inform me when you're menstruating or not. So tell me, why are you lying?" A flush crept up Caroline's cheeks as she heard his words. She raised her head, looking at him with anger. "Are you a pervert, Evan? You even know about that?" He flashed a teasing smile and grasped her chin. "Tell me." She slapped his hand away reluctantly. "I'm not feeling well, and I didn't say I'm on my period." Evan paused for a moment, then scoffed. "You seem quite energetic when you're speaking. You don't look ill at all." She was left speechless. Forget it. She couldn't win against this man. Novel bin. Rather than provoking his anger and facing potential violence, she would rather comply with his wishes. Meanwhile, at the hospital, Daniela arrived at Katie's ward, guided by the information she had obtained. After confirming that Caroline wasn't present, she approached the room and peered inside. Through the window, Katie was lying down, but she slowly sat up upon seeing someone approaching. Confused, she asked, "Who are you?" Daniela walked over and sat by the bed, offering a smile. "I know Caroline, Mrs. Shenton. I came here to see you." Katie scrutinized her with skepticism. "Oh, why didn't she come with you?" Daniela pursed her lips. "If she were here, I doubt I could share this with you. Gradually, Katie's expression turned serious. Has something happened to her? With a sigh, Daniela spoke. Well, I was hoping you could talk to her, Mrs. Shenton. My fiancée and I are planning to get engaged, but she has been sharing a bed with him. My fiancé is her boss. Impossible. Katie interjected loudly as soon as Daniela finished speaking. My daughter isn't that kind of person. What nonsense are you spewing? Mrs. Shenton, I'm only telling you this out of concern. I don't want Caroline to face difficulties at work. And if she weren't a mistress, how could she afford your expensive medical bills and her father's debt? Chapter 45. Chapter 45. No one will ever want her again. Katie stood frozen, her anger still palpable as she struggled to catch her breath. Impossible. You're slandering her. I can sue you for this, she exclaimed. Daniela feigned anger as she rose from her seat. If you don't believe me, call her, Mrs. Shenton. That's all I have to say. Please ask Caroline to know her place. With that, she left the ward, walking away confidently in her heels. Meanwhile, Katie couldn't shake off Daniela's words, feeling increasingly anxious. The doubt and anger inside her grew stronger, compelling her to reach out to Caroline. Meanwhile, in the intimate confines of the room at Villa Rosa, Caroline heard her phone buzzing and glanced toward the bedside table. She lightly tapped Evan's chest. Someone is, MMPH. Before she could complete her sentence, he leaned in and kissed her lips, diverting her attention. She could only ignore her phone. Much later when they were done, she hurriedly left the bed and made her way to the bathroom. While clutching her phone tightly, a wave of unease washed over her when she noticed missed calls from her mother. With a racing heart, she quickly dialed back, relieved when Katie promptly answered the call. Why didn't you answer, Carol? Katie's voice held a serious tone. Novel been breathing heavily from her recent passionate encounter, Caroline replied, I was taking a shower. Mom. I didn't hear my phone. Katie detected the evasiveness in her daughter's voice and interrogated fiercely. Where are you now? Just as Caroline was about to respond, the bathroom door swung open, and Evan entered, his eyes filled with seriousness. Who are you talking to? Startled by his sudden appearance, Caroline hung up the call in a moment of panic. She furrowed her brow and explained, that was my mom. Can you please give me a heads up before entering next time? Evan's gaze hardened as he glared at her. Why are you so nervous? Clutching her phone tightly, Caroline found herself too preoccupied to answer him. A sense of unease lingered in her eyes. She couldn't shake the worry that her mother might have heard. 1/9. He seemed to have guessed what she was worried about. Are you afraid your mom will find out you're with me? No, she responded irritably, pushing him away. I'm worried she'll find out I'm with a man right now. Evan leaned against the basin with one hand supporting his body as he inched closer to her ear. Your mom wouldn't mind if that man were Dr. Wilson, right? Caroline locked eyes with him and pushed him away. My mom isn't like that, asterisk. What had she done with Dr. Wilson that Evan couldn't seem to let go of? Meanwhile, in the ward, anxiety gripped Katie as she placed her phone down, her face paling. She was certain she had heard a man's voice during her conversation with Caroline. It couldn't possibly be her boyfriend. Caroline wouldn't hide that from her. But if Caroline were a mistress? Fear coursed through her as she contemplated the possibility. She wanted to trust her daughter. But the mounting medical bills and Bradley's debt were a substantial burden. Closing her eyes in anguish, she couldn't help but worry that Caroline had resorted to such shameless acts because of her. 1. She could never repay her daughter if that were the case. Daniela, who had been standing outside the ward, overheard every word Katie said. A satisfied smirk crossed her face as she reached for her phone and made a call. As the call connected, she glanced mischievously at the security camera in the corridor. "I've done my part. You're up next." The next day, Caroline arrived at the hospital early in the morning, mentally rehearsing the words she had carefully prepared the previous night. Taking a deep breath, she entered the building, determined to address the situation head-on. But as the elevator doors opened, she froze. Her heart sank as she saw her photos plastered all over the walls, accompanied by a glaring sentence in red: "This is the shameless mistress who has sex with her boss for money, asterisk." Her blood boiled, and an icy chill coursed through her veins. The people walking out of the elevator looked at her, and after realizing she was the one in the posters, cast disgusted glances her way. 273. The second when the doors were closed, a realization hit her like a bolt of lightning. She spun around abruptly and sprinted towards the upper floors, her heart pounding in her chest. If the posters were displayed in the elevator, what about the corridors? And the bathrooms? And worst of all, what about her mother's ward? Panic consumed her, and she struggled to catch her breath. Suppressing the pain in her chest, she staggered towards the oncology department on the third floor. As she turned the corner, she saw a group of people gathered outside her mother's ward. Voices filled with judgment reached her ears. I wonder if she was ever taught any morals, allowing her child to stoop this low. Their family is a mess after all. I didn't expect their daughter to be even more messed up. She's engaging in such behavior at such a young age. No one will ever want her again. My child spoke to her a few days ago. Who knows if she carries diseases with her? Enough. Stop gathering around here, the nurse shouted, but the families of other patients were in no hurry to disperse. Caroline felt the onslaught of criticism like relentless waves, leaving her dazed as she stumbled into her mother's ward. She's here. It's her. Someone in the crowd shouted, and suddenly, all the judgmental eyes turned toward Caroline. Chapter 46. Chapter 46. One's reputation is important. Quick. Step aside. She might have HIV. How shameless. She did it for money and status. How fucking shameless. Get lost. Get the hell out of here. Suddenly, desperate screams echoed from the ward. It was Katie's voice. Caroline regained her composure and swiftly pushed through the crowd, making her way into the chaotic ward. The floor was a mess, and there were shattered glass scattered everywhere. The sight made Caroline struggle to breathe. Even swallowing felt unusually difficult. Her eyes fell upon Katie, sitting on the hospital bed, looking pale and struggling to catch her breath. Tears welled up in Caroline's eyes as she choked out, "Mom! Don't call me that!" Katie roared fiercely. Caroline's entire body trembled, and she sobbed, trying to reason with her mother, "Mom, please don't be angry. Let me explain, okay?" Through tear-filled eyes, Katie pointed an accusing finger at Caroline, her voice filled with hurt and disbelief. "Why would you do that? Why?" Caroline broke down in a torrent of tears, her voice choked with emotion. "Mom, it's not what you think. Please calm down. Let's talk and sort things out, okay? Caroline. You. But before Katie could finish her sentence, she suddenly blacked out and collapsed to the floor. "Mom!" Caroline rushed forward, embracing Katie tightly. Then, she screamed from the ward, "Nurse! Nurse! Help! My mother needs help!" Within moments, a nurse hurriedly entered the room. In less than 2 minutes, an anxious doctor arrived. Caroline was swiftly pushed out of the ward as the medical team urgently attended to Katie. The commotion outside the ward had dispersed, leaving behind a vacant and silent corridor that seemed to suffocate those present with its eerie gloom. Caroline collapsed onto a nearby bench, her gaze vacant as she stared off into the distance. If only I had realized something was wrong last night and rushed here, could I have prevented this from happening today? I should have noticed sooner that the person who wanted to harm me is still out there, likely with more schemes. But I was careless and allowed myself to be taken advantage of. Caroline hugged herself tightly, attempting to calm her racing thoughts, but it proved futile. Soon, urgent footsteps echoed through the corridor, and a pair of black leather shoes came into view. "Caroline, I'm sorry I'm late." Scott's voice carried a deep sense of concern. Caroline looked up, her gaze distant. Her red and teary eyes caused Scott's brows to furrow. "Dr. Wilson," her voice quivered, nearly hoarse. She reached out and tightly grasped Scott's pants. "Please, I'm begging you. Go in and save my mother, please. Don't worry. I'll do everything I can to save your mother. Promise me you'll stop overthinking." "Okay." Scott gently consoled her. Caroline nodded resolutely. "Okay." Scott turned around and entered the ward. When he opened the door, Caroline heard the urgent sounds of the medical equipment. Fear washed over her once again. 1.5 hours later, the door of the ward was swung open. Several doctors and nurses emerged from the room. Caroline hurriedly approached them. "Doctor, how is my mother?" The lead doctor shook his head regretfully. "Go and see her one last time. We did everything we could." Caroline stood frozen, as if her soul had left her body in an instant. She raised a trembling hand to steady herself against the wall and slowly made her way into the ward. At a glance, she saw her mother's once vibrant face now worn and yellowed. A respirator covered Katie's mouth. Scott sat by the bed, his expression filled with guilt as he watched Caroline enter. He stood up with his head lowered as he whispered, "I'm sorry, Caroline." However, Caroline remained silent. She sat down by the bed and looked at her mother. The sight of Katie's sunken cheeks caused her heart to ache so intensely it felt like it might shatter. Suppressing the tears welling up in her eyes, Caroline reached out and held Katie's hand, which was gradually losing its warmth. She leaned in close to her mother's ear and whispered, "Mom, can you hear me?" Katie's brows twitched, and she struggled to open her eyes slightly. When she saw Caroline, tears streamed down her cheeks. She tried to open her mouth, gesturing for Caroline to remove the respirator. Caroline glanced at Scott, who nodded and gave his permission. With trembling hands, Caroline gently removed the respirator. Katie mustered all her strength to speak weakly, her voice barely audible, "Carol." Caroline nodded firmly. "Carol, don't be a mistress. Reputation is very important for women." Caroline's lips quivered. "Okay, Mom. I'll listen to you." Novel bin. Katie closed her eyes and weakly pursed her lips. "Having you in my life is my great satisfaction." Caroline bit her lips hard, but the tears couldn't be held back. "Mom, I'm begging you. You may be satisfied, but I'm not. I want you to stay with me. I have a plan. We'll leave this place once you're discharged from the hospital." "It's too late. I won't make it." Katie's breathing grew weaker. "Carol. Actually. You're not, my." Chapter 47. Chapter 47. Don't be mad at him. Katie's lips moved slightly. Caroline watched on as if in a trance, but no sound reached her ears. The machine beside her emitted a long beep, plunging Caroline's heart into an overwhelming sense of coldness. In a rush, Evan arrived at the scene, guided by Caroline's desperate cries and screams that echoed from within the ward. His heart skipped a beat as he hastened his steps, eager to reach her side. To his surprise, before he even entered the ward, he witnessed Scott tenderly patting Caroline's back, offering her comfort. A surge of anger replaced the initial ache in Evan's heart, causing his fists to clench tightly at his sides. With a tense expression on his handsome face, Evan turned to Reuben, who stood by his side, trembling with trepidation. "Shall we go in, Mr. Jordan?" Reuben asked cautiously. Evan's face remained impassive as he pivoted, issuing a cold command: "Investigate this. I want to know who's responsible." His voice held an icy edge. Just as Reuben was about to depart, Evan added, "Also, send a few people to the funeral. Make sure everything goes well." Since Katie had no relatives or friends, Caroline organized a simple funeral for her. Both Paige and Scott had taken leave to accompany Caroline during this difficult time. For 3 days, Caroline barely ate or drank, and she only managed to steal a few hours of restless sleep. Paige felt really sorry for her friend. She approached Caroline, trying to offer solace. "Carol, please eat something and rest for a while. We're here for you." However, Caroline shook her head silently. Paige sighed and was about to resume her seat when something caught her eye. She turned her head and noticed Daniela's presence. Daniela was here alone. Instantly, Paige's expression changed, and she moved to block Daniela's path. "What are you doing here? If you're here to cause trouble, leave now." Daniela raised an eyebrow. "Can't I come on behalf of Evan?" Paige instinctively glanced at Caroline, who remained stoic, before redirecting her attention back to Daniela and issued a warning. "If you stir up trouble again, I'll make you regret it." Daniela chuckled and pushed past Paige, stepping forward. She glanced at Caroline briefly and then shifted her gaze to Scott, who stood beside her. After a momentary pause, she averted her eyes. Approaching the area, Daniela offered flowers in tribute to the deceased before turning her attention to Caroline. "Evan is busy, so he couldn't make it. Don't be mad at him," she stated matter of factly. Caroline lowered her head quietly, seemingly unaffected by Daniela's presence and words. Daniela snorted and squatted down, feigning comfort as she whispered, "Caroline, there's no pity in my heart for you. In fact, I believe you deserve every bit of the suffering you attempt to steal my man, and every day you cling to him relentlessly. Even God himself cannot bear witness to such audacity and is punishing you for it." She paused momentarily, a wicked smile dancing across her lips, before continuing. But perhaps that wouldn't be fitting. I should have accused you of being the one who murdered your own moth. Wouldn't that have been more appropriate, you little mistress?" Upon hearing the last word out of Daniela's mouth, Caroline's eyes widened in disbelief. Abruptly raising her head, she stared at Daniela with cold intensity. "What did you say?" Daniela swiftly stood up, pretending to be panicked. "Caroline, what's wrong with you?" Caroline's eyes reddened as her anger surged. "Mistress." She had been tormented by this question for days, unable to comprehend who would be so wicked as to desire her mother's death and spread such rumors in the hospital, exposing her sick mother to unnecessary suffering. Finally, the truth dawned on her, and there could be no one else but Daniela. Daniela, who was consumed by envy, was the very person behind this atrocious act. Caroline stood up, her voice seething with rage. "What about me? How dare you come here? I know it was you, even if I don't have any evidence. Daniela, you will face the consequences for everything you've done. Get out of here. Let my mother rest in peace. Leave now." Perceiving Caroline's distress, Paige sensed something was amiss and urgently inquired, "What's happening?" Scott approached Caroline and supported her by holding her arm, while casting a somber look at Daniela. "Please leave," he said firmly. Infuriated, Daniela bit her lip and retorted, "How ungrateful you all are. Caroline, you've lost your mind. Don't falsely accuse me." Caroline's eyes burned with fierce coldness, bordering on a bloodthirsty glare. She angrily "Novel bin." Daniela hastily retreated, leaving Caroline grinding her teeth, her face drained of color. Moments later, Caroline collapsed to the ground, and the anxious cries of Paige and Scott gradually faded into the background. The bodyguards stationed outside witnessed the ordeal and promptly reported the incident to Evan. Upon receiving the news, Evan's black eyes turned icy. He ended the call and immediately dialed Daniela's number. In a stern tone, he demanded, "Where are you now?" Daniela sobbed, filled with grievance. "Evan, I haven't done anything wrong. Why interrogate me over the phone? Don't you trust me? Or are you starting to believe Caroline's accusations? Do you think I'm the one who killed her mother?" 1. Evan clenched his lips tightly, a frustrated expression taking hold. "I'll ask you one last time. Where are you now?" Daniela pleaded, "Evan, please trust me. I'll prove my innocence." Chapter 48. Chapter 48. Are you leaving? After Evan hung up, his handsome face contorted with disgust. "Mr. Jordan." Reuben, who was behind the wheel, sensed Evan's unease and spoke up. Evan massaged the space between his brows and said, "Tell me everything you got on her." Reuben complied and started relaying the details. "We spoke to Ms. Love's foster parents. Their statements align with the information in Ms. Love's medical records. They even mentioned how she always spoke about saving you when they brought her home all those years ago." Hearing that, Evan's eyes narrowed, a mix of confirmation and lingering suspicion taking hold. Daniela had always given him a vague weird feeling, but now, he was sure. A sinking feeling settled in Evan's heart. He raised his gaze to meet Reuben's. "Take me to the hospital." Reuben appeared taken aback. "Mr. Jordan, you have a video conference scheduled this afternoon. Reschedule it for tonight," Evan coldly commanded. Without saying another word, Reuben steered the car toward the hospital. However, just as they arrived at the hospital entrance and Evan was about to step out, Reuben abruptly halted him. "Mr. Jordan, Ms. Love cut her wrist." Evan froze in his tracks, turning to face Reuben, his brow furrowed. "Where is she now?" Reuben responded swiftly, "She's being rushed to the hospital." Hashtag. Inside the emergency room, Caroline stirred from her slumber, roused by the beeping machine surrounding her. With great effort, she pried open her heavy eyelids, casting a weak glance at her surroundings, the curtain shielding her from the room. The familiar scent of disinfectant filled her nostrils, evoking a bitter sense of recognition. Suddenly, the curtain was pulled aside, and Scott approached with a thermos in hand. Upon noticing Caroline's wakefulness, Scott inquired tenderly, "Caroline? Are you feeling any better?" Caroline mustered the strength to move her lips, her voice hoarse. "Yeah." Scott placed the thermos on the bedside cabinet and took a seat beside her. "You should have listened to me and rested more. Your anger caused you to faint in a fit." Caroline cast her gaze downward, fully aware of her condition. The events leading up to her fainting were still vivid in her memory. She vowed to seek revenge against Daniela, their feud burning within her, but now was not the time. Once her mother's funeral was concluded, she would gradually gather evidence. Composing herself, Caroline asked in a calm tone, "The funeral?" Scott gently interrupted her. "Your friend is handling it. Don't worry. You can afford to rest for a while longer before rushing back. And you need to eat now, otherwise, you'll be too weak for the Burial tomorrow. Furthermore. Scott's voice trailed off as he lowered his gaze, concealing the emotions that welled up in his eyes. He added softly, you should also consider the well-being of your baby, even if you don't think of yourself. Caught off guard, Caroline looked at him, her expression one of astonishment. You know. Scott nodded, a deep sense of bitterness evident. The doctor conducted a comprehensive checkup on you. Caroline pursed her lips, preparing to speak, when a familiar voice from nearby cut through the air. Evan, I'm sorry. I've caused you trouble. The moment Caroline recognized the voice, her eyes filled with pure hatred. It was Daniela's disgusting voice. Soon after, Evan's subdued and hoarse voice reached Caroline's ears. Don't ever do this again. Daniela sobbed. Evan, do you trust me now? I didn't kill Caroline's mother. Evan's tone turned colder. Enough. Let's not bring that up again. Caroline's eyes dulled, while Scott looked at her with concern, uncertain of what he could say. Undeterred, Daniela continued, her voice pleading, Evan, I don't mind if you investigate my past. With my foster parents. It's normal for you to doubt me. But now, do you still doubt me? After a brief pause, Evan asked, Ella, what do you want from me? Daniela replied, I just want to be with you. Even if you don't care for me now, I want to stay by your side. Evan stated firmly, you were the one who saved me. Of course, I'll fulfill that promise. Give me a month. I'll announce our engagement after that. Upon hearing Evan's final words, Caroline slowly closed her eyes, tears streaming down her. Scott let out a sigh, gently wiping away her tears. Caroline, he isn't deserving of your feelings. Caroline returned to the funeral grounds late in the night. Kneeling before her mother's photograph, she engaged in prayer. Her frail figure appeared feeble, yet she remained resolute. With her back straightened. Mom, I feel useless. Please rest in peace. I will fulfill the promise I made to you. And I will find the person who caused your sudden death. Give me time. I won't let her escape punishment. The following morning, Katie was cremated and laid to rest. Caroline sat in front of the tomb for a long while before making her way to Villa Rosa. Upon Caroline's return, Lily approached her with concern evident in her voice. Miss Shenton, what happened to you? You've become so thin. Lily's worry resembled that of a caring mother. Suppressing her pain, Caroline forced a smile. Lily, I've come back to pack my belongings. Lily appeared bewildered. Miss Shenton, are you leaving? Caroline gently patted Lily's shoulder, offering no further explanation, and turned to ascend the stairs. Evan was nowhere to be seen, and Lily made no effort to stop Caroline. She swiftly packed her novel bin belongings into 2 suitcases. Chapter 49. Chapter 49. I refuse to be a homewrecker. As she pulled the suitcases out the door, a sleek Maybach pulled up in front. Evan, who's sitting inside the car, caught sight of Caroline standing at the entrance with her luggage. Stepping out of the vehicle, he approached Caroline with a gloomy expression and inquired, "What are you doing?" Caroline responded with an expressionless face, "Evan, please carefully consider my words, now that you've made up your mind." Glancing at her suitcases, he sneered, "You want me to consider letting you go?" Caroline lifted her gaze and spoke calmly but aloofly, "Yes." His demeanor grew somber. "Are you that eager to be with Dr. Wilson?" To prevent him from angrily kicking her suitcases, she deliberately placed them behind her. "Evan, I have no control over your thoughts. As I've mentioned before, I refuse to be a homewrecker. Even though it'll be a month later before you get officially engaged, I no longer wish to be your mistress." Her statement caused an instant chill in the air. How do you know I'm getting engaged in a month? Caroline sneered. Did you already forget what you said? Should I remind you of the time and place? Her sarcastic words stung both of them, casting a shadow of gloom over Evan. She exposed her true emotions to other men, whereas she had always remained aloof and distant. In his presence, which fueled his anger, he felt that he had spoiled her to the point where she had the audacity to retort. Irritated, he took a step toward Caroline. Do you want to terminate the contract? Caroline, can you afford to do so? Caroline replied, I can't, but Caroline. Evan interrupted her coldly. It's the final month. The contract will end then. His tone was icy, leaving no room for her to refuse. A month wasn't a particularly long or short period of time. However, she couldn't disobey her mother's dying wish. Evan, I believe I can bear the consequences. After a brief moment of silence, he snorted gloomily, crushing any hope that she might have had. 1/3. So, you're not planning to take any action against the person who killed your mother, are you? Caroline clenched her teeth as she thought, is that how he sees it? I have no evidence. What's more, he's going to get engaged to my mother's murderer and protect her. I'll lose if I take her head on. But his words seemed to carry an underlying meaning. Caroline sighed inwardly before cautiously asking, Evan, what do you mean? He glared at her coldly. If you can't figure it out, go inside and eat. You can ponder it after you're full. It was the last chance he was giving her. She understood his unspoken message, even without him explaining it. As long as she remained obedient, he would deal with the culprit. Caroline's curiosity was piqued. What would he do if he discovered it was Daniela? Perhaps he would find an excuse to delay any action against her and disregard Daniela's deeds. Pursing her lips, she inquired, and if I insist on leaving? In response to her question, he closed the distance between them and abruptly grasped her chin. Well, then I'll make your cherished Dr. Wilson vanish from Angel Bay City tonight, asterisk. Evan. Why are you always trying to involve innocent people? Caroline glared at him. Novel bin. She screamed inwardly, Dr. Wilson. He always brings up Dr. Wilson. There's nothing between Dr. Wilson and me. Why does he keep mentioning Dr. Wilson? You guys aren't innocent, he retorted before turning and walking toward the villa. Before entering, he added, think it through. Caroline seethed with anger, yet she felt utterly helpless against him. She knew Evan was a man of his word. After Daniela received a call in the hospital, she nearly destroyed everything in her ward. It was the first time her fake foster parents had witnessed her in such a rage, causing them to retreat to a corner and remain silent. Daniela glared fiercely at the bandages around her wrist. She had endured the pain in exchange for Evan's sympathy. She had even gone to great lengths to. Her intention was to show Caroline that she had gained Evan's trust. However, she hadn't anticipated that Caroline was pregnant with Evan's child. Was that the reason Evan hadn't insisted on Caroline leaving? Had he learned of her pregnancy? It seemed that she had to find a chance to sound him out. If she were to carry Evan's child, Caroline's child would not be as precious as hers. Daniela pondered the idea for a while, then suddenly recalled something. She sent a text to Nick. Nick, I miss you. When are you coming to see me? Caroline received an email in the afternoon a few days later. She had passed the preliminary round of the online fashion competition. However, the excitement she once felt about being selected had waned. In the past, she had pursued her dreams for the sake of her mother and children. Now, she did it for her children alone. Glancing at the time for the second round of the competition, she closed the email without much enthusiasm. Suddenly, her phone rang beside her. Upon seeing that it was Paige calling, she answered. "Carol, come down here immediately. Something's wrong." Paige's voice was filled with nervousness. Caroline maintained her composure as she inquired, "What's the matter?" Paige explained in a hurried tone, "Your father is downstairs, just outside the company. Hurry up and make him leave before he causes a scene." Furrowing her brow, Caroline thought, "It's only the 10th, and they've already released him. Got it? I'll be there shortly." With that, she ended the call and made her way downstairs. Chapter 50. Chapter 50. Stay in the restaurant. Bradley stood outside the company with his hands in his pockets, his face covered in stubble as he gazed up at the skyscraper. "That B*TCH dared to get me locked up? I suffered so much in there," he seethed with anger. "I will make her pay for it today." Lost in his thoughts, he suddenly erupted, bellowing, "Caroline, you come down now." The company's security guards had already noticed Bradley, but they refrained from intervening, as he was merely observing from a distance. However, his loud outburst threatened the company's image, so a security guard swiftly approached him. "Sir, please refrain from shouting outside the company's premises," the guard urged. Bradley spat on the ground before retorting, "Don't you dare stop me. I'm here to find my daughter. It's none of your business." The bodyguard frowned, insisting, "If you're looking for a family member, please make a phone call. My phone's battery died." "Help me get her down here," Bradley requested. The security guard inquired, "What is your daughter's name?" "Caroline." "Her name is Caroline," he replied. Coincidentally, Daniela arrived just in time to hear their conversation as she stepped out of her car. Her body tensed, and a glimmer of cunning intent flashed in her eyes. Taking a few steps forward, she approached Bradley and asked, "Sir, are you Caroline's father?" Bradley turned around, looking at her with confusion. "Who are you?" "I'm Caroline's colleague." "Why are you looking for her?" Daniela asked, feigning a friendly smile. Raising an eyebrow, Bradley responded, "I'm here to get even with her and ask for money." "Can you believe she had me locked up in prison?" Pretending to be shocked, Daniela asked, "Caroline did that?" Bradley cursed, "She's fucking shameless." Daniela echoed his words, adding, "Indeed, that's infuriating. Sir, how about this? I'll give you the money you need. Just give me your contact number. If there's anything, text me and I'll inform Caroline. Making a scene here will only tarnish your reputation, don't you think?" Bradley's eyes lit up at the mention of money, and he eagerly shared his contact number. "Daniela." 1/3. After putting away her phone, Daniela said, "Sir, please don't mention to Caroline that we met. I prefer to keep my good deeds hidden from others." Bradley nodded firmly. "Okay, I won't say anything." When Caroline arrived downstairs, Bradley was sitting on a flower bed by the company entrance. She walked up to him, her gaze cold as she questioned, "What are you doing here?" Bradley glared at her. "I'm here to teach you a lesson." "Is that so?" Caroline snorted. "Go ahead, as long as you're not afraid of ending up in prison for a few years." A flicker of fear crossed his face. "I won't hit you, but I'll make you suffer." Caroline leaned slightly and extended her hand. "Feel free to try. Let's see who ends up being thrown out, me or you." Her desperate behavior made Bradley yearn to hit her vigorously, but he knew that she always valued righteousness before her family, so he restrained himself. "Give me money." Bradley changed the subject. Caroline responded firmly, "I won't give you a penny anymore. You want to exploit our relationship for money? I've given you enough over the years." I helped you repay your debts in the past because I didn't want mom to be disturbed at the hospital. But now that she's passed away, I won't continue paying off your debts." With those words, she turned away and left. Bradley remained rooted to the spot, shocked. Katie is dead. After work, Caroline went out for dinner with Paige. They chose a relatively quiet restaurant. After placing their orders, Paige broached the topic. "Carol, haven't you informed the boss about your pregnancy?" Caroline calmly sipped her tea. "Why do you ask, Novel bin?" Paige explained, "That pretentious woman is so repugnant. She claims the boss gave her a bank card to spend freely." Caroline's heart skipped a beat. He adores her so much. Although bitterness lingered in her heart, it wasn't as intense as before. Caroline set her cup down and replied, "It's pretty good." Paige sighed. "By the way, you asked me to keep an eye on Daniela, to see if she takes her medication. Do you still remember?" Caroline responded with a question of her own. "Did you find anything?" Paige shook her head. "I had someone follow her for a while because of this. I even know which building she resides in. The person I hired informed me that a man entered Daniela's house the night before yesterday." Caroline was stunned. A man? Evan was occupied with work at Villa Rosa on that night. Who could have entered Daniela's house? Could it be her foster father? Caroline speculated. She had heard that Daniela's foster parents had come to Angel Bay City. Paige pursed her lips. He had blonde hair. He looked like a gangster, but of course, he's not her foster father. 1. Caroline was at a loss for words. Paige continued, "Let's not cause a commotion just yet. I'll investigate further." Caroline agreed, knowing it was unwise to confront Daniela without sufficient evidence. Even though she desperately sought something to expose Daniela's true nature, she wouldn't alert Daniela until she had concrete proof. As they finished their dinner and prepared to settle the bill, Caroline's phone rang unexpectedly. It was Evan calling. Feeling a slight unease, she answered the call. Evan's voice sounded hoarse and tinged with anxiety. "Where are you?" Caroline glanced at Paige and told him the restaurant's location. "You didn't bring along any of the bodyguards, did you?" he asked. Suddenly, Caroline became anxious. "Why? What's happening?" "Check out the trending news online. And remember, don't leave the restaurant until Ruben arrives," he said in a cold tone. Trapped in Love #Chapter 51, read Trapped in Love Chapter 51. Chapter 51. Chapter 51. Are you planning to take action? Caroline's hands trembled as she checked her Facebook after ending the call. To her dismay, she came across a series of alarming trending topics that caught her attention. Heartless chief secretary of a famous company cruelly sends her father to jail. Her face turned pale upon reading the headline. Overwhelmed with anxiety, she clicked into the comment section, her fingers shaking uncontrollably. Can you believe such a person exists? And she's the secretary of that famous company. I know someone who works there. Rumor has it she's a mistress. She's not fit to be working at a prestigious listed company. This sets a terrible example for newcomers. Trash. Bitch. Disgusting. Disturbing words flooded her vision, engulfing her in a sense of icy dread. She was well aware of the destructive power that words held, capable of tarnishing a person's reputation. Paige noticed her distress and quickly inquired, "What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" Panicking, Caroline thrust her phone in front of Paige, revealing the distressing content on the screen. Seeing what was on the screen, Paige was enraged. Who the hell is responsible for spreading this nonsense? Caroline pinched her palm, trying to regain composure. As she had orchestrated her father's arrest in front of numerous hospital patients, it seemed plausible that someone might have witnessed it. However, why had this news only surfaced now? She checked her phone again, searching for any videos but found none. She instantly ruled out the patients and their families as potential culprits. Looking up at Paige, she said, determination flickering in her eyes, "Paige, get someone to find out who posted this and when it was posted." Paige nodded, concern etched on her face. "Of course, but for now, you must return home. If someone wants to harm you, they might be watching you right now. If you don't leave soon, they could escalate things." Just as Paige finished speaking, Ruben's call came in. Caroline and Paige exited the building and spotted the familiar car waiting for them. As they got into the car, Ruben addressed Caroline, "Ms. Shenton, Mr. Jacob has arranged for the trending topic to be suppressed. However, the culprit paid a considerable sum to secure their prominent placement in the trending list. Many people have already read the news. I suggest you stay at Villa Rosa for the next few days. The storm will likely subside by then." "Subside?" Paige exclaimed, her anger boiling. "Are you asking Carol to endure the slander and false accusations passively?" Ruben quickly interjected, "No, that's not what I meant." "Then what do you mean? Since your boss is so capable, can't he find the mastermind behind this?" Paige angrily punched the car seat. In contrast, Caroline had regained her composure and calmly grasped Paige's clothes. "Don't panic. The more frantic we become, the farther we stray from finding a solution." Paige fell silent instantly. Gazing out the car window, Caroline realized that only her father would go to such lengths. Given his character, he would undoubtedly scold her for her actions today. In truth, he had disappeared before she could provide the money. Someone must have approached him and influenced his actions. Pondering over the situation, she turned to Ruben and requested, "Ruben, could you get me the security footage of the company entrance?" Nodding, Ruben made a call, and soon enough, he acquired the requested footage. Caroline carefully reviewed the footage and, as she suspected, discovered Daniela conversing with her father. Paige seethed with anger. "I knew that pretentious B*TCH was behind all of this." Caroline glanced at her. "Without audio evidence, we lack concrete proof." Paige gritted her teeth in frustration, acknowledging the validity of Caroline's statement. Based on their behavior, it seemed likely that Daniela had orchestrated something. Perhaps she had paid off her father, explaining his sudden change of heart regarding the money. Caroline looked at Paige as she pondered the situation and requested, "Paige, lend me your phone." Paige calmly brought out her phone. "Are you planning to take action?" Caroline rolled her eyes, then dialed a number on Paige's phone. After a couple of rings, the call connected. "Hello? Who is it?" Bradley's voice sounded cheerful. "It's me, Caroline." His tone immediately shifted to silence, only to speak again moments later. "Just say what you've got to say." Caroline scoffed, noting the change in his attitude from when he had requested money earlier. "I purchased something and want to deliver it to you. Where are you staying? Are you okay?" He sounded genuinely surprised before adding, "Why are you suddenly coming to visit?" "I'm giving you money. Don't you want it?" Caroline asked calmly. Money meant everything to him, evident from the sudden change in his mood. "Sure, I'll send you my address." After ending the call, Caroline instructed Ruben, "Take us to Sunny Street, Ruben. I'm concerned for your safety if you go alone, Ms. Shenton." Caroline pursed her lips. "That's my business." Ruben ceased his objections, and upon arrival, he sent Evan the location along with a brief description. Caroline reminded Paige before stepping out of the car that if she didn't receive a call within half an hour, Paige should bring Ruben to room 302 at the hostel. Caroline took a deep breath and knocked on Bradley's door, mentally preparing herself for what lay ahead. Chapter 52. Chapter 52. What is conscience? When Bradley went to open the door, he discreetly peeped into the corridor to ensure no one was following Caroline. Satisfied, he let her in and scrutinized her as she took a seat. "You mentioned that you brought something for me. Where is it?" he inquired. Caroline lied. "Oh, I left it in the car." He became suspicious and pressed further, "And what about the money?" "I can give you the money," she said, staring coldly at him, "but I hope you can tell me the truth about something." His face darkened, and his tone turned defensive. "I know nothing. Don't ask me anything." "Do you?" Rage consumed Caroline's eyes. "Do you dare to swear on Mom's grave that you didn't collude with someone else to defame me? If you dare, I'll give you $2,800. If you don't, it'll prove that you're guilty of it." Bradley's eyes widened in disbelief. "Caroline, how dare you speak to me in such a manner? You're shameless, being someone else's mistress. I haven't even taught you a lesson for humiliating me. It seems what they say about you is true, you're nothing but a bitch." Shaking with disappointment, Caroline never expected her biological father to utter such horrible words. She had hoped he wouldn't stoop so low. Clenching her fists, she retorted, "I'm sure you're paid quite handsomely to do this to me, right?" He looked arrogant. "Yes, they paid me." "What are you going to do about it?" "Who asked you not to pay me?" "I didn't pay you." Her eyes reddened with anger. "Do you feel any sense of conscience when you say that?" "Conscience?" He stood up and rolled up his sleeves. "Okay, you want to talk about conscience with me? I'll show you what conscience means today." Caroline's heart pounded as Bradley made a move to strike her. She instinctively stood up and retreated toward the door, warning him, "You know the consequences if you hit me." Ignoring her, he grabbed the ashtray from the table and threw it at her. She managed to dodge it, but she couldn't evade him as he charged towards her, swinging his fist and grabbing her hair. As she was forcefully flung away, she instinctively protected her tummy. Bradley vented all his pent-up rage from his time in the detention center, delivering a torrent of kicks and punches. Meanwhile, downstairs, Paige paced anxiously, glancing upward every now and then. Half an hour had passed, and Caroline hadn't come down. Paige considered dragging Ruben upstairs. Before she could act, a Rolls-Royce suddenly pulled up outside. Evan stepped out of the car with a cold expression and marched into the dilapidated hostel. Paige's jaw dropped in shock. It was the first time she had seen her boss looking so dreadful. His eyes radiated a grim and menacing aura, as if he were ready to take someone's life. Ruben and Paige hurriedly followed him into the hostel. When they reached the third floor, they heard Caroline's screams loud and clear. Ruben rushed to the room and forcefully pushed the door open. Evan's expression turned grave. As he witnessed Bradley relentlessly attacking Caroline despite her already battered and bruised body. He intervened, kicking Bradley away, and then squatted down to carry Caroline. The rage within him intensified when he saw her unconscious form and blood dripping from her forehead. "Ruben, catch him. Wait for my return, but don't kill him yet," Evan commanded. Coincidentally, they encountered Scott when they arrived at the hospital. He swiftly arranged for Caroline to be taken directly to the operating room. Paige remained at the hospital, while Evan stationed 2 bodyguards there. Upon Evan's return to Villa Rosa, Bradley was on the brink of death from the severe beating. Evan sat on the couch, his gaze icy as he stared at Bradley, who was being held by the bodyguards. He asked coldly, "Does it hurt?" Bradley nodded, feeling dizzy. "Yes. Yes. Good, Caroline is hurting too." Evan sneered, barely containing his anger. Bradley shook his head with arrogance, but fear quickly overcame him as he faced Evan's menacing presence. Trembling, he asked, "Sir, who are you?" "I was just teaching my daughter a lesson." "You have no right to ask me anything. All you need to do is answer my questions," Evan replied, with narrowed eyes. Bradley wasn't foolish enough to provoke the man before him. He immediately nodded, fear evident on his face. "Why, yes. Yes, sir." Evan's cold stare locked onto him. "You're responsible for making Caroline a trending topic online, right?" Bradley looked bewildered. "What do you mean? Trending topic? I don't understand." Indeed, he had no knowledge about it, as he wasn't familiar with the internet. Evan tried a different approach. "Did you tell anyone about her sending you to the detention novel bin center?" Bradley confessed honestly, "I did." "Who was it?" "A man wearing a cap and a mask. He approached me out of the blue. I don't know him. But he was generous and said he'd pay me $7,000 if I told him about what she did." Evan glanced at Ruben. "Check the security camera." Ruben nodded in response and swiftly left the villa. Bradley looked around guiltily. "Boss, there's something else about her that I haven't told anyone. Would you like to buy that information off me?" Chapter 53. Chapter 53 Sent to Prison. Evan let out a scoff, accompanied by a smirk. "Buy it off you?" Bradley chuckled, slightly nervous. "I'll tell you, but only if you pay me and let me go." Mockery filled Evan's eyes. "I'll consider it after you give me the information. Caroline isn't my child. Katie adopted her," Bradley revealed. "I agreed to let Caroline stay with her when I was courting Katie back then." "Caroline was adopted?" "She was an orphan." Evan frowned as a sudden realization struck him. Panic filled his voice as he asked, "Where did she adopt her from?" Bradley shook his head. "I don't know. But Katie had the adoption certificate, and it should be written there." "Where is the certificate?" Evan inquired urgently. Bradley gulped nervously. I sent everything to the reclamation depot when I sold the house." After contemplating for a moment, Evan asked another question. "One more thing. Why did she send you to the detention center?" "Because she's a terrible person," Bradley snapped. Evan's frown deepened, his frustration evident. "Are you itching to get beaten up some more?" Realizing he had no choice, Bradley had to speak the truth. "Because I hit her mother, or perhaps she no longer wanted to pay my debts." Evan's eyes turned dark, his anger simmering. He immediately instructed the bodyguard next to him. "Julian, sort out the recording and send it to all publishers." The next day, Caroline woke up, feeling a throbbing pain in her forehead. As she opened her eyes, she noticed Evan sitting on the couch, engrossed in documents. She knew it was him who had saved her before she lost consciousness. He had saved her life. She couldn't deny that he always appeared whenever she was in danger, making her harbor foolish hopes for him, even when she tried to forget her feelings. A warmth filled her heart, but she suppressed it. She pursed her lips, noticing the 4-needle in her hand. Since it was Evan who brought her here, her pregnancy. She quickly called out to him softly, "Evangelist." Evan looked up and got up as soon as he realized she was awake. "What would you like to eat?" "I'll have Ruben bring it over." She shook her head slowly, her gaze fixed on his expression. "I don't have an appetite." "Thank you for what you did this time." He didn't press her further. The doctor had mentioned that her loss of appetite was normal due to the concussion. Pulling a chair, he sat down next to the bed. Caroline, I believe you have the right to know. Her heart raced. Was he referring to her child? Maintaining a calm facade, she asked, "No what, Novel bin?" Evan's gaze turned cold as he spoke. "I sent your father to prison." A sudden wave of relief washed over her upon hearing those words. It seemed like he didn't know about her pregnancy, or else he wouldn't have started with a different topic. Noticing her reaction, Evan furrowed his brows. "You have nothing to say about that?" She smiled flatly. "Do you think I'm a loser and an idiot? I was beaten by my biological father. Why would I feel sad for him being put into prison?" "You sure have a charming way of distancing yourself from family matters," he remarked, a smile playing on his lips. She remained silent, not knowing how to respond. She simply acted according to her conscience, avoiding burdensome situations. After a moment of silence, she mustered the courage to ask, "If I told you that the viral post online had something to do with Daniela?" "Caroline." Evan abruptly interrupted her, his voice laced with determination. "Daniela wouldn't do something like that." His trust in Daniela was unwavering. Caroline's heart sank, realizing the extent of her own foolishness. Clasping her hands tightly, she asked reluctantly, "Even if I present you with evidence, will you still stand by her side?" His face darkened, and he stood up abruptly. "Caroline, what do you gain from slandering her?" He didn't want to entertain the topic any longer. Frustrated, he left the room in haste. 213. Caroline forced a smile, feeling upset by the turn of events. However, the door opened soon after Evan's departure. It was Daniela who came in this time. She held a fruit basket and walked to the bed while smiling. "Oh my, you're up, Miss Shenton." Caroline's eyes turned cold. She sat up quickly while suppressing the pain and yelled, "Get out." Daniela put down the fruit basket elegantly. "Don't be angry. It'd be terrible if you got a miscarriage." Chapter 54. Chapter 54. Whose child would he keep? Stunned, Caroline stared at Daniela, her voice filled with disbelief as she asked, "What nonsense are you talking about?" Daniela responded with a smile. "Why are you so nervous? Is there really something to be nervous about?" The smile quickly disappeared from her face, replaced by a coldness in her eyes. "How shameless are you to get pregnant with my boyfriend's child? But don't worry, I spread that news online about you putting your father in jail to punish you, and that punishment is just the beginning." Caroline struggled to control the resentment boiling inside her. "Daniela, aren't you afraid of karma? Aren't you scared that my mom will haunt you in your dreams and take your life there?" Daniela raised even handle me when she an eyebrow, unfazed. "Take my life? Your mom could was alive, let alone in her afterlife." Caroline's heart felt like it would burst. She yearned to tear Daniela apart. But her rational side warned her against it. Touching Daniela would only give her ammunition to complain to Evan. She was deliberately provoking Caroline, waiting for her to fall into her trap. Taking a deep breath, Caroline suppressed her anger. She wore a mocking smile on her lips. "So, Daniela, are you officially with Evan now? I'll be his fiancée in 20 days. And what is your relationship with him now?" "We're a couple, of course." "Is that a title you've given all on your own?" Caroline mocked. "Because he told me there is nothing going on between you two." Daniela's expression changed. "Don't lie to me. We're still living together, isn't that proof enough?" Caroline replied, her smile cryptic. Daniela's face twisted in anger. "Even if we're not together now, we will be in the future. I can't say as much for you. You know Evan and I will end up together eventually, yet you're still clinging to him with those slutty claws of yours. Who's the real bitch here? He's single, I'm single. Is it wrong for adults to pursue what they want? You. Daniela glared fiercely at her. But moments later, a smile crept onto Daniela's face. Caroline, how long do you think you can revel in this? The title of Mrs. Jordan will be mine eventually. That's enough for me. Oh, and yes, Evan has been sleeping with you for 3 years, but he has never promised you anything. It's different for me. We only slept together once, and he's marrying me. Caroline felt her energy drain away. Her body grew weak. They slept together? Daniela slowly lowered herself, staring into Caroline's eyes, searching for any sign of weakness. With a bright smile, she asked, "Tell me, if I'm pregnant, whose child do you think he would choose to keep?" It took Caroline a long time to snap back to reality after Daniela left. She clutched her chest, feeling herself crumble. It was only a matter of time before Evan and Daniela would be together. She had prepared herself to let go of Evan and give him to Daniela. But why did her heart ache so intensely at those words? In the following days, Evan was nowhere to be seen. Caroline was taken care of by either Lily, Scott, or Paige during her stay in the hospital. She asked Lily to bring her laptop, insisting on drawing despite the pain she held back for 5 days. On the 6th day, she was discharged from the hospital. Scott insisted on driving her home since the wound on her forehead had yet to heal. Upon reaching the entrance of Villa Rosa, he stepped out of the car to assist her with her bags in the boot. As they stood at the entrance, Scott offered a gentle reminder. "Make sure water doesn't touch your wound, or it might get infected. And with the weather turning cold, try to stay home. Your work is important, but taking care of your body should be a priority." Caroline nodded like a good girl. "I understand. Thank you for everything." Scott's gentle eyes reflected a sense of helplessness. "Caroline, I know there are things I shouldn't say, but as your friend, I have to remind you that you can't keep your pregnancy a secret for long. If you don't plan on telling him, you should consider leaving him." Dr. Wilson." Caroline lifted her head and interrupted him, offering a light smile. "Thank you for keeping my secret novel, Ben." He pursed his lips, gazing at her face for a while. Then, he reached out to touch the gauze on her forehead. Caroline instinctively pulled back, her guard up. He forced a smile. "It's not sticking properly." Blushing, Caroline quickly took the bag from his hand. "Thanks for driving me home. Goodbye for now." Watching her enter the house, Scott finally turned to leave. Unbeknownst to him, Evan, who had just returned from a business trip, witnessed the encounter. Rage flashed between his dark eyebrows, and a terrifying coldness emanated from him. Reuben sighed as he peeped at the rearview mirror. What an ill-fated relationship. Shortly after Caroline entered her room, heavy footsteps echoed through the corridor. The door swung open, revealing Evan, his face grim. Setting down the clothes she was holding, Caroline spoke with a flat tone. "Evangelist." As she was speaking, Evan strode toward her and gripped her chin tightly. His voice sounded icy. "Caroline. Are you trying to provoke me?" Chapter 55. Chapter 55 Family Portrait. As Caroline's gaze fixated on Evan's cold and elegant face, disturbing images of him and Daniela having sex flashed through her mind. The mixture of heartache and disgust overwhelmed her. She swiftly raised her hand, slapping away his outstretched hand, unable to contain her mocking tone. "What on earth did I do to provoke you, Evan?" Evan scoffed in response. "You presented me with a gift as soon as I returned from my trip." "A gift?" Caroline panicked. Daniela shouldn't have divulged her pregnancy to him. It wouldn't bring her any advantage, after all. I have no idea what you're talking about. She turned her gaze away, unable to meet his cold eyes. Feeling guilty, are we? Evan's eyes turned even colder as he noticed the fear lingering deep within her eyes. You brought a man home and flirted with him, didn't you? Caroline couldn't help but scoff at the recollection of Scott's behavior outside Villa Rosa. That was flirting? What about what he did? Anger surged within her, and she suddenly looked up, her voice rising. Evan, is everyone, apart from Daniela, repulsive to you? What about you? You touched me after sleeping with her. What was that about? I can stay, but that doesn't mean I can tolerate the disgust of sharing a man with another woman. And why can't I do what you did? Is it because you gave me money? Taking a deep breath, Caroline held back the tears welling up in her eyes as she continued. What? About the 3 years of my youth that I wasted on you, Evan Jordan. You're the most selfish person I've ever met. I never asked for anything from you, but I hoped for the most basic fairness and respect. After screaming while struggling to hold back her emotions, she pushed the man standing in front of her and turned to run out of the room. Evan stood frozen, disbelief etched onto his handsome face. He had never witnessed such an expression from her before. Disgust, repulsion, and most of all, disappointment. For someone who was usually strong and stubborn, her tears, now visible, struck a chord deep within his heart. What was happening to him? She had merely been a backup plan all this time, so why was he feeling this way now? Caroline aimlessly wandered the streets after leaving Villa Rosa, watching as the sky gradually darkened. She soon realized she had nowhere to go. She couldn't bear to return to Villa Rosa and face Evan's mocking presence. After careful consideration, she concluded that Paige was the only person she could turn to. Feeling her pocket for her phone, she realized she hadn't brought anything with her. Helpless sighs escaped her lips as she continued walking, burying her face in her hands. Suddenly, a car came to a halt in front of her. The window rolled down, revealing Neil's face. Ms. Shenton. Stunned, she managed to offer a smile in response. Mr. Xander. He modestly smiled back. What a coincidence to run into you on the streets again. She was left speechless. It felt too coincidental, as if she were being tracked. Where are you headed? Caroline looked at him cautiously. Just say what's on your mind, Mr. Xander. Neil felt helpless. I noticed it's about to rain, and it's unsafe to be in the suburbs at night. Caroline hadn't even noticed the approaching rain until he mentioned it. She looked up, realizing the area was secluded indeed. She wanted to refuse, but just as she contemplated, raindrops began to fall. Neil opened the car door and stepped out. Smiling, he looked at her and said, "Shall we go?" After a brief moment of hesitation, she got into the car. He fastened his seatbelt and asked, "Where to?" Caroline pursed her lips, realizing she had no particular destination in mind. It would be pointless to go to Paige's place if she wasn't home. Observing her silence, Neil refrained from asking further. After driving for half an hour, they arrived at a villa. Neil parked the car and turned to Caroline, explaining, "Don't worry, this used to be my mother's house." 2/3. Doubt filled her eyes as she looked at him. "Why have you brought me here?" He smiled gently and replied, "I couldn't let you wander the streets." She was left speechless. "Could I?" He led her into the villa, which, while not luxurious, had a warm and well-maintained interior. The old furniture exuded a sense of charm and one could tell at a glance that it was well maintained. Caroline's eyes fixated on a photo frame on a shelf. Approaching it, she was stunned to find a family portrait of four. The woman in the photo bore a striking resemblance to herself, in both expression and eyes. Novel bin. "This is my family portrait," Neil said, his eyes filled with sadness. Quickly averting her gaze, Caroline apologized. "I'm sorry, I thought your mother." Neil interrupted, asking, "She looks like you, doesn't she?" Her cheeks flushed as she replied, "Perhaps a little." He picked up the photo frame and looked down at it, his tone resolute. "Not just a little, you resemble her greatly." Chapter 56. Chapter 56. She forgot her phone. Caroline found herself at a loss for words in that moment. The weight of Neil's melancholy had permeated the air since they had stepped foot into the villa. The overwhelming sadness was suffocating for her. "My parents have passed away. I'm left with only my younger sister, but she's currently missing," Neil confessed, his voice heavy with grief. As he finished speaking, he reached for a photo album on the shelf and handed it to Caroline. "I believe these pictures will help you understand and perhaps alleviate the hostility between us." Caroline accepted the album and began flipping through its pages. She saw numerous photos of a woman and a little girl. As she continued, a sense of guilt washed over her. It seemed that Neil had not been lying before. The resemblance between her and his striking, and even more so with the little girl. The only difference was that Caroline had a mother. And it wasn't the woman in the photos. Caroline returned the album, realizing her misunderstanding. "I misunderstood you last time. I'm sorry, and I genuinely hope you find your sister soon." Neil stared blankly at her for a moment before nodding. "If you don't have a place to go, you can stay here." Staying in a stranger's home was something Caroline couldn't easily adjust to. "Could I borrow your phone, Mr. Xander?" she asked Neil. He handed her his phone. "Don't call me Mr. Xander. Please, just call me by my name." Caroline smiled lightly and dialed Paige's number. After a brief conversation, she returned the phone to Neil. "My friend will pick me up." "Thank you." In just over 10 minutes, Paige arrived at Neil's house. Caroline bid Neil farewell and got into Paige's car. "Carol, who was that handsome man?" Paige's eyes lit up with curiosity. "He's Neil Xander, the eldest son of the Xander family," Caroline replied. Paige stopped questioning after learning he was from one of the three most prestigious families. As Paige started the car engine, she asked, "What happened? Where's your phone?" Caroline's mood turned melancholic. "I stormed out after a fight with Evan and forgot my phone." 1/3. Paige was taken aback. "Caroline, are you already suffering from pregnant brain?" Caroline glared at her, irritated. "Paige, can you help me find a house in the suburbs?" "You've made up your mind?" Paige was surprised. "Are you really not going to pursue the boss?" Caroline forced a smile. "If you were in my position, would you steal a man who's had sex with someone else?" Paige's eyes widened. "Are you telling me that the pretentious woman has slept with the boss?" "That's what she claimed." "Considering they're about to get engaged soon, it's time for us to completely separate." Paige suddenly stopped the car and looked at Caroline seriously. "As your good friend, I feel obligated to remind you of something. The child doesn't belong to you alone. No matter what, you need to find out how he feels about it. If he doesn't want it, I'll help you find a house. If he does, I can't interfere." Caroline looked down, knowing Paige was right, but she couldn't bring herself to face it. She was afraid of hearing terrible things, and even more afraid that Evan would become suspicious and force her into an abortion. 1. "What are you hesitating about, Carol?" Paige persisted. Caroline's expression grew sorrowful. I can't bear to lose my child, and I won't use the child to gain something that doesn't rightfully belong to me. The child was her only family in the world now, and she wouldn't let anyone harm it. Test him, but don't tell him, Paige suggested. Let's see. www. The next morning, Paige and Caroline headed to the office together. Caroline had spent the entire night contemplating her decision, and as soon as she arrived, she began typing out her resignation letter on the computer. Leaving Evan once and for all seemed like the best way to sever ties with him. Half an hour later, she finally printed the letter she had composed. Just as Caroline was about to place the letter on Evan's desk, Daniela's voice echoed outside the door. Evan, what would you do if Miss Shenton is pregnant with your child? Caroline froze upon hearing the question, her face turning pale. Evan's response cut through her heart like a knife. I won't allow a mistress to bear my child. Sadness washed over her, accepting that a dishonorable mistress had no right to carry his child. Suddenly, the office door swung open, revealing Evan and Daniela standing there. There was a hint of mockery in Daniela's eyes as she smiled. You're early, Miss Shenton. Suppressing her emotions, Caroline retorted, how else would I know that Ms. Love is so interested in my personal life? Daniela put on a pitiful look and turned to Evan. I'll take my leave now, Evangelist. He nodded coldly. After the door closed, Caroline approached him and handed him her resignation letter. Evan, after everything we've been through in the past 3 years, I'm begging you one last time to let me go. Evan looked down, his face darkening as he noticed the word resignation on the envelope. Novel bin. You disappeared all night and now you give me this without any explanation. Caroline looked at him expressionlessly. Would my explanation change anything? If her explanations were effective, would he still doubt her repeatedly? He squinted and stepped closer to her. So, you're willing to abandon your resentments for the sake of another man? I was wrong about you, Caroline. Chapter 57. Chapter 57. What took you so long? Caroline felt a pang in her heart when Evan mentioned resentment. She had held onto it tightly, but had he made any effort to address it? She was unsure if he had discovered something but chose to ignore it for the sake of protecting Daniela. The uncertainty was unbearable, and the pain inside her continued to grow with no sign of resolution. Looking at him, she scoffed and said, You can say whatever you want, Evan, but you're getting engaged. It's unfair to Ms. Love that you're preoccupied with my issues, isn't it? Evan's face turned chillingly cold. Caroline, once you step out of MK, you won't get a chance to return. Her heart skipped a beat at his words, but she found solace in the fact that he was willing to let her go. Maintaining a smile, she replied. Thank you for everything over the past 3 years. Evan. From now on, I wish you and Ms. Love a lifetime of happiness and love. With that, she placed her resignation letter in Evan's hand and left without looking back. As soon as she closed the door behind her, his grim aura permeated the entire office. Meanwhile, Paige, upon learning of Caroline's resignation, requested a paid leave. She accompanied Caroline to pack at Villa Rosa and they went to the suburbs to search for a new place. Exhausted, Caroline collapsed on the couch in the living room after arranging for an hourly maid to clean the entire place. Paige playfully nudged Caroline's calves with her toe and joked, Caroline, you're not only exhausting me, but are you also trying to starve me to death? Caroline smiled and asked, What would you like to eat? Paige pondered for a moment before suggesting, Let's have fondue. There's a new fondue place in the city, but it's a little pricey. Checking the time on her watch, she added, It's already 10:30 p.m. We should be able to have it for supper if we go now. Caroline quickly drank a glass of water and agreed, Sure, let's go now. They hastily made their way to the fondue place after reaching a decision. The restaurant happened to be near the international residence. 1/3. Caroline looked at Paige rather helplessly. Are you bringing me here to stir up trouble or to have a meal? Paige sounded annoyed as she placed an order. Are you talking about that pretentious person? We won't be so unlucky to run into her while we eat. Just as she finished speaking, a rude voice suddenly echoed from a nearby table. Waiter, bring me the bill. Instinctively, Caroline and Paige turned their heads to see who it was. Paige's eyes widened in shock at a single glance. Oh no, she exclaimed. Caroline looked at her, confused by her reaction. Lowering her voice, Paige pointed discreetly behind them. That blonde man, Carol. I recognize him. Caroline raised an eyebrow skeptically. Is he your friend? Paige shook her head firmly. No, he's Daniela's secret lover. Suddenly, Caroline recalled something Paige had mentioned earlier. Frowning, she said, I don't think so. Evan and Daniela are getting engaged. Unless she's foolish, it's highly unlikely she would do something like that. It would be the end for her if Evan found out. Paige insisted, don't you believe me? Let's forget about eating and follow him. Without hesitation, she pulled Caroline away from the fondue place. The blonde man made his way toward the international residence after leaving the restaurant. He looked around cautiously before entering, using his keycard to gain access. Caroline could only shake her head in disappointment. Okay, we can't enter without a. Before she could finish her sentence, Paige revealed the international residence's keycard. Caroline was taken aback. How did you get that? Paige flashed a sly smile and led Caroline inside the international residence grounds without explaining. One novel bin. The two suspicious women followed the man to a building. Once he entered the elevator, Paige guided Caroline to the third floor through the fire exit. As they stepped out, they heard Daniela's flirtatious voice. What took you so long, Nick? Can't wait for me to fuck you. Shortly after, the door closed behind them. Caroline stood frozen, struck by a lightning bolt of realization. Paige was equally surprised. They hadn't expected Nick to be so crude with his words. Silently, they both understood what was going through each other's minds. It was only after they left and got into the car that Paige broke the silence. That was quite something. Caroline muttered, she sure is ballsy. Evan won't tolerate this. Maybe it was fate that we witnessed that today. It's a stroke of luck that we ran into him, Paige said, gazing at the international residence. If she managed to capture what she witnessed on film and showed it to Evan, Daniela would face the ultimate revenge for what she had done to Caroline's mother. Unfortunately, Caroline couldn't ignore the missed opportunity and regretted not believing Paige earlier. Paige, I'll transfer you money later. Please find someone to keep an eye on Daniela. Paige rolled her eyes. Girl, do I look like I need money? Caroline insisted, I just want to be fair. If you don't accept it, I won't ask for your help ever again. Angrily, Paige relented. Meanwhile, at the international residence, Nick embraced Daniela after their intimate encounter. I won't be able to visit for a while, he informed her. She gazed at him, taken aback. Why? What's the reason? Chapter 58. Chapter 58 entrusted with a task. She was not pregnant yet. He must continue visiting her. Nick's eyes burned with intensity. Evan's men have uncovered some information about me. I'm concerned that they might track me down. He's still investigating? Daniela asked. He nodded. Not only that, I found out I was being followed here. Daniela was taken aback, almost jumping up. Then why did you still come? Keep pushing me, and you'll meet your end. His glare was chilling. You'll live only as long as I allow it, and you'll die when I decide. Suppressing her anger, she clenched her teeth. She despised her inability to fight him. For now, she had no choice but to obey him, like an obedient girl. But once she became pregnant, she vowed to silence him forever. There was no way she would let a man who knew her deepest secrets continue to exist. Taking a deep breath, she asked, "What do we do now?" A faint smirk appeared on his lips. "I want to capture those who followed me before Evan finds out." On Wednesday, Caroline went for a check up at the suburban hospital. As she discovered her baby was healthy, her spirits lifted. Novel bin. During her journey back home, she received a call from an unfamiliar number. "Hello, is this Caroline Genton?" the voice on the other end inquired. Caroline was cautious and suspicious. "Who is this?" "I am your mother's trustee. I wonder if you have a moment for me to deliver a letter." Perplexed, she thought to herself, "Trustee? When did my mom appoint a trustee?" Maintaining her skepticism, she continued, "Sure, where shall we meet?" "Why don't we meet at Starry Cafe on North C Street at 10:30 a.m.7 the caller suggested. Checking the time, Caroline agreed, "All right, I'll head there now." 10. She arrived promptly at the cafe. As she entered, a bespectacled middle-aged man stood up and waved to catch her attention. Her guard immediately went up when she saw the strange man. He recognized me the moment I walked in. However, the presence of other patrons put her slightly at ease. Approaching him, she noticed an envelope placed on the table. Taking a seat, she greeted him, "Hello." The middle-aged man smiled. "Hello, Caroline." He then handed her a business card. "I am Mr. Hall." Caroline was direct. "Mr. Hall, could you please tell me your connection to my mother? We have no personal relationship. I am merely entrusted with a task," Mason Hall explained. "You mentioned my mother wrote a letter for me," she said and looked at the envelope. "Is this it?" He nodded and slid the envelope across the table. "She prepared this a year ago. She told me to deliver the letter to you if she dies from her illness. My mission is now complete." Caroline was taken aback. "A year ago?" She swiftly opened the envelope and retrieved the letter enclosed within. The letter read, "My dearest Carol. By the time you read this letter, I will have departed to another world. Time has flown by, and you have grown into a remarkable person in the blink of an eye. I wrote this knowing that I am losing my battle with cancer. Please don't resent me for leaving you behind. Take care of yourself while I am gone. What I am about to reveal has been a secret for 2 decades. You may hate me and hold me responsible once you discover the truth. Carol, you are not my biological child, nor are you Bradley's. I adopted you from an orphanage. However, I cannot disclose the identity of your birth parents. Because nothing good comes from knowing it. I understand that you may be driven to investigate, and I can't stop you, but I implore you to refrain from uncovering their identities and the circumstances of their death until you possess the power to do so. The person to whom I entrusted the secret is capable. Seek his assistance if you ever need clues in the future. Carol, you will spend future New Year's celebrations without family, but fear not. I will bless you from above. 1. That is all I have to say. I don't know much. But I have shared all that I can. Remember this, my child. Do not investigate the identity of your parents until you possess the power and capability. Don't forget that. With all my love, Katie. Contained within the concise, single-page letter were profound expressions of Katie's love and longing for Caroline. At the same time, it conveyed astonishing revelations that shattered Caroline's perception of reality. She was not her mother's biological child. How could this even be possible? Chapter 59. Chapter 59 Cloud Orphanage. Mason handed Caroline a tissue, empathetically offering support. I understand that accepting this situation is difficult, but crying now won't change anything. Caroline, unaware of her tears until he pointed them out, accepted the tissue with a lowered head. Her voice carried a hint of moodiness as she muttered, "I'm sorry." He responded calmly, "It happens." After collecting herself, Caroline lifted her gaze and addressed Mr. Hall. "Mr. Hall, my mom mentioned in her letter that you might be able to help me." Mr. Hall retrieved a document from his backpack and handed it to her, saying, "I can provide assistance, but it comes at a cost. In my line of work, we don't offer help out of kindness. It's for our livelihood, and I hope you understand." Nodding in acknowledgement, Caroline accepted the document, which contained a list of prices for various services. She quickly schemed through the prices and found them within her budget. "Money isn't the issue," she asserted, looking directly at him. "Efficiency and accuracy are all one care about." Mason took out another document and handed it to her. "You'll trust us after seeing this." Caroline read through the document meticulously. It detailed the firm's successful case history over the years. After perusing it, she felt much more confident in Mr. Hall's capabilities. "In that case, when can we sign the contract, Mr. Hall?" she asked. "Tell me, what would you like me to investigate first?" he asked, genuinely interested. Caroline's eyes fixed on the letter, and she responded, "I'd like to find out which orphanage my mom adopted me from." On the presidential office floor in MK, a secretary ran out from Evan's office with tears streaming down her face and hands clutching documents to her chest. With her head held low in misery, she accidentally collided with Daniela, who happened to be passing by. Rage flickered in Daniela's eyes, but she maintained composure and feigned concern. "Are you okay?" The secretary quickly bowed and apologized upon recognizing Daniela. "I'm sorry, Ms. Love. I wasn't paying attention. It's entirely my fault." "It's all right." Daniela glanced at Evan's office and asked, "Did Mr. Jordan scold you again?" Amidst her tears, the secretary complained, "Ever since Ms. Shenton left, Mr. Jordan has been angry every day. Everything we do seems to be wrong." Although seething with anger, Daniela spoke gently to the secretary, masking her true feelings. "Don't worry, I'll talk to him." Grateful for Daniela's words, the secretary expressed her thanks through tears and hurried back to the secretarial office. Daniela's expression turned grim. Was Caroline really so important to Evan? Despite his constant tantrums, he hadn't invited her to live in Villa Rosa since Caroline's departure. She was so angry that she forgot to knock. As she reached for the door handle, she overheard Evan's voice from within. "Have you double-checked? Are you certain Caroline stayed at Cloud Orphanage?" Startled, Daniela froze in shock. Cloud Orphanage? Caroline? Didn't she have parents? Why did she reside in the very same orphanage Daniela once called home? Images flooded Daniela's mind, Caroline's red cinnabar mole on her earlobe. In a panic, Daniela recoiled her hand and took a couple of steps back. She quickly scanned her surroundings, realizing no one had witnessed her reaction. Swiftly turning on her heels, she rushed towards the elevator, unable to calm her racing thoughts even after reaching her office. 1. Childhood memories flooded back like an overpowering storm. Daniela recalled seeing a girl from the same orphanage carrying an unconscious boy out of a river. The two of them had sought refuge in an abandoned warehouse nearby, where they stayed for a considerable time. Driven by curiosity, Daniela had ventured to investigate. She witnessed the girl tending to the boy, lighting a fire to keep him warm, dressing him in clothes. At the time, Daniela had scorned the girl, considering her nosy and intrusive. However, during her previous stint as an escort at a nightclub, Nick had enlightened her on Evan Jordan's quest to find a girl from Cloud Orphanage. The girl, distinguished by a red cinnabar mole on her earlobe, had captured Evan's attention. In that split second, Daniela connected the dots. The unconscious boy she had seen back then was, undoubtedly, Evan himself. That realization prompted Daniela to scheme with Nick, pretending to be the girl who had saved her current position alongside Evan. The more Daniela dwelled on these revelations, the more her panic intensified. Could Caroline be that very girl who had saved Evan? That didn't seem plausible. If she was that girl, why couldn't she remember any of it now? Determined to ensure her own safety, Daniela resolved to eliminate Caroline completely. Caroline was a nuisance and an awful threat. At the cafe, Caroline and Mason rose from their seats and exited after signing the contract. As soon as they stepped outside, a familiar voice exclaimed, "Hey, it's you." Caroline turned her head, recognizing the person when her eyes met the woman standing a meter away, Neil's cousin, Juliana. Deciding not to engage in an argument on the street, Caroline pretended not to hear and began to walk away. "Where do you think you're going?" Juliana's shout reverberated through the air, brimming with determination. She lunged forward unexpectedly, seizing Caroline's arm. "We're far from finished with our grudge. Now that I've finally found you, there's no escaping now." Caroline looked at Juliana, a hint of amusement in her eyes. "What grudge are you referring to? Is it about me supposedly stealing someone else's man, or perhaps your lingering resentment toward your cousin for helping me teach you a lesson?" "Both. I won't let you off the hook, no matter what," Juliana declared, her anger apparent. Caroline chuckled softly. "So, what do you plan to do?" Caught off guard by the question, Juliana blinked rapidly. "Well, novel bin." Caroline prodded further, "What exactly?" "You want to hit me in public and humiliate your family." Juliana's frustration grew, and she blurted out, "Caroline, don't think you can do whatever you want just because Evan supports you." Chapter 60. Chapter 60. Are you free tonight? Caroline withdrew her arm from Juliana's grip, her expression calm and composed. "Ms. Zander, you seem a bit behind on the news. I'm not the woman currently with Evan. It's Daniela Love, the deputy head of the company's fashion design department. If you're looking to create trouble, you should approach Daniela, not me." Juliana's shock was evident. "Who?" Caroline repeated, trying to spare her any further confusion. "Daniela Love." Juliana's face contorted, revealing her heartbreak. "How did that happen? Why did Evan seek another woman?" After muttering to herself, Juliana suddenly raised her head and glared at Caroline. "Are you lying to me, you bitch? Evan's not like that." Caroline was rendered speechless. Did she just call me a bitch? Does she think my patience knows no limits? Caroline scoffed, unable to contain her disbelief. "Ms. Zander, if you truly like Evan, why don't you have a conversation with Daniela and ask her to step aside? Oh, but be careful not to be bullied if you decide to confront her. She's a terrible person." Juliana grew suspicious. "What if I find out you lied to me?" To listen full and free chapter 1 to 100 of Trapped in Love, please access website novelsaudio.com and search keywords, Trapped in Love, or click the link in the description of this video.